on YouTube? Let's see if you got what it takes. Or if you're just another swipe left.
Swiping left, swiping right, but it ain't enough. Looking for a match, but the game is rough. So I hit that stream, yeah, I went live. All my speed dating where the sparks collide. 5 minutes on the clock, it's do or die. Gotta make her laugh, or at least make her try. Swipe your heart, baby, don't be shy. Finding love on YouTube, let's see who's fly. Got my best shirt on and my mic's all set. But will she take the vibe or will she just check? The chat's going wild, throwing in their 2 cents. But I'm here for the thrill, not sitting on the fence. 5 minutes on the clock, it's do or die. Gotta make her laugh or at least make her try. Swipe your heart, baby, don't be shy. Finding love on YouTube, let's see who's fly. Got my best shirt on and my mic's all set. But will she take the vibe or will she just check? The chat's going wild, throwing in their 2 cents. But I'm here for the thrill, not sitting on the fence. Got my best shirt on and my mic's all set. But will she take the vibe or will she just check? The chat's going wild, throwing in their 2 cents. But I'm here for the thrill, not sitting on the fence. Howard's crew in the chat, keeping it real. But this ain't a joke, it's the real deal. She's got the fire, I'm feeling the burn. But will I find love or just crash and learn? 5 minutes on the clock, it's do or die. Gotta make her laugh or at least make her try. Swipe your heart, baby, don't be shy. Finding love on YouTube, let's see who's fly. All flying off, did I find my queen? Or just another face on the flickering screen? But I'll be back, 'cause love's just a click away. On this crazy live stream where the bold comes to play.
So I'm signing off. Did I find my queen? Or just another face on the flickering screen? But I'll be back, 'cause love's just a click away. On this crazy live stream where the bold come to play. So I'm signing off. Did I find my queen? Or just another face on the flickering screen?
But I'll be back, 'cause love's just a click away. On this crazy live stream where the bold come to play. On this crazy live stream where the bold come to play. On this crazy live stream where the bold come to play.
Hello, stream. Welcome to my second solo. I say solo. Me hosting the stream, but we have a huge panel of guests. We got some great people I'm going to bring on stage in just a few minutes. Just got to do my little spiel. I got to tease you a little bit before I bring our awesome panel on stage. Oh, we're killing it. We already got some great viewership. Okay, I don't want to milk you too long. I'll bring you guys on stage in a second. But thanks for joining. We have a couple of dual streams. Thanks for joining us. If y'all wouldn't mind just heading my channel, give me a like. I see we got about 40 viewers. I want to see like a 1-to-1 like ratio. That would be awesome. Let's see that. I'm a small streamer. The likes really matter. Give me some like welfare, if you know what I mean. All right. I was going to milk the chat, but I think we have enough here that I'm going to bring on my official co-host, I think now. I'm going to bring Ruby Spacek. Hello.
Oh, the way you were introducing it, I just kind of got the vibe that it was the You show tonight. So sorry, I wasn't exactly camera ready. But it's really
Hey, you only joined like a minute ago. I'm just saying. I've been here waiting like a good participant.
How long ago you sent me the link? Typical prawn trying to spin and twist the narrative to fit his little prawn cell.
It's almost like you're the co-producer in my streamer and you don't need a link because you should already have access.
It's almost like I run this bitch and you better watch those prawns or I'm going to knock them out of your face, biatch.
Guys, this looks like beef. This is what love looks like. This is what toxic love looks like.
And the toxic love. What's up, people? I don't know. Should I hit stream to my audience too, or should we leave it I want to let it percolate maybe on one stream.
Also, I'm already messing up a little bit because I have an intro song. We have like the intro song, but I also have an intro. Now I have some background music. Let me see how this works.
Oh, that's good. That helps like with the like club vibe, like we're out vibe. Yeah. See, I feel
some 70s funky jazz. I don't know.
I'm already back in my
spinning music. I mean, I know this is not a date, but it's kind of feeling like one right now. I gotta say, you know.
I know. I think we should immediately bring on the next fucking person. Yeah.
We don't want to get too intimate. Let me bring someone new to the stream, friend of the stream. They're probably sick of me at this point. I've been on that panel many times. They invited me to the next one next Monday though, so I get to not sick of my face yet. Let's welcome friend of the stream, Sarah the Raging Tomato. I see you are mid sip, so just make sure you're good to go. Okay, yeah. And you are muted on your end, by the way.
There we go.
Hey, what's up, Sarah?
Hello. I made a little bit of coffee for this one, and then I had my water to get me through. So,
wow, some late night coffee. You're really coming here perked up and ready to go.
Oh yeah. Well, it's been a long, busy because Sundays are like my wind down days because the week is just so busy, and so I wasn't even sure. That's all I was telling you. I was like, maybe.
Yeah. Don't count on me being there. We're happy to have you, though.
Thank you.
And actually, the person that was kind of rizzing you up on your show on Monday is actually backstage already. So maybe we can do a part two.
Wait, can I just find out? Is this the Sarah?
Oh, you all have not met yet. So sorry, I should have Sarah. I know you, but maybe the stream does not know you. So
I don't know. Well, I don't know if we've officially met, but also Hurricane Paro on my Sunday show is popping off about a Sarah. Is this the Sarah? I'm just wondering.
Probably.
This is the Sarah, yes.
He gets so mad.
This guy, he was talking about you on my panel for like an hour. We had to have like an intervention because we were all like, why are you, he just goes to panels and bitches about being kicked off other panels.
Exactly. And we never, I think we kicked him off because he was like, I don't know, talking shit to somebody else or something. And it was like stuff nobody cared about. It was so off topic. And we're like, just go, bro. Like, we don't.
Yeah, it's never on topic, ever.
Yeah. And then it's shit that we have no idea what he's talking about. And it's like, this person, this wrench, this whatever. And we're like,
yeah, I know. I'm like, who are you talking about?
It is very hard to keep track sometimes. Yeah.
It's very hard. And I've gotten like random messages from him sometimes with the same thing, like going off about somebody. I'm like, I have no idea who these people are, dude. And I don't care.
Yeah,
like, go
seriously.
do something. Go touch grass. You're way
That being
involved.
said, maybe. Para, I don't know if I'd say you should come on right now, but that being said, this show's kind of for people like Para, where maybe like your social skills aren't the best. They might need some practice, maybe some polish to get that really get you really socially adept. And I think the show is for people like that. So you can come on here, practice your skills, make some improvements.
Them on me, please.
I said not this stream. That's also I should mention this also. Yeah, we like people who cam up. We will bring on stream if you don't have camera, but you will not get priority. People with camera always get the priority, unless. So I'm a tyrant. If I like you, you get priority also. So hey,
yes.
If you have a good relationship with me, it might help you.
I think Wmaxxer should get priority for sure.
Wmaxxer should always get priority. I love Wmaxxer.
Yeah. Yes.
They're not backstage yet, but maybe later on. I gotta say though, I'm banned from their stream, so maybe we could trade. You unban me, and I'll let you on my stream. Maybe that'd be fair. A tit for tat.
Wait, are you banned on Wmaxxer for the Thorps too?
I think it might be related to that. I think they also just might. I threaten them, I threaten their sense of masculinity, so they're probably just really offended by that. Yeah, happens all the time. I'm used to it, But sorry, we've been keeping people backstage enough. Here, actually, I should have said this earlier. People like Hurricane could use feedback from someone like I'm going to introduce next. Someone like a James. Someone like I'm going to use this term loosely because I think James is not comfortable with this yet, but I think he's at this level. I'm going to say he's a professional dating coach. He's probably not going to like I say that, but I think he brings the heat. His feedback is very well thought out. He's known for his handy dandy notebook. He takes those intricate notes. They're fueled by Adderall. They're very in depth. If anything, my recommendation to James is can you shorten it a little bit? Give us the main bullet points. I mean, I'm the producer, so I mean, it's maybe not the best for the guys, but hey, I want to keep it short and sweet. Let me welcome my friend and dating coach,
And
James.
my boyfriend. Hey, baby.
Yes.
It's fueled by Adderall and Arizona iced tea, bro. Dangerous
Bro,
time.
what's up, Poppy?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah,
I missed you.
so I'm ready to rock and roll. I met Sarah. I was on her, I guess, panels. Hey, what's up?
Were you the one that did push-ups? No.
No, I haven't done a push-up in a long
Who
time.
did that? Who did the push-ups?
Are you cheating
I
on
remember
me?
that happening, yeah.
So, maybe. Someone did push-ups on the stream.
We had a whole, thanks to Wmaxxer, yeah, PRAWNCESS
Yeah.
was there. We had a whole like push-up moment. Everybody was doing push-ups.
I did mine off camera. Obviously, I was very winded. You know, I didn't want to show off on stream.
May I shout out to Finkel for the 50?
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, boom.
Old Sarge Finkel, thank you so much for the kind reminder that I'm not allowed to eat bananas on this stream. So my apologies, gentlemen. No bananas will be harmed in the making of this footage, nor will they be eaten. Thank you, Finkel.
And again, being another Saudi producer, I kind of went by your introduction, Sarah. Do you want to introduce? I can't fucking talk. Introduce yourself to my stream, who maybe those who do not know you. Those are new here.
No, yeah, we could do that if you want. You're doing PRAWNCESS. I loved watching the last speed date show that you did. That I was in the chat. Like you really do a great job at hosting. So don't harm yourself over those little I missed this thing. But I'm Sarah the
Just
Raging
wait for the
Tomato.
naptone to edit. Sorry.
Oh God, no, that's okay. I'm Sarah the Raging Tomato. I host what's now kind of evolving into a debate channel, open panel, formatted panels, all sorts of fun stuff. We also host our sipping streams on Saturday nights. They're pretty fun. Feel free to go check out, like, subscribe, share, do whatever you want to do. But I'm really thankful that PRAWNCESS has been an ongoing panelist there. He's been showing up and we really love the work that he's done. So I look forward to having him on several more.
Thank you. Always appreciate it. That it's always a fun, chaotic time. And thanks for letting me practice my debate skills on maybe not like easy mode crowd. Yeah, at least certain people. All right, but I'm going to introduce our next panelist. We have one more panelist backstage. We have more coming on. I don't hype it up too much, but Torch might be coming. You know, some people like to come up on stage. We might see a Grace back at some point in the future. So just hang out. There might be more daters in the future. Also, there's no men backstage. What happened? Ride left. So please hit the link. Come up here. I got more people to introduce, but we need some men to date these people. That's the
Well,
point of the show.
Me and
Am I-
James never,
let's see, I can copy the StreamYard link and drop it into mine as well if you,
Absolutely.
you want me to.
I'm sure we'll get some just usually they're a little shy at the beginning. We need like someone to lead the show how it's done first. If we don't get anyone, we might have myself or James step in. But I just want to tell the crowd, hey, you're all pussies if you don't join right now. And also this gives me some time to bring our next panelists on while I get some.
if you don't join, don't even watch.
No, still watch. I want the viewership. So no, don't listen to Ruby. I'll do 7 back-to-back speed dates. That's what it takes.
You go watch on my end. You go watch on my end.
Or Sarah's, yeah. And also, I gotta say this before I gotta do my spiel before. Well, first of all, actually, no. Let me bring our last panelist on. We do have someone backstage who's gonna be a dater, but let me welcome friend of the stream, Melanie. I'm gonna see you're a Furby.
Yeah, I think so.
I love the
Crap, I'm supposed to date people on here? Shit, don't be nervous.
Whatever you
Don't be
want. We're kind of figuring out your role. If like you're like a
We
co-host,
can have a singing competition
color
to start to
commentary,
warm us up.
karaoke. Yeah. I
But
was
that's
saying
all-
we just.
Nobody has
Go
actually
ahead.
told me like you're good at singing, Mel. So like I'm really reluctant to keep doing that. I need the positive feedback, and I'm not getting it. So I'm just like I'm crawling back into my hole of embarrassment.
Oh my
I mean, you being
God.
good is not necessarily the best for content. So just say.
Don't
That's not
behave.
encouraging. That's not encouraging. I was
What
like,
happens if you feed that thing after 8 o'clock? Does anyone get the reference?
We made these jokes
so
earlier.
racist. So
We said
racist.
this is Furby racism. Apparently, you're equating Furbies to gremlins, which are not the same. They're not all the same, James.
All right. What you do?
Yeah, I was made by Hasbro. What were the other things made by? Not Hasbro. I can tell you that much.
Furbies are completely different capitalistic construction. Okay, it's totally different.
I could be wrong about that. Actually, I don't really know.
Melanie, I'm gonna ask your introduction, but while I got the chat's undivided attention, I mean, I see Sarah's getting some donuts. I just want to beg, sub to my channel. I'm asking for money. Hey, I have donor links. If you want to do that, that's great. But if you really want to help out, subscribe to my channel. I'm trying to reach that 500 number. I'm a lowly, small-time YouTuber, so help me out.
It's never good enough for him. Every milestone, guess what he does? He makes it bigger, and he begs and begs.
That's what she
I've
said.
had the same donor goal for the past like five milestones. I still have not done it. I gotta be honest. Hey, don't call me out. Don't call me out.
Well, I'm going to take a moment, if you may, to shout out to OPC Don for the $2. Everyone, please support the Bratty Tomato Fund. Thank you, OPC Don, for the kind reminder.
We're friends with OPC down here too as well. So yeah,
Yeah.
happy to have that
He's
shout
from
out as
the-
well.
Quote unquote
The
friends.
Grace World.
Quote unquote.
All right, but we do have some people backstage. I don't want to make them wait too long. I've been nursing.
Yeah, I
this
don't
for
have an
about
intro. Just bring
15
it in.
minutes.
I'm not important.
Okay, nothing to say. Melanie,
No.
she's a Furby. That's all you got now. All right. Right, are you gonna camp again, or do you want to go uncamp? Because technically, right, you were here first, so I'm gonna give you first dibs. But Edward is camped up, so I'm gonna allow you to make the call.
Cam up, cam up, cam up.
Right, I'm gonna give you 1 minute. Okay, we're bringing on our friend Ride. Actually, yeah, Sarah, this is the person that you've recently spoke to on your recent stream. Was that a
Ding,
sipping
ding.
stream? Yeah.
Round 2.
Let's welcome. I've used this term way too often. Maybe I'm too nice. Another friend of the stream, Ride.
A friend of the stream. Nice.
Yeah, I'll say you're the lore master, the in-house lore master. He's my go-to.
I'm not sure.
See it?
Am I Sarah or Melanie? Who am I dating tonight?
That's up to you. But before you do that, I have a couple more questions for you because I know you. The stream might not, though. Please tell us your name, how tall you are, and a little bit about yourself. Whatever you want to say.
So, I'm Bride. I'm 6'2". You can see it right there.
Ooh, tall. Damn.
6'2", 235, and I've been around forever. I got no hair though.
You've been around the sphere a lot longer than I am.
Exactly.
Second question: who do you want to date? You could date more than one if you really want to.
I can't decide. Melanie and
flip a
Tomato
coin?
are both amazing.
Technically, we already dated the other day, so why
True.
not give Melanie a go round?
Melanie, let me know because I kind of want to debate Melanie on how it works with the whole. Melanie, bring me up.
Okay, I'm going to give you and Melanie 5 minutes. Sounds good. I'll see you lovers just a bit. I'm going to take everyone off. Check on you in 5.
Melanie, it might be a little debate though. You
No,
down
it's
for a
funny
little
because
debate?
I was kind of expecting Spicoli or Ben to come on, and I was just going to sing over them the entire time. But you might be worth it, so I'll give you a chance.
Yeah. So the whole situation is you guys are trying to say what gender is without admitting what gender is.
Right? What is gender?
What is gender? So the gender is a societal definition of what gender is.
Right.
So
but
this.
definition-
Oh my god! I'm 12 years in, so I'm gonna take it a little slow.
You're
Oh
only
man,
12 years old? You should have told us that. I'm not into dating minors.
Oh, what do you mean minors? Come on, look at his
Yeah,
bald
12
head.
years old.
I'm 12 beers in.
Oh, 12 beer. I heard years, but okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Take your time.
How do I look like a minor? Come on,
Wait, I'm not drunk.
So,
Is this me taking
Melanie,
advantage
tell
of
me
you?
about a little more about you.
I'm not actually a Furby in real life.
Are you sure?
Last time I checked.
When did you decide to be trans?
That's a good question. When I realized I was trans was about like the age of like 25 or something. By the way, I'm 33 now. And I was just kind of like,
Hey, I just want to
Wow,
put this
I
sweet,
didn't know why.
but I'm really new to this YouTube. Maybe it's not best to dive into using that term right into this in the beginning of the stream.
Shit, sorry, trans. Sorry,
Sorry, I don't know.
Francis.
Actually, I don't know. Melanie talks about this all the time. Says that's not a thing, but I heard YouTube does not like the term, so I'm just gonna say
So, Melanie, when did you decide to be who you are?
I just answered that, so you're gonna have to
So when you were like, what was it again?
like 25-ish. I just realized I was living a lie. I remember.
And how did you know it?
Well, I have a distinct memory of like forming this kind of male identity when I was in an all boys group home to kind of like protect myself from the violence that was going on there and feeling targeted.
So you decided there was like a certain male features and female features, and you fitted the male features better?
No, I decided to pretend I had them so I could hide my femininity to protect me from a lot of aggression.
What is femininity?
I asked you what gender is first, and you never answered me. You have to answer me first.
It's a little complicated
It is,
because I'm a gender nonconformist. So I believe that women can be men and men can be women. I don't believe that women can't. So there's certain gender roles and stereotypes and all that I don't believe that should be carried over at this point.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm at a bar and it's going crazy right now.
Literally outside of my building too, there's people shouting like I'm at a bar. So with that, like my only thing is like we can agree that like primary sexual characteristics don't matter. It's the secondary sexual characteristics.
Right.
So I'd start there and then talk about like behaviors and stuff like that. But
right.
Yeah,
so you believe there's certain ways that women act and men act?
Not necessarily, like not like intrinsically, but there is ways that society expects men and women to act, and we try to fulfill those roles usually.
So you're saying there are roles that men and women should follow.
Gender roles. Yeah.
All right, so that's why you decided.
Okay,
You said
it's heavy. I would say we do, not that we ought to.
So that's what you said. You said these roles fit me better than the other roles.
No, I didn't.
So how'd you decide to switch gender?
Well, I just never really actually felt like a guy, especially after.
What does a guy feel like?
That's what you'd have to explain to me. I actually don't know. I just faked it the whole time.
Well, I mean, if you switch, you know what a guy feels like and what a woman feels like, right?
No, I only really like, and this is assuming I'm even right, I only really know what it's like to feel feminine and like a woman. I never got the luxury of actually feeling like a guy. I just acted super aggressive whenever I felt threatened.
So what does a woman feel like?
You're putting a lot of onus on describing something that is, again, super complicated, right? There's not going to be a direct answer that for some people isn't wrong in some way.
That's true, though. That's the problem. Like, how do you define gender roles? You can't define gender roles. No one can.
Well, I mean, the APA does.
Do you trust the APA to do it right?
Yeah. Oh, totally. Why? What's their incentive to do it wrong?
Because they just picking shit. I'm pretty sure they're picking shit from like the 80s and 90s and 70s, and they're saying, a woman is a nurturer, a woman is feminine, a woman is 5'8" and below.
Okay, that's time.
Was
that a date?
It wasn't really.
Is that a date or a debate? Yeah.
That was
I mean,
terrible.
he was honest right out of the box, so I'm not holding it against him.
Absolutely terrible date.
I'm not saying I wouldn't blow out.
No, this is actually how a real life date would go for me. I would find something to debate if he doesn't.
All right, one sec. We'll get into everyone's feedback. Let's on rails a little bit. Let me ask Melanie first. Any immediate red flags?
I mean, like if I had a date like this, I wouldn't take the fact that we debated personally. But if this is how the whole night went, I certainly wouldn't enjoy it.
Right. I'm just curious. Do you think the fact that you're 12 years in affect your date?
Yeah, I've been stuttering a little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
I could debate a little. I can talk a little better with the bitches if I'm 8 years in verse 12.
Yeah, true. There's like a threshold where like it's like liquid courage, and then it's like it makes you worse off.
Yeah, true. And Melanie's. I mean, I've seen Melanie on cam. She's a great looking woman. So I'm not judging.
You say so. I don't believe you.
I mean, you got a little stringy hair, but you're a good-looking woman.
Oh, that's just because honestly, like my shower broke, and for a while I couldn't wash my hair, and then.
So anytime you get in the shower with me, I've got great water pressure, got great conditioner and shampoo.
Before we get into showering together, Melanie, would you be open to a second date? or was that?
If it's not a debate, maybe.
Maybe it's
Can we skip the date and just go right to the shower?
I
I got
shower
no
by
hair.
myself.
So you got so much shampoo and
I like having
conditioner
as much
all to
room in the
yourself.
shower
Right.
as possible.
Let me keep this on rails. Right, I'll let you respond to the very end, but I want to hear what Melanie has to say about the date. Any major turn offs? I'm gonna guess one turn off is probably it becoming a debate. I think that it's probably not a good move.
It's not initially, but like I said, it would be if it was the whole night. In fact,
Sure, you only have 5 minutes. Maybe you can switch it up.
Yeah, and like if you weren't drunk and you're better at debating, that could have even been a bit of a turn on.
I do want to get some feedback from the panel. James, I'm going to go to you last because I know you're going to have a lot to say, I bet. Sarah, I know you already gave us a little tease.
Sarah's so cute.
But any other feedback for that date? Maybe any advice for Ride?
All right. I'm going to ignore the debate part because we already kind of tackled that. But I think also when you opened, you said, tell me something about yourself. Like, that's a very open-ended question. And I wouldn't start with that. I wouldn't lead with it. And I definitely wouldn't recommend utilizing that as a line. I would go with more direct questions, so where are you from? Do you do fun things, X, Y, Z? And then as you start trickling into answers, that's going to feed the following, follow-up questions. And you want to keep prying questions for that. But I definitely wouldn't go into the questions you went into. I think that's saved for a little more deeper conversation to have. But I would definitely start with the topical things, what do you like to eat? Where do you like to go for fun? I would stay a little more topical, and then you can kind of gear it based on that. But yeah,
that's fair. Absolutely, you're right, and you're gorgeous.
Thank you,
James. I bet you're going to hit some of the same nails that have already been kind of touched upon. But anything you want to add?
Well, first I'll say thank you, Sarah, because to be honest, I kind of once I saw that this was not really a date, I kind of tuned out. And then Sarah just reminded me to be on my P's and Q's, that there is always opportunities to create genuine value and give good advice. She is right to say that that is a sort of bad question to start with, primarily because it is open-ended, but also, let me just take a step back. There's a better place to start. I wouldn't suggest the kind of that Sarah said.
Right.
So
just go ahead.
I call those interview questions, like where are you from, especially if they're yes or no. What I would focus on are questions that are going to get to talk about what's going on in their lives. So what did you do this weekend? It's a Sunday. What did you do this weekend? That's going to give you an opportunity to see how they spend their days, what they do. All those questions you can ask up front in terms of what are your hobbies and stuff. You can start to get a little bit of a glimpse of that in a more natural way that allows the conversation to expand naturally versus you kind of this kind of give and take, which has a less likelihood of transforming into a genuinely flowing conversation. So thanks, Sarah, for reminding me that there's still yet good insight to be drawn. I will make a note on the flirting that you did at the end, which I thought was actually kind of good. You had a really good tone there when you were made the joke, and that was really clever about the I don't have any hair, so I have plenty of shampoo. That was great. Keep that fun, light, so it doesn't feel like you're being heavy. Like, hey, I really want you in the shower. It's like,
yeah, I actually missed that joke. That's a good joke.
Yeah, it's signaling a genuine sexual interest and creating the imagery of people naked, but in a way that the person can tell you're not being all creepy and so invested in it. So that was quite good. And it was deprecating or self-deprecating. I don't know. Maybe you shat yourself too. But
you don't know. Yeah.
It shows some social confidence as well. So I thought that was good.
Thanks, James. Thanks for giving me some feedback, even not paying attention. I do understand why you tuned out. I tuned out a little bit too. Yeah, I think it's probably not good to talk about really hot topics like politics, cultural war issues on a first date. I think it's probably best to step away from those. I think I can see Ryan took that feedback to heart because he ran away. Right, I'm going to give you a chance to respond. So you are muted on your end, but this is your chance to. You got to unmute yourself. But I want to hear how you feel about all this feedback you've been given, and if you have any responses.
Nah, James got it down though. James definitely knows how it is. So I definitely made a few mistakes. I pushed her a little too hard. when sometimes you get into a situation where you're not sure where the girl's at, I pushed a little too hard to try to figure her out. That's what it was.
This is one way of thinking about it.
Melanie's a great girl, and I wasn't quite sure where it was at from my area because I'm Gen X, so we don't really understand you people.
I can see like you being like more naturally kind of charismatic if you didn't do the debate thing.
Yeah, after 15 beers, I'm not sure too much.
It is
Well,
more
right.
like a third date thing for me.
Yeah. Next time, after 12
right.
beers instead of 15.
So come back on 8 beers, maybe start there and go up. Maybe like
Next time, let's
work
go to the
your
bar.
way up to 12. Yeah.
We're gonna get into the bar.
You should have a rule. Only 8 beer
Hey,
maximum. Or like
Let's go
blood
find it. There's got to be a girl in the bar. Come on, let's go right now. Right, let's do this.
Yeah. Let's IRL speed date. Go find someone right now.
You have virtual
I'll bring up a
wingmen.
girl right now.
We're
Let's
going to
do
be
it.
your
Let's
virtual
do it right
wingmen.
now. Guys, ride. This is ride. It's not.
Oh, this could be copyright music though.
The audio is so bad though. Yeah. I think I'm gonna mute it. It's just so bad. At least he tried.
Ride is awesome.
Ride, yeah, you made an effort. I saw you go up there, but Ride, thanks for coming. Come back, yeah, maybe a couple deers less deep.
Can I get?
Ooh, I got a couple handsome. I got a
handsome.
handsome person backstage, but I do have to make a small announcement. Ruby had to tap out for a moment. I guess she got suddenly nauseous. That being said, she was kind enough to tap someone in at her place. I'm gonna welcome Ghostii to the stream. I hope you're ready because I see there's a giant cat blocking the camera, but it's very
Hi.
adorable. So
Hi, hold on, let me move her.
I'll leave her.
Okay.
I'm jealous that there's something cuter than me on camera.
you got some competition now. Watch out, Melanie.
She's gone, don't worry.
So Ghostii, it's the first time we've met. Could you please
Yeah.
introduce yourself if you don't mind?
Welcome, or hi, sorry. I'm
Oh, on
Ghostii.
the PRAWNCESS, by the way. Hello.
Okay, hi. I'm Ghostii, Ruby invited me. We've talked before. Yeah, so I'm ready to date. Teach you guys how to actually talk to women. So let's do it.
Yes. Thank you for volunteering and taking Ruby's place for now. Like Ruby, are you also are you single? Do you mind if I ask?
I don't know. Maybe that's
Ooh, I like the mystery. That's more intriguing. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's roll with that. With that being said, we got 2 people backstage. Edward, you were here first, so you have next queue, and you're looking pretty fucking good. I hope you're ready. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you up right now. We got a fucking show for you now. We've had some soy boys in the show, but I think now we got a true trad. Look, this guy's in the gym right now.
Here we go.
In jeans. God damn, that's I don't know, if it's super impractical or like really manly to be wearing jeans at the gym. You are, Edward, there's always audio issues. You can't. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, there you go. You got it. You got to pick up your phone. Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's
Talk
still
one more
very
time.
quiet.
You're
for me.
a little quiet. Talk one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good
Now
now.
we
Okay.
can, yeah.
I think your finger is covering it. Okay.
Gotcha.
Welcome back to the stream, Edward. Happy to have you all the time. I've never seen you this look. Usually we see you in your cop uniform, maybe your mall cop uniform, some people have said.
Yeah, I'm done with being a cop.
Oh.
This was my last week.
Oh wow. On to anything
I'm
new?
moving to Puerto Rico. I'm joining my brother who's already there, and we're opening up a pizzeria. We're just looking at real estate.
Wow, that's a quite development. Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool though, being entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
Starting your own business, that's very cool. That's very cool.
Yeah.
But I know some of the stream knows you, but we got some new people here. We got some people from Sarah's chat. Can you please reintroduce yourself to the stream?
I'm Edward. By the way, the ladies you have tonight are very, very lovely. I have no problem.
They always are. They always are.
They're cute, but where's Ava?
Ava is absent right now. She might be joining later, but ooh, can I ask? Because I saw you on the Playing with Fire stream earlier,
Yeah.
and you said you had a deep connection with someone that you met on stream.
That's
Can you
from another-
tease?
That's from
Not
another.
is not unrelated to this. Okay, I was
No,
hoping you
it's
met
from
someone
a
on this
whole
show.
different stream. Yeah.
Damn it! I was hoping like you really like had a connection based on this, but maybe not.
I wish.
Knock on wood. It's not too late. It's not too late.
I don't think Ava would be interested, but
Well, I was thinking you and Nikki. No, Nikki knew. You know. You guys
oh,
really
come
good enough.
on! Are you serious? She's a lovely lady. She's a lovely lady, but I don't think we're
A little
compatible.
bit of an age gap.
Yeah.
But sorry, I gotta get to your actual date. Who did you want to date this evening? We have some new people on the show.
I'm gonna wait for you to bring me Ava. Bring me Ava.
You're not gonna
That's
date
not
anyone?
how it works. That's not how it works. You have to pick someone who's not.
Why don't you do one now, and if Ava comes, you can do a second one.
Melanie, you cock blocker. I don't know.
What if you don't want Ava? You know what really? You know.
These ladies, hold on. The ladies
Yeah,
are
go ahead, go
lovely, but there's nothing that's going to stir me to be, outgoing and whatnot.
So you're.
Why
you're
would these
saying
women
your
not
Riz is
stir you?
dependent- Yeah, his Riz is dependent on Ava. I think he's a bit of a beta.
Exactly. I'm a beta for one chick.
There you go.
Let's call it one-itis, and I'm really against that. But you know what would really impress Ava if you kind of wooed or showed your Riz off on someone else? She might get a little jealous, you know.
All the internet terms. I'm all of that. But where's Ruby? She popped out, and she's still not back.
Yeah, I think she's gonna come back if she can, but she did say she got suddenly nauseous. So give her some time to rest and recuperate. Ghostii is in her place.
I see. Very lovely. She's beautiful.
If you don't pick, I'm gonna force you to do a double date with Ghostii and Sarah pretty soon.
Listen, I don't want to waste your time, James. I gave a good, kind word to about you at the fire.
I appreciate it. I heard it. Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate that. It sounds like things are on the up and up. You're moving to a new place, got a new business coming up, and you got this girl. That's congratulations.
Well, I don't got a girl. Oh, that's why I was on playing with fire, asking for advice.
Hey. Oh, I thought you said something about the connection. Well, hey, look, that's the next step.
Oh yeah, but only on stream in front of people. You never know what's real. This is the internet.
You going to Puerto Rico,
Sarah
bro.
just said a few minutes ago, touch grass. I'm just questioning whether I need to go touch grass.
You know what? Sorry to cut you off, Edward. Normally, I would say, please don't come here, but there's no one else backstage, so I will welcome Mr. Wmaxxer. I think he'll bring I'd love to see him date someone on here.
Okay.
But Edward,
I didn't mean to waste your time, Paul.
No, you're entertaining. I mean, it's nice to see you shirtless. I like to see your tattoos. We learn a little bit more about you. So yeah, just even though you did not go on a date, also you've been on the past 3 shows, so I think you did your time. We can give you a rest this time. Thanks for just coming, giving some content. We learned a little bit about your life developments. Hopefully next time we'll see you. You're not gonna ditch streaming. You're gonna come back when you're across the water or whatever.
Yeah, I'm planning to stream on your thing, and show the palm trees behind me and all that stuff. So
And all the
we're gonna
bad
do
Puerto
that.
Rican mommies surrounding you.
Puerto Rican mommies. Yep.
I'm sorry if I'm laughing. Wmaxxer is unzipping his pants backstage. So.
All right, whore.
Wow, now that's getting ready. If I've ever seen it.
All right, Edward, good to see you. Come back another time.
You got it, buddy.
All right, Mr. Wmaxxer, are you ready? I'm gonna bring you on.
I'm ready. Good evening. I'm ready to speed date for the lucky lady that gets to speed date me. Are you in for a surprise? Who's the lucky lady? It's Sarah. She always wants to speed date me.
I love speed dating you. You come up with the craziest shit to talk about.
I want to speed date that redhead down there. She looks
Well,
like
Wmaxxer, before we reveal who you're gonna date, because I know.
Well, who the hell am I going? I know you want to date me.
Introduce yourself, please. Not everyone knows who the infamous Wmaxxer is.
What do I want me to say? I mean, I'm
okay. I'll introduce you.
I'm a
this man is known for 3 things:
I'm a lover. Excuse
a
me,
speedo, steroids.
No, he doesn't know how to introduce me.
I didn't even finish.
Myself. Thank you. I think I could do this one. Okay, I'm a lover. I'm a romantic. I enjoy swing clubs and nightlife. I like making adult content. And most of you are on the verge of going into a coma anyway. So I'm ready to date, and I want to date. Thank you.
I love you, Edward, but it's getting a little boring on stream. We need to ramp it up a little bit. So yes, let's do that. Did you want to do a single date, or do you want to do a double date, a triple date?
Can I? Well, I'll triple date them all. I want to get my lounging suit though. Is that all right?
Ooh, it's fitting. You are into the what do you call those? Sex clubs? Yeah, so I feel like it's
Oh,
pretty fitting. Oh my
Party
god.
time.
Oh, the hair.
Party time.
The hair really.
Inches away from TOS. It's just I'm like
Go.
so.
Good.
Yeah, we could get a ball slip at any moment.
I love you so much, Ormex.
We get a shot.
You make my world happy.
Do you see my tuchus?
Can we? Yeah. Can you do a spin for us? You know.
Squirrel. Can we see the?
You've seen enough of my ass for free.
I want to see you twerk. Yeah, I want to see you twerk specifically.
Oh, you always look at my ass.
Well, okay. We milked this enough. Let's get into the date.
It's a very nice ass, Wmaxxer.
Yeah.
You know this.
Is it confirmed that you're doing a triple date? Is that what's happening?
All right. I don't know. I was looking.
It's up to you.
I see one person. I see one woman on your stream.
I need a break since the last one. He should just double date Ghostii and Sarah.
She still needs a break.
Let me date this baby right here.
Ghostii coming in.
Cutie.
She's coming in hard mode.
Yeah.
Don't hurt her
Here.
though. I think she's new to this, Wmaxxer, so go gentle, okay?
I'm
Trial
fine,
by
I'm fine.
fire.
Go
And
easy
Ghostii,
on
I should. Oh yeah. I should have said this before. I was like, God damn, I didn't even do the rules. I assume everyone knows the fucking format of the show because I assume it's so popular. You guys have figured it out though. We do 5-minute speed dates, then we ask questions, then you get feedback. Yeah, because Ghostii, you never been there before. But also, unofficial rule, you have a ripcord, Ghostii. So if you want to eject from the date early, let me know and I will pull you out of there. You have that clause.
Good to know.
Pineapple.
You can tap in Sarah if you want also. So yeah.
Okay.
But I'll give you all
Pineapple is a
5
safe word.
minutes.
I'm here to
It's
date.
true. Good idea, James. We need a safe word. Great idea.
Me. Think you want to date me is the problem. You're not giving any of the women any chance.
Yeah, I won't really my alone time with you. Speaking of, yeah, when you unban me from your StreamYard. But that being said, 5 minutes. I'll check on you all then. I'm gonna leave you some alone time. See you, lovers, soon.
Good evening. What's your name?
Good evening. I'm Jane.
Jane. That's a very nice name. Jane, listen, I like to get to the point as you could see. I guess you could see that, right? I like a romantic evening. I enjoy going to swing clubs. They just opened up Flirts in Las Vegas out here.
Okay.
I want to we will go as a couple. We will have a romantic evening that can contain many different things. What your sexual wish is, going on there. So what do you enjoy, Jane? What is your modus operandi in life? What is your hobbies? Mine is sex.
I'm an artist and a nature person. So, but I like being naked on the beach and stuff. So
you're into nudist colonies.
Yeah.
That's
I was gonna ask, is it a nudist club?
You can get nude, Jane, anytime you like there. Some people do it. I've never really just walked in and stripped down, but we can do it, baby. I would do it with you. We can do that.
You have to.
They do it. I just never go. I'm kind of debonair, Jane. I'm kind of old school. I like to walk in there and have a drink and kick my feet up with my leather boots and my Speedo. I enjoy having a beautiful time, enjoying beautiful women, beautiful time. I mean, Jane, do you believe in life-affirming sex?
I don't know what that means.
It means life-affirming. Good sex. Good. Not vanilla. Good sex.
Okay. That's
good sex. Good party atmospheres. Living life to its fullest, Jane, is what I'm trying to achieve.
Yeah.
What do you paint, Jane? You should paint me.
I'm an ex-addict, so the partying might have to be a little, like, I drink and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm looking, Jane. I've put my head into a bag of dope before, and I felt good. I mean, honestly, I feel good. I don't have that problem of addiction, and maybe I am addicted, Jane. I could be an addict.
You might be a sex addict.
I could be, but as long as I have you with me, I could really be doing it correctly, Because I need that special lady in my life, Jane.
I'm gonna fix you, of course.
I need that special lady in my life, Jane. I tell you, I have a party in my pants, legitimately. I'm not bashful. I don't know, Jane, if you like shy guys or whatnot. I think you should paint me. I think that'd be beautiful.
I can paint you.
Okay, that'd be wonderful, Jane.
I'm actually a photographer, so
Really? I'm
it'd be
looking
more
for
like
an editor
pictures.
for adult content, though. What do you think
Okay.
about a guy that wants to do adult content? Would you date that guy, Jane?
I might.
Would you do content, maybe?
I don't know.
But Jane, wouldn't that be a form of art? Because the good sex, I believe, is a form of art.
It can be a form of art. I just don't know if I'd be right for it.
I think you would be, Jane.
I don't
think
know.
you're right. Yeah. So Jane, what type of guys do you usually date?
I like funny guys.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, nature people, animal people, just like a good sense of humor.
Good sense of humor.
Charismatic.
Okay. Do you think I have a good sense of humor, Jane?
I don't know. You're kind of funny.
Just kind of? Really? How do I, since this is dating, how do I turn it up to 11?
You're asking me?
Yeah, because I want to get in your sugar walls, Jane.
Okay. I don't know. Be funnier?
To be funnier. So if I showed you my tuchus, is that funnier? I mean, I don't know what you're applying here.
I don't know how to explain it.
Like funny how?
Just something that makes me laugh?
Jane, have you ever had a man rub you down in baby oil? Caress you a little
No.
bit? How about we get a little
No.
romantic? Jane, are you a little romantic?
I'm romantic.
I love romance, Jane. I'm a true romantic, Jane. I'm the last of the true romantics.
I'm sure. Your
I believe I
apartment
am.
definitely looks like that's what it's
I
reading
believe
to me.
I have
True
candle-
romance.
Well, look at those candles burning with my bondage sign, Jane. Have you ever been
Yeah.
tied up, Jane? Like a little spanking? A little flogging, little light. I like
Have
light.
you? Have you ever been
I
tied
would
up?
do it if you would.
Enjoy
If
some
you want it,
spanking?
if you enjoy that, Jane, I have no problem in my masculinity. I'd be happy to have you throw a nice little beating on me.
Okay, cool.
You could
I
throw in
think
a
that
nice
sounds
one.
fun.
You want to throw a nice whipping on me? Throw a little whip in there. Little
Yeah.
that. You like to put on a dildo, a strap on. I'm all for it. It doesn't affect me. Doesn't affect me.
Okay, perfect timing because it's getting a little hot and heavy there. Sorry, I cut off there.
I have to
Mr.
get
Max.
hotter. Again, you always got.
I'm sure you could. I should have mentioned this before because I feel bad. Sorry to subject you to that right off the bat. Ghostii, that was your first date. I gotta say, I think it's only gonna get better from there. It probably won't get worse. I'd be very surprised if it gets more
Okay.
know
more
what you
cringy.
PRAWNCESS. I know what you want to see. It's the tuchus.
Just do it. Do it. Yes.
It's that. It's the solid.
Glorious.
Yeah, I know you work out, but those glutes are looking a little sad. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To be honest, it's disappointing.
Beautiful.
You need more leg days. I think. You skip-
My only
you skip it?
complaint is that you didn't twerk.
Oh, that come, but I gotta do more body weight squats. I just started. You gotta give me. I just 4 days in.
You gotta
give
do
me-
more twerking. If you twerk that butt, it'll get rounder.
I see
Okay.
there's some weights right behind you. Okay. I gotta keep this on rails. Wmaxxer, I will let you. God, I feel bad even just saying your name. I'm gonna call you Mr. Maxer because I'm
Okay,
PC.
W
I'm a
Maxer.
PC blue-hearted liberal.
I'm gonna
I will
call him
give you a
Who
chance to respond.
Maxer. Who
The
Maxer?
RIZZ Maxer. It was the opposite of that. No judgment, Maxer. Okay, but how this usually goes is Ghostii. I asked your opinion first. You just went on the date. I want to know, how do you think that went? Any major turn-ons or turn-offs?
I think that was a pretty bad date.
Didn't really do for you. Any major red flags that you kind of identified early on?
I don't know if he was just trying too hard or I don't know. Just came on a little strong maybe.
I can see why you might think that. That being said, I'm kind of torn because I first thought they're playing a character, but I've met them multiple times and I'm like, no, I think this is just how they act, at least nowadays. So hey, maybe
I'm
That
not
might
a
just not
character,
be
yeah.
for me.
I'm not a character. She's just again, like I said, it's unfortunate. Like there's a lot of boring people in the world, and unfortunately, Jane, no offense to you, but you happen to be one of these boring women, and boring women.
Sure.
Boring women will never cut it. I mean, your
You're
life.
just not that
She's a
funny.
nudist. How is she boring?
You're just not that funny.
You're one dimensional.
The
You're boring.
nudist is too vanilla for.
You're a piss
Master.
pop. You are a piss
I'm a
pop.
hippie.
With you have a wig on your head and you're not tasty.
What?
Mr.
That makes
Maxer,
sense.
I'm going to let you respond after you get all the feedback. Ghostii, thank you for that. I think you kind of went over everything, but anything else you want to add?
No, I think he's just a little upset. It's okay.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little triggered. Maybe.
Yeah.
Melanie, I'll get to Melanie and James' feedback, but Sarah, I'm just curious. Anything from your end? Because I know you like Maxer. How did you kind of view that date?
Mr. Maxer. I think we've talked about this before about kind of not starting off with by leading with the sex porn prawn club stuff. But I mean, I think you have to consider the audience. I think that's the thing. Rude Mud Crab came in with the $5 saying, so this is his advice, saying Maxer is refreshingly open and honest. And I do appreciate that about you, Mr. Maxer. You are always open, honest, and very blunt and to the point. However, he follows up with, it's a shame that the freshness is tainted by the stench of his degeneracy. Now, I think what he's referring to would be kind of like going off into the sex talk. And maybe that's not a great point to start off, especially within the first 5 minutes of conversation. Now, I would try to get to know her a little more and see if she's kind of giving off the kink vibes. And then I would dive in, but I wouldn't want to kind of scare her away right off the bat, especially if that's something that she's not necessarily sure about. It sounded like she was interested in dating a guy that was in that industry and she was okay with it. So I don't think you'd completely lose her, but we don't want to like completely scare her away.
Okay.
But I love you, Mr. Maxer.
James, I wonder if you have similar feedback, or is there different at all? Anything else you want to add?
I'm going to try to condense this because I've got a lot to say.
You have a lot of notes for this one, yeah.
Yeah, and not all. In fact, if you're thinking that, so I'll start with a few negatives first. So the first is that if you listen in the beginning, he didn't seem very confident. It sounded like he was feigning confidence until Shorty seemed to kind of like indicate that she was into some of the stuff, and then you could just listen to the conversation again. His whole tone shift. He like felt more confident in his skin that came through. The biggest two issues I would say is he wasn't letting her talk. There were at least 2 points where he said something and she piggybacked. It was, for me, it was a little bit surprising because she was like, oh, it's not that bad. In fact, X, Y, and Z, I do this, which means maybe I'll be open to that. And you could feel her leaning in, wanting to talk more about it. And then Wmaxxer was just, and you could see in Wmaxxer's face, he's like ready to talk again, ready to talk again. As soon as he starts talking, he just derailed her leaning in entirely. People like you more when you let them talk. There's very few things that you're going to say that can make them think you're cooler than them talking and feeling emotions because they had a conversation with you. That's just a general rule. And the other thing related to that was, it felt like there was a point at which the direction you wanted it to go, Wmaxxer, it was about to go there. She was going to take it there. Maybe not directly, but indirectly, she was conceding a few things. Like, yeah, well, I can do nudist. I can do that. That's not that bad. But it felt like you had one route that you want to go, and it could have gone a little way if you had a little more openness to it. And it seemed to me like it was a little more of a defensive thing. If you were listening to her actually, see that she was conceding, you could have got to the same exact level of intensity, talking about sex, talking about all this freaky, kinky shit you want to start with. But it felt like you had a route you wanted to go down, and you were just like, come back here, come this way, we're going this way. And at some point, she seemed to check out. In terms of positives, you did have some pretty good language, like from a technique standpoint, from like a pickup artist technique standpoint. Like you used the we frame. You talked about me and you can, me and you will, future projections, talking about like casting a picture of what it would be like when you guys are hanging out, the things you'll do. It's just a more interesting way to communicate instead of just always talking about yourself or talking about her, talking about both of you. You do a good job stressing your values, your worldview, which a lot of guys don't do. And you also have some very interesting language choice. There was a few examples where I was like, it's just clever. It's just interesting. It makes the conversation more, it makes you sound interesting. Another big negative, when she tells you to be funny and you say, what does that mean? How? Worst possible thing you could do. Like literally not knowing you do that is the worst possible thing you could do in response to that. And I'll circle back to everybody at home and say this. Some will, some won't. So what? Wmaxxer's Wmaxxer. He's up front. Some will, some won't. So what? He has a whole, whether or not he knows it, he has a whole strategy. He leads with the values. He leads with the future projections because he's like, this is what's going to happen. Take it or leave it. Some will, some won't. So what? She almost would have. But you need to have a little more. You need to trust, not be as defensive and try to control too much. The conversation might have got exactly where you wanted it to go. So that's a lot to say. Hopefully it's useful.
Okay.
Mr. Maxer, I'm going to give you one chance to respond. I just want to add one takeaway from mine.
Wait, what about me? You
oh,
jerk!
Sorry, Matt.
You total fucking
no, sorry.
jerk. Are you protecting him? Are you protecting?
Sorry,
this
I'm being a
now?
Furbius. Sorry, I forgot your opinion
about
matters.
to
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're
I will get to my. I want to add this take because I think I agree with James. Like, especially you don't have to be so sexy forward when you show up wearing a Speedo. That does a lot of like the speaking for you. Like, so you don't really have to do that as much as that verbally. You know, the Speedo says a lot of that, I think. But yeah, Melanie, I want to hear your feedback. Please go.
Okay, first of all, strong Quagmire from Family Guy vibes. Secondly, okay, so are you sure? And this is more of a question, but it seems to me like you actually try to gross out women because you anticipate that 9 out of 10 of them, especially the ones with self-respect, are going to be completely grossed out by you, and you're like filtering for the ones who don't have self-respect. Is that? Do you agree with that?
Well, that could be a yes and no. I mean, like I would tell any man listening to this, bypass these women, go to a swing club where it's fun. You don't have to go on dates. You don't have to press women like Jane that want you to dance around and be a pigeon. That's why I go. I mean, in all honesty, I mean, it's fun, but I bypass all this. That's why in the real world, I go to swing clubs. And women like Jane probably don't enter them. So, or probably you do either.
Right?
Yeah, and that's right. I will remain single, Jane, and I don't want to have any form of relationship. I've had that, sweet pants, and obviously you're looking for that. And your conversation, honey, was actually boring. If you want me to be honest now, let's be honest.
I did not find what she said
boring.
I
just
really
said I like the paint. Good. I like the paint. I like the.
One sec, Maxer.
I like the paint. I like nature and be more funny. That's what she said. I like the paint. I like nature and be more funny was her line. That was her way of that. She is not the prize. These women are not. Go to a swing club.
Maxer, stop raining for 5 seconds.
You sound so dejected, dude.
I'm going to give you a chance to let Ghostii learn a little bit more about you because I don't know if Ghostii knows this. Let me know if you think this is an inaccurate description, Maxer. But Maxer kind of doesn't believe in like the traditional relationships and primarily deals with sex workers.
Okay.
Okay, my response to that, I've had paid and I've had unpaid sex. I've done porn that's unpaid. Like I said, I don't take guff and I don't take crap off of these women because I go to a swing club. And I've had women, in all honesty, unpaid. I know you like to think so, PRAWNCESS, which is a very feminine.
Well, one time I asked you what like the numbers. It was way more.
And I keep telling you, boy. I keep telling you,
there's like
boy,
4 unpaid people.
You don't seem to understand the difference because I admit to everything. Now, she is a boring woman. I can tell you that up front. I've been around enough women to know boring from unboring. She'll bore the pants off.
Sir, be kind and gentle to her.
I'm sorry if you don't like it.
Dude, all you talk about is sex.
Wmaxxer, remember, she's still new and fresh here with these. I think this is probably.
Let her then.
This is just incel behavior. No, he's acting like an incel right now. Let him cook himself.
Hold on a second.
No, actually,
Wmaxxer.
You are a guy.
These people. Max, I'll let you get in, but Sarah, you go. But also, I got a special guest that wants to talk to Maxer after this. Sarah, please go ahead.
Thank you. She's a speed dating virgin. You're popping her cherry. Do it kindly. Do it kindly.
Sounds so condescending.
He just ran boy, this is gonna be really interesting. Someone wants to date Mr. Maxxer, and get a look at this person.
Hello, all.
We got a doppelganger.
Awesome.
I wanted to say, like, I will take him to a speed, like a swing club. I will take him there right now.
You never fucked that woman. You spend all the time online tripping with Star, who's a life denier, by the way. How does that feel?
Well, she's a life denier.
Wait. It says we're already getting off of the heat. Let me start the speed date right now. I'm gonna give y'all 5 minutes. Okay, I'll see y'all soon.
No, I'll speed date trippy cats. It's probably a better date than that.
Yeah, I got you, dog.
Like to have a date with me?
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Sure you did.
I got to get me a Modelo and a snowball microphone for $35.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? Do you think the enhanced microphone has helped your streaming?
I do have an enhanced microphone. I spent like $500 on mine.
Yes, I know. Okay, so did a Star ever drain your balls?
Absolutely.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't, and she's going to use men like you online as well as probably a plethora of others. They're going to get nothing out of all their time, and that's why I'm just looking to do. I am just telling men to stop wasting time. Go to a swing club.
Yes, let's go to a swing club. Let's go together.
Well, you look like my type of person. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, I got the pillow in the back. Oh, I almost spilled my wine.
I mean, I'll rub you down. I'll wash you down.
I definitely spilled my wine.
I'll rub you down. Look at myself. I think I look good as a cartoon. I think I look very sexy. I date myself at this point.
That's what we're here for anyway, isn't it? You know, when I pulled these off, when I pulled these little red dots off of me, it turned into another Maxxer.
Are you trying to make fun of my acne, boy? Are you trying to?
Does that happen to you? Does another you come out of them?
Do I get my test acne? Is what you're saying? Do I get it on the shoulders? Sure, I do, but I also get a fucking pump when I feel good. And yeah.
I mean, you do have something that you lifted right now. It's yellow.
Yeah.
Is it Modelo?
People on this stream should get liquored up a little bit, and maybe they shouldn't be
yellow Modelo.
But maybe they shouldn't be taking online dating so seriously. You had a guy writing down 50 different things to do. This is what's killing men. They don't see it, but I do.
I agree. What are we going to do at the swing club besides rub each other down?
Well, I just go, listen, I enjoy myself. Flirts is opening up for single guys on Friday. I go down there. I have a good time. People want to date. Hey, listen, I tell people, go ahead, date away, pigeon dance away. You know, go make Jane laugh 1,000 different ways. Maybe she'll open her sugar walls for you, you know, in the 1,000th year of your dating sometime. You know, but then besides that, I have no patience for that. And the men that do, they're kind of silly, especially men that have resources. That's silliness.
Hey, let me sit up in my chair a little bit like yourself. Now you can see a little bit of the majesty.
Yeah, well, I'm gorgeous.
Majesty. I am 75% Jewish.
That's right, 25%.
23% Italian.
25% technically, but that'd be correct.
And a little Asian in there too.
That's correct. So what's going on in your love life there? You know, what happened with you and Star?
Well, I've been doing this new thing where I go to the Family Dollar, right? And I go to the women's socks section and I pick out the little fuzzy ones.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much my dating life right now.
Okay, well, I mean, whatever which way works. I mean, as long, like I said, if guys want to do dating online or even dating in the real world, I think it's a waste of time for the most part. You should put yourself in the sexual atmosphere, bypass all the noise. You know, Sarah, it's like Sarah. She wants a guy to take her out on 10 days and prove how masculine he is. Why are you going through all this? Why are you going through all this?
I don't know. I want to bring Sarah over to my house and show her my anal bead collection.
Yeah. Well, she had an opportunity.
You keep them after you're done.
She had an opportunity. Then I got like guys like PRAWNCESS telling me how to date. Listen, I don't think this guy's been laid since the Bush administration. So
hey,
I
look,
don't.
PRAWNCESS is a very nice young Jewish boy.
I don't know what he is. But
he goes to the synagogue like once a day. It's crazy how devoted he is.
Yeah, I don't take no advice off a guy named PRAWNCESS. I don't need that.
Oh, I think you do. I mean, I think you should. He's a nice little boy. Nice boy. You know.
I'll plow Sarah's ass.
That's a little. What he is? He's a nice
love
boy.
a man like me to mount her ass. She don't have any masculinity on her panel. She damn well
What happened? I was just gonna get in his pants. I was gonna root around in there. I was gonna try to figure out where he was sticking his thumb in that video that I saw. And you know, he's up. Hey now. I don't have legs. This is unfair. Okay? I never drew legs. He's doing the swirl.
There you go, Jane.
And the boom. I think you're turning PRAWNCESS on a little bit there.
Boring.
PRAWNCESS is a little.
Oh shit! I just got a special dono. You guys got 5 more minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Holy
for the donation, y'all.
I like to lick the cartoon on the screen because that's a good looking son of a bitch right there. That's a good looking man right there. That is a man that knows what he wants. That is a man that knows what he's doing.
It's a man with a waifu pillow and a little something coming out of there.
Why would you think that I have a waifu pillow though? Things? Do I look like I have a waifu pillow?
Well, I mean, it is called a joke, but also you used to have a pillow in your background. I just drew what was there, sir.
Yeah.
I drew what was there to realize the actuality of the situation.
I'm telling man, it's like Sarah should come over and just date me on my panel because God knows she needs a good flying F in her. She needs a good D down hard. You know, it's so obvious. She's so sexually frustrated. She wants a masculine man. She's talking about conservative politics. I saw you the other night, Sarah. I fell asleep in a coma to it.
I'll tell you what, man. These guys, they don't know how easy it is to go to what is it called again? A swing club by themselves. Yeah. They don't understand that usually they turn you away at the door.
They don't turn me away at the door.
Usually they turn me away at the door. I think it's because I don't have legs.
Aren't you? You look gorgeous to me. Why would they turn somebody like you away?
It's funny because I based this on the TrippyCast avatar. So you're basically saying that the TrippyCast avatar is gorgeous.
I mean, you should go in. You should go to swing club. I mean, have a good time. I mean, why are they against? Let me ask you, why are they against having a good time? Why do they?
You should be allowed to have your good time. I think that you should be able to go. You should be able to do the swinging. You should be able to go in there and tell them, like, look, I just want to have a good time.
A different dark. He actually called an escort I was with because they're obsessed with me.
Okay, that's just way too far.
Yeah, and all types of.
Something just fly out of your mouth.
Listen to me.
Did something just fly out of your mouth? Oh no, it was one of the lights.
No, it could be a fly. I have 2 flies flying around here. It's very horrible. I think they got my steroids. I think they got my steroids because these flies are not normal. There's like 2 of them left.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they're not normal. They got these huge fucking. They're really nasty too. They attack me. There's like one they had like a
summer flies.
I don't know where I think they came in. I was unloading groceries and they flew in, and they're mean and they're tough. I went to kill one of these things and it got up and it looked at me. It was frightening. Really, I don't know what they are.
I mean, I'm not gonna make fun of that.
I don't know
those things, man. They get in the house. I got fruit flies. You got fruit flies coming in on my bananas.
I thought it was a fruit fly, but these son of a bitches are big and have bulging eyes, and they attack me. They're very mean. They're very dysgenic.
I gotta be honest. I thought you were gonna say they had a bulge. I was gonna be like, "Whoa, that's not a fly."
Bulging eyes. They attack me. It's terrible. They do. I'm swearing.
They always flies.
I do. I mean, honestly, we go out on a date. Don't you want to have fun on a date? Do you want the boring questions? What do you like to do? What's your hobby?
You want you on your knees under the table telling me that I'm God. That's what
I mean, I just want to have at least make the conversation fun. Okay? See, like I said, it's like women like Jane, they don't make a conversation fun. You have to lead with everything. That's what I tell men. Stop jester maxing. Don't be a pigeon. Like Sarah wants me to be a pigeon. She would love me to pigeon around her.
No, I want you to be a horse. Yeah. I want you to sling the schlong. Nay.
And that's all I thought about, Sarah. I'm not asking for much here.
Well, I'm really excited because there's 2 Wmaxxers and 1 tomato. I think we should make some ketchup.
You remember
Yeah.
the
I like
you remember the Roxbury guys? They put a woman between them and they just until she fell on the floor. That's what we'll
Tower. The
Yeah,
Eiffel
but if
Tower.
you edit it, you know, I know in the past, but if you edit, I mean, I can't give you much, but I mean, I would pay you to edit. I want people to edit my adult content. And I had a woman, but she was like trolling me.
What is that? Was it Fiverr that does
Yeah,
editing?
but I don't know if they do adult content. I could try it.
Worth
mean-
a shot.
I've already seen your penis. I don't really care.
Yeah. Well, I put it out there.
I don't really care anymore.
Well, I'm kind of
Like
excited.
I can
'cause
do
we
it for
could-
you. I mean, hell, I don't care.
We could start with the wobbly H, right? And then you guys high five, and we make it the
Well, no, he's talking
Eiffel
about editing.
Tower. Yeah, I
editing,
know.
videos. I don't mind,
Yeah,
dude. I can do it. I don't give a shit.
I'm going back to what makes Wmaxxer happy.
Wouldn't that be something? We start off as internet enemies, and then I'm your editor, and I make you more
I don't
money.
see why. I mean, honestly, I don't want to really arguing with people online is kind of nonsensical. I have these other people, it wasn't you, but I have these other people. I mean, I don't understand what the fascination is. I want to just make some good adult content, want to put it out, have a good time, and that's about it. There's not too much to me, you know, besides that.
There's not too much
No,
to
it's idiot.
you.
It's
I
dumb.
agree.
You know what?
Hi,
I will straight up
Spicoli.
tell you. Hold on, where's my? I was trying to
This
switch puppets. Yeah, this
He's
guy.
changing. He's changing his clothes.
I was changing my underwear.
Yeah, the one
I
below.
was
time in
trying
7
to
years.
make it chaotic by adding Spicoli, but he's not even paying attention. God damn it.
Spicoli, wake up.
Probably
I got a
passed.
nickname for Spicoli
I mean-
that would probably get you demonetized, so I won't say.
That was great content. I
I'm
thought
up.
about keeping it going, but I think we should do more dates at some point. I can't leave everyone backstage. Also, we have a fucking full ass panel now. Let me bring everyone.
Oh, there you go. Now you
Spicoli,
got
you're muted, so look at this cast. Look at these cast of characters we have today. Hey Nova, good to see you again. It's been a while.
Hey, it's good to see you too. How you doing?
Good. Happy to have you on the stream. You're always a great guest on the dating stream as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Hey,
I only
Max,
came here
sir.
because PRAWNCESS said that
you-
he'd pay me. No, wait, no, he didn't. Never
You
mind.
never did that. You can leak the DMs. There's been none. So
Maxer kept calling my name, and I'm like, Beetlejuice, I just show up eventually. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say he name dropped you a couple
quite the rack
times.
on you, Star. You got quite the rack on you, and you damn know what you're using them for too.
Well, I was actually outside putting up Halloween decorations, but yes, thank you.
Oh, would you buy them at Walgreens? I bet you get ready for Walgreens. Not a cheeky bro.
No,
Yeah, whoever's
I got-
making them bra
the
straps.
Halloween
should support the
spirit
local
store.
witches.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Nova, any Halloween costume plans?
yeah, something slutty.
I got plenty in mind for you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
slutty,
something that begins with sexy. Is the
I'm gonna
first
be
word.
I'm gonna be a nun.
I was thinking about like a sexy nun or maybe a slave or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Is that blasphemous at all?
A little, maybe.
I'm an atheist, so I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Well, I'm not Catholic, but I'm not really. It's more like a play of being like a Catholic thing. It's not really.
Wait, what if
I'm not
it's-
really a
what if it's
nun, so no.
blasphemous? But it's not blasphemous anymore if your boyfriend / whoever dresses up as Jesus or God, because like you're the bride of Christ or whatever.
Well, you said that it's fine if you immaculately conceive.
I
Like
wouldn't
she gives
dress up
birth that
as
night.
Jesus, but okay.
Goes through a
All right,
full
but-
pregnancy in Halloween
We do,
one
have a,
night.
we do have a format. I do want to ask. I just want to introduce people that join the stream. Nova, because it's been a while since you came on here. Do you mind giving a short introduction to yourself?
Hey, yeah, of course. Hi, I'm an entertainer, and I have a new podcast called School of Thought, THOT. It's a play of words. No, I'm not really a slut. It's just for fun. And it's kind of like a variety show with lots of interviews, and I'm going to be clipping in lots of different comedy and other guests coming in. So it's going to be a good time. Come check it out.
And Trippy, because I threw you into that date as well. Please introduce yourself as well.
I'm TrippyCast. I do live streams. I'm actually live right now. That's why I put you guys up on the screen. Look at that.
Thank you,
My hand
thank you.
disappears.
I mean,
Yeah,
I can support up to one more dual stream if you want to. Well, that would fuck up your stream, so never mind. Yeah,
Okay, I don't want
do
to
that.
glaze, but I've been holding this in for so long. That was easily the funniest thing I've ever seen on a panel like that I've been on, at least. Like, it really was. Thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, backstage you're like, keep it going. Like 5 more minutes. I'm like, dude, it's been like 15 minutes. I gotta like end it at some point. But yeah,
me and Maxer have had a relationship together. Not that kind of relationship, but we've had our ups and our downs.
Oh, damn
So
it.
goddamn, I don't really know. I don't know who to interview first. I guess I'll interview you, Trippy. Yeah, how do you think that date went?
I think it went pretty well. I'm wet and ready. I'm wet and ready. And
All right.
yeah, I mean, if you noticed, I got a little taller in my seat while it was going on. So I don't know what that says about me, but
Standing to
I did get
attention.
taller.
I keep thinking of trying to make a clown joke, but I don't know anything about clowns. So I don't know.
I can tell you that by the end of the date, I left with an extreme wide on for Wmaxxer.
Wide on.
Yes, it really opened me up.
Easily come out to a swing club. You can easily have a good time, record content. You know, I mean, it's the same old nonsense. It's the same old, what do you do? How's the goddamn weather? You know, is the world, you know, it gets old after a while. So I can get up in your sugar wall. We know you were like, and you just deny it all the time.
Wait, Max, you keep using that word. What does that mean?
Sugar wall.
You get up in the poontang.
Is that on Urban Dictionary? If I look it up, I mean, I can guess what it means. I've never heard that term before, honestly.
Yeah,
He just told you.
sugar wall. Life affirming, the Nietzschean sense of the world of the Ubermensch getting in and blasting into the sugar walls because that's what some dating is all about. Your stupid dating is all about getting into fantastic sugar walls, and that's why man.
What's up? Can you raise of
I thought it was
hands?
more a chocolate starfish, but okay.
Who here, besides Mr. Maxer, thinks they've had life affirming, you know what?
I am getting ready to have some with him, and
That's a high bar.
maybe I'll bring some
Life
string cheese.
affirming? What's just like really good in life affirming? I don't really know.
As far as I can tell, because he's
You're
on
a
mute currently, it
God,
makes you
unless
feel
you're-
alive.
He's been just ranting this whole time. Okay, back on track. Any more feedback on your date with Trippy or yourself, or Maxer?
I'll give you feedback about my date. My date, you talking about the one with Jane? Let me tell you about plain Jane.
No, that one's passed. Okay, you can't even answer. Okay.
I think he's forfeiting his chance to talk.
I'll get everyone's feedback. I just want to give somebody own feedback first. It's interesting how your best date that went down was with yourself. It's interesting how like when you talk to women, you kind of fumble the bag, get a little aggressive, maybe embarrass yourself a little bit. But when you're talking to yourself, your RIZZ really comes together. So maybe as a mental exercise, like next time you talk to a woman, just like you're looking in the mirror and you're talking to yourself. It might work out. Just saying.
Actually, there was a point in which when he was explaining his day or whatever, that was the most genuine. That was perfect. That was great when he was talking about that was hilarious. So I got a fly in my steroids. If those are not famous last words, I don't know what are. But he was talking. He was actually himself. There was like a little. I thought it was really charming. That's the only time he's done that. Just pointing it out.
And what can I say?
I put it on screen, so you got just do all your feedback now, please. I'm not gonna come back to you later. So, okay, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Sarah, as a friend to one of these Maxers, I think one's a more a replicant, whatever. What's your feedback? Give feedback for both of them if you can.
Well, shout out to Don Juan with the $1.99 saying, "What's up, y'all?" Sarah, Trippy Clowns, Karama Fox, Rita Aquinas, and if I could predict, he said, okay, so Don Juan is speaking on my behalf, I guess. He comes in with the $4.99 and he says, "Lost Maxers here. Bye. Star. Not everyone is Catholic. That's why most are wrong. Neve, time to read Aquinas. LOL. Well, peace, y'all. We love you, Don Juan. Thanks for popping by." I think the only person Wmaxxer could actually have a successful date is with Wmaxxer, and I think that this date really went great and they had a nice conversation and they talked about themselves, and that's how that works. They talked about Wmaxxer, and that's the only successful date that the Wmaxxer could have. I love you, Wmaxxer.
No, I totally agree. Ghostii, I'm curious, as someone that previously went on a date with one of the Maxers, I want to hear your feedback.
Yeah, I second what Sarah said. I think if he was like on a date with himself, I think he would do wonderful. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't have much more feedback. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you for that insight, that very, very thoughtful insight.
Yeah.
I think you're still recovering from your last date, so I totally understand. You're still like in shock. I get it.
What kind of microphone is that?
It's an AKG.
Ow. That's cool.
I think Chaotic has the same one. I've seen it before. It's very unique looking.
Vibe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I know
Plus,
PRAWNCESS
they
because
make
I got
the
one too, or I had
They
one.
make the best headphones, so they probably make good microphones.
Yes, that's why I got the AKG microphone because I love their fucking headphones.
I wish I had a pair. I actually would even kill for a pair of their super expensive earbuds. They're really nice.
I splurged 1 year because I love music.
Melanie,
Can I be the bad cop
I know
and-
you-
and bring us back to the dating show.
we're gonna get there. I'm the host of the show. I'm doing that right now, James. Jesus, you don't trust me to do that? I'm gonna bring it back. I was gonna say, Millie, I know you love the content from the comedy side, but any insight, any feedback you like to give to any of the daters?
Wait, how come I
Any
can't
one of the
do a comedy
Maxers?
review here?
You can't what?
Why can't I just do a comedy review?
Oh yeah, sorry. You did say you want to do a joke review, so please do that. Yeah.
Jesus, Prawny, like now I can't subvert people.
There's so many. Look at there's like 20 messages in the private chat. You guys are unhinged. Come on.
I can't do it anymore. It was funny. I'm kidding. So that was really fucking hilarious, as I said. I would give it an 8 out of 10 because I think that there are some times that you didn't quite know what to say. And I think it would be better if you probably spent some more time with this character, tried like laying out maybe what he might say. So it's kind of like when you're trying to learn how to improv with an audience and you have to think about what is literally anything that an audience can throw at me, especially if they're trying to throw me off kind of thing. Because I think
I know what he would say, but like I don't know if YouTube would be okay with what he'd say.
threw you off.
You say it as a euphemism.
More relaxed and less like angry about it, or were you expecting that?
Oh, I don't know. Wmaxxer is a wild card, you know. You got to get into the spirit.
Well, yeah,
You gotta
'cause
talk about the
like-
sugar walls.
So this is really random, but I just realized we have 2 VTubers right now. I don't want to say this should be a thing, but maybe we should have the 2 VTubers date at some point.
Oh, do it.
I just laughed the entire time.
I think we should have a little bit of a Maxer break. Maybe we should do one more and then we'll come back to Trippy Cast. Because sorry, Dan Max. Oh, sorry, there's so many people on panel. You've been muted this whole time. Please, if you want any parting words or any responses,
Why don't you stop muting me and learn something, boy, already? Okay, I'll date anybody, anytime, anywhere. Okay, women like plain Jane. They can go down, yammer. It's boring, baby. It's boring. It's vanilla. It's weak sauce. It's everything in between. Okay.
He's gonna take on a challenge.
Listen here, buddy. You're gonna be in my porno flick. You listen here. I'm not gonna be in your porno flick. You're gonna be in mine.
You're a lush. You're a goddamn lush and a crumb bum. You're a goddamn crumb bum. You know that?
Crumb bum.
Who's ready for a challenge, everybody?
A Wmaxxer, this one comes in for you. MH comes in with the $1.99 and says, "Get in the swing clubs, boyos."
I thought you were gonna play him off.
I had to leave him off that way. But I gotta say, you make for great content. I mean, there's 2 of you here now, so I can probably tell who's the real one at this point. But please come back anytime. I just think we need a little break for the Maxer. You know, you're a very strong personality. We can only take so much of you. So we can only have one of you for now. So maybe we'll bring back the Trippy Cast version. But please come back. We're happy to have you now and in the future.
Oh,
Just if you'll
Maxer shake
backstage-
things up. You know, you got to give him credit for that.
No, absolutely. I mean, yeah, definitely one of the more
fun.
unique daters for sure.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
Okay, Spicoli's been waiting backstage, but sorry, you get lower priority because when I had him on, I had to keep my finger on the remove button, so that's one factor. But also, there's someone else cammed up, so they get priority. But I'll keep you in mind, Spicoli, you're next, unless someone else comes up, and someone just joined. So, goddamn it! But Prometheus, you're next. Welcome to the stage.
I'm talking about legends, glory.
What up, Prom?
What's up, boys?
This is a great angle to start off. I just gotta say. Okay, that's a little bit. That's a little better. A little better.
I was
But now
trying
it's
to see
pitch
if I
dark.
could see some boogies.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
What's up, Prob? I know you've been on a couple times, so please introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Maybe how tall you are.
What's up? I'm Prometheus. I'm from Egypt. I am 21, 6'7". D1 in college.
You are not 6'7", for real?
Look, he's
future
practically
NBA,
touching the ceiling.
future
Can you
NBA
not see
superstar.
that?
But
Yeah, but
Is
he's in
like-
the basement.
Wait a minute. Is
But yeah,
like
that's really
40%
it,
of that 6'7" just neck?
yeah, it is, bro.
Oh, okay. I just
I
made
actually
sure.
identify as a giraffe and shit. So
Oh, dude, you gotta get those top leaves. You gotta get those top leaves.
And one more question, Prometheus. Who are you looking to date? One person? Or multiple? Let me know.
multiple.
Which ones?
The best one.
All
Oh,
the
you want to date
all
James?
ladies,
Is that what you mean?
all the ladies, please report to the floor. All ladies.
All right.
the single
I'm gonna
ladies.
leave all.
Take
Show
it
me your
Yeah.
milkshake.
Yeah, I'll do all the ladies, man.
Melanie, you're
And
muted,
Jake.
so I'm gonna assume you want out of this, but I'm gonna leave you with Sarah, Ghostii.
I'm still in my
Nova.
recovery period.
Yeah, okay. I'm still recovering. We're still all recovering from Mr. Maxer. But yeah, triple date. Again, we can pivot if we need. If anyone wants a ripcord or, hey, Prometheus, if you want to switch it up midway through, let me know. We can pivot. But I'm going to give you all 5 minutes. Make some extra time because you have 3 people. And I'll check in on you all in a little bit. Don't get too hot and heavy, YouTube friendly, okay?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
What's up with you?
Nothing much. Just chilling.
Just chilling. Okay. All right. So are we.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You got
Type
three.
shit.
You got 3 broads here. What's going on? Are you man enough for this? For this setup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Show us how it's done, baby. Let's go.
All right. Bet. I like this music.
Oh, you like the porno music? Cool.
Yeah.
Gives you fond memories, or
Pretty relaxing, I'd say.
oh, very relaxing. Okay.
Oh yeah. What's your name, man? What's your name?
Mine?
Yeah.
It's Star.
Oh, Star. All right.
Yes.
Good to meet you, Star.
Good to meet you. I think I've run into you before on Grace.
Yeah. Yeah. You look familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I've seen you before.
Mm-hmm. I haven't been around a couple months, but yeah.
Hell yeah. Good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm normally the one who shakes my ass on the camera. So tell us about yourself. What's going on? Who you taking out? Is this a 3-way? What's going on?
Yeah, just 4-way.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
it's
Yeah,
3
'cause there's
women, so I mean,
Yeah, but me too.
Okay. All right.
I Ghostii.
something.
You've got some cool hair. I like the orange hair, man. It's cool hair.
Oh,
So-
it's actually like more blonde, but people call it red
Oh,
all
damn.
the time. But thank you.
Is that the lighting in your room that's kind of making it?
I think so, yeah. But people do say it's red all the time, but it's like a dirty blonde. It's just the lighting. But thank you.
Ghostii, do you meditate?
I used to more. I need to get back into it.
You give me hippie vibes.
Thank you.
Sheesh. Sarah. What's up, Sarah?
The sky,
What's down, Sarah?
the floor,
What's horizontal?
the horizon,
What's vertical?
the x-axis.
Damn. Pretty smart.
Are you stoned or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
A little bit stoned, not gonna lie. Yeah, I was smoking some weed earlier.
New to weed or?
Oh no, veteran, long time veteran.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you smoke?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should smoke up sometime.
That's the pass signal.
We should smoke up sometime.
Damn. Sorry.
That's pretty
It's been
bad.
decided. That's early. I
Pretty
love the
bad.
fucking horn you had ready there. Damn.
Thank God, Sarah. Bless you.
I made that up.
Sorry, Prometheus. Valiant effort. I will say. I was about to use it. I have a sound clip of like a 10-car pileup, like a car accident. I'm like very tempted to play that. I gotta say.
Just play it. We all know
Well,
it's
now it's all the time. We all get it. But let's bring everyone back. Let's get into the feedback. Now I'm gonna switch up. Prometheus, I'm gonna ask you first. How do you think of your performance?
Perfect. As always, the best.
As always,
I always
no
do the best.
no room for improvement at all. Yes.
No self-deprecation here.
Hell no.
And the same thing. I think this. I could be wrong. I think this is what like Gen Z RIZZ looks like.
Oh my
No.
God, you might
Terrible.
be
The best
right.
RIZZ looks like. This is what
They start
what
with.
smoothness looks like.
They start with what's up.
Like I think this works with Gen Zers somehow, but not. It's not. It's not our game.
So,
Yo.
So sometimes you don't even say sup. You just do the head nod. You know.
Hey girl.
and you call women bro.
God, I hope not.
It's
Yeah.
what a lot of them do. They'd be like,
Yeah,
"Sup,
bro.
bro?
do.
You want to blow me?" Like, what the
All right, Prometheus.
What?
I definitely will give you parting words, and I'll let it go, respond to all the feedback. But first, I'm gonna say Ghostii. How do you feel about that? How'd the day go? How's your side?
It was a little awkward. I feel like he has like a good like energy, but didn't use it or it didn't go anywhere. So, but I don't know. Just talk more, I guess.
It's just because also one more handsome people I think joined the stream. So like you got your attributes to work with. So I think you gotta learn how to use them a little bit better.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like you have a fun energy. Like you have good vibes, but you didn't go anywhere with it.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Sarah, I think there's a little bit of a generational gap here, but I'm curious if you have anything to maybe any insight you could share from your side.
Bruh. What's up?
Bruh.
I know how to start a conversation. You had 3 ladies on a panel. You could have literally just started asking questions and we would have taken it from there. But instead, like Star kind of had to lead it. And and you didn't really go anywhere with it. So it just like you had every opportunity to kickstart something and you just waited for us to do it. And that's not a good lead in any way. Like if you were at a bar, if you were in a bar and you just like walked up to 3 girls and you're like, what's up? Like they're all going to look at you like a total tard. So, I recommend at least come up with something to say and ask and have an interest that you're interested in, you know. There were 3 lovely ladies on a panel. You could have asked anything about them or given a compliment to any sort or you know, we were just talking about her hair being the color red. You could have said, you know, oh, I had a thing for redheads. I mean, anywhere. So just learn to find a way to break into, you know, the conversation and go with it.
Good call. I want to parody some of your advice. Yeah, when in doubt, ask questions. If you don't know what to say on a date, questions are always a good thing to go into. People love to talk about themselves, so that's always a good thing to do. And also, it puts a little pressure off yourself to carry the conversation. Definitely agree with that. I'm going to go into Trippy, and then Mel, if you want to add anything, and then James and Nova. So, Trippy, I know you were not supposed to be a judge, but now you're giving feedback. I'm curious. What do you have to say?
I had the entire speed date on mute because I was talking to myself.
Okay. Pivot, James. Let's go straight into you.
Sure. I'm not going to give too much advice because I feel like I've actually known Prometheus, and sometimes I feel like I give him too much tactical advice, and it freezes him up. So I'm not going to give too much tactical advice. I'll piggyback exactly what Ghostii said. Like, his energy was fun, even when it was kind of crashing and burning. Every time the girls kind of threw something at him, he still had a nice smile, still had fun with whatever was coming his way. But just need to have a conversation, kind of main conversation thread going. And I will say asking questions is good. Talking about yourself, at least in the beginning to get the ball rolling, is good. So you like to meditate? Okay, great. I actually started meditating a couple of years ago. Well, personally, actually, a couple of years ago, I went to a 10-day meditation retreat, which was awesome. That's an example. I got a little opportunity to start talking about something to gain some momentum, because you want to find some conversation threads that are going to have some viability to actually keep going down. So that just focus on that. Actually, I would say focus less on being perfect at this point, and maybe just focus on talking more, just generally. I think if you just talk more, the rest that I know you already are capable of will just manifest. So
stay quiet. I gotta stay quiet so I can stay mysterious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's a balance. It's an art, because the truth is, if you're not leading, then you're going to appear, which is not going to be as desirable of a conversation. Also, you don't want to relinquish that. Just anyone at home taking notes, you don't want to relinquish control of the conversation, because that's how you take the conversation to introduce the girl to parts of your life that might make her interested in you. If you relinquish it to her entirely, then you may never get to be able to talk about aspects of your life that might actually be good points of connection, and her actually thinking your life and you as a person is interesting. What's his name? I keep pointing back to him because he did a great job. What's his name? Corn Dog. If you guys ever just watch that Corn Dog conversation where he starts talking about how he goes to concerts every once in a while, and that led into him talking about how he was a musician, and then that led into him talking about going shopping about for his records. That was a great example of kind of letting giving someone insight into your life as that main thread, and then pinging off, learning about the person, and taking the conversation from there. And you can still be mysterious. And you did a good job of handling kind of stuff coming your way, so you had that kind of going for you. What you didn't have was that core conversation thread. That was more words.
Too many chicks to talk to at once.
I also wouldn't recommend.
I was going to say something related to that. Yeah, I admire your effort, but maybe start off with one and nail that, and then like expand from that. Nail the one date before you do the triple date or the double date. Although, I mean, I love content, so I'm all for you going to hard mode, but, you know, I want you to succeed also.
Hard mode is the most challenging and fun, though.
True. But Trippy Leaf completely got disconnected. Nova, I was going to go into your feedback your feedback next. Sorry, I muted you. Your keyboard is very loud, so.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to hear your feedback.
Mechanical gaming
I
boards.
thought there was a panda bear on screen for a second. Like, I just looked up and saw the cat, and it didn't look like a cat in that moment.
She's all over me. I'm sorry.
That's a pretty cute looking cat, I gotta say.
Thank you. This is Moo.
That's the most pussy any man will see all night.
I was thinking I would name it Cow if it was mine. Close enough.
Oh, really? That's funny. Yeah, her name's Moo. She's an attention whore, so I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I was just standing in front of camera.
En vogue. En vogue.
Sorry,
all right, enough pussy talk. This is a fucking dating stream. No, yeah. Any feedback for Prometheus? Maybe get a healthy generation in general.
The stoned young kid, yeah. Don't be stoned and show up and want to pretend you want to go on a date, to speed date, because you can't handle it. Yeah, I would say stay home and don't do that.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna make a bold claim.
What?
I think I'm gonna make an assumption that maybe you're coming into it high because you're like, if I fail, then you're like, well, I was high, I didn't really try it. But also, if you succeed, then you're like, well, I was high and I succeeded. So it's kind of like a good cop out where, like, either way, I can kind of excuse my behavior.
PRAWNCESS, may I give a shout out for the super chats?
Hell yeah.
Don Juan came in with $1.99 saying, Neo Pro Lame said, I'm a pay pig. Shaking my head. This is charity. Don Juan loves us and he loves getting his voice heard, so he pays to ensure it's done. Thank you, Don Juan. You are appreciated. And Milk Cow comes in with another $4.99 super sticker. Appreciate you. Feel free to say something, though. You don't just have to send super stickers. We love to hear what you have to say. Kind regards. Thank you.
And now PRAWNCESS is going to use this to skip me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Melanie, because I did jump in.
He's scheming. No, I can. No, it's not you. It's him. He's scheming. He's like, finally, Sarah interrupted. Now I can just pretend like Melanie's not here.
I promise. I told you. God damn it. I don't lead the private chat. My plan was to have you date Trippy next, but they left. I want them to come back.
It's fine. I want to
Okay, there you go.
I can message him and see if he will come back for it. You want me to do that?
If they're busy,
He's still live right now, so I don't think he's
Can I
going to
have a
come
date
back.
with Ghostie's cat, please?
No worries at all. No worries at all.
Me
I
too.
should have let him know
I
that was
got
the
next.
plan beforehand.
Cat.
But Melanie, since now I have no excuse to cut you off. Please go ahead. I really
Well, I'm
want to
not
hear
actually going to
your
give you an
feedback.
excuse to cut me off because I'm not reviewing that at all. I'm reviewing this cat. This is called a cuteness review. That is an adorable fucking cat. It has a very cute little nose, very cute little ears, very cute little face. And I want to pet it. I want to squeeze it. And I want to be like, you're very cute. I can also tell it really loves you. And you make it very happy. And that makes it even cuter.
This is getting very
The
strange.
the Furby is raising the cat.
I know.
I know, right? This is about to get it.
Thank you.
Is Furby and cat action is that allowed? I don't know. Also, Ava the G is backstage. I'll definitely bring up in 1 second, but I do have to
dear God.
do some shills for a second. 'Cause, yeah, Sarah, thank you for getting the super chats. If only I had the ability to get super chats, but I don't have 500 subs yet, so I don't have that ability yet. So maybe if you want to hop over, go to my channel, just hit the subscribe button. It takes one click. I'm not even asking for donations. I mean, those links are at the bottom if you do want to send me money, but I just want a simple donation. I just want to hit that 500 mark. That's my goal. Please help me get there. I need that monetization. Please. All right, enough shilling. Let's bring Ava on. Hey, what's up?
Hey. Howdy.
I feel like that was a really lukewarm. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Dude, I cleaned my room so thoroughly right now, and I'm like, I have to
bed. It looked good.
I've actually never seen your bathroom before. You usually kind of hide it, so.
It's like the
Should we
carpet
go tour? Quick tour.
clear.
She's so
What happened to
proud
your
of
heat?
herself.
Do you not have heat anymore?
I have heat.
You're wearing a winter jacket indoors.
I just smoked.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, look at that midriff. Damn.
Squirrel,
Did you go to the gym today?
Yeah, I did.
Hell
Wmaxxer now. This is a hell of a stream.
We got the whole setup.
I'm next.
baby.
I'm next. I got next.
I need to get lighting back here. I moved my lamp forward so that it would give a little better
Yo,
background. But I need to order some shit from Shein or something and get like a PRAWNCESS level.
The
setup.
PRAWNCESS gets $150 in donos. I'll do the G string, bro. I'll come in the G string.
I mean,
I'll come in the G
yeah,
string.
but-
$150.
Can you-
I'll
can
do
you-
the
Borat outfit.
What do you
You
do the
know
first
what
time?
we're working it with? Like
You know
with
the
the
bathing suit that
string
Borat
and-
wears? Do that. I will pay $200 for that.
200 right
Yeah,
now. I'll do
you
it.
get super chats.
No, my Cash App is my Cash App's
No, you-
below. I mean, I don't.
No, you
I
no
don't
no
get
no no. You
that.
just got a super chat.
Canadians can't.
No, I did not. That had to be Sarah.
Oh.
We'll do
Yeah.
the first time.
Shout out to
I love that
You're a
Sarah's
bad
getting
host.
these. Yeah.
You're a bad host,
Shut up.
PRAWNCESS. The cat just did a trick for us, and you did not make it full screen.
Can I
It's
date the cat?
terrible.
This is my show, not the cat show.
She was
I think
chasing
we
my
should
my
make
vape
it-
smoke.
I think we
We
should make
gotta-
it the pussy show.
Sure, let's rename the title. Let's
You know what's funny,
pussy
Sarah?
stream.
Guys,
I was
we
gonna
have-
make a joke that I was gonna call it pussy review and then be like, no, wait, that doesn't work. It's cat review. And then you made a pussy joke, so I was like, I can't do that anymore. She took my joke.
That is a
Sorry.
regal cat and amazing camera quality. I
Yeah.
like you guys
Thank
have good
you.
setups.
This
I'm a
cat's giving me
photographer,
Batman
so-
vibe right now. In fact, this cat is just.
What camera do you use?
I
You
have
look
this,
DSLR.
I have a Z5. Yeah, the Nikon Z5.
Cool.
Dude.
I'll tell you, Ava. If I ever upgrade to an actual camera, you can have my webcam.
Blessings, dude. Yeah, I would love that.
If only
Guys,
that's the
send
donation
donuts
that-
right now.
Yeah.
I'll prawn upgrade.
Get my hand-me-down.
Right now, we
Okay.
need a new
Now.
camera. We need G-strings. We need the whole kit and caboodle. The whole ball
Speaking
wax.
of donos, H&K
Oh,
comes
shit.
with $1.99 to say, great show. Thank you, H&K. Really appreciate it. PRAWNCESS is putting all of this together. His link is pinned at the top of my chat, so please feel free to get over there. He needs to hit more subscribers, so do your job. Do that thing, and please feel free to go over and watch on his end. I want to send all my viewers over to his instead of mine. Thank you.
And to be fair, I do recognize some of these names, so I'm sure if some of these people could donate on my channel, they would, but they don't have the ability to. So, if only they would subscribe.
Guys, we have
Okay,
Work TV hating in chat. That's when we know it's a good stream, guys.
Yeah, is it posting? I know I've not been looking at chat. Oh, damn! Yeah, there are.
So
Hey, thank you.
I'm actually curious because you know Ruby, but do you know about the Thorps?
Wait.
Who was that?
Yeah, who are you
for
asking?
Ghostii? For Ghostii.
Oh, you asking me that? Yeah, I know of them. I've never spoken to them personally, but I know them.
See, she's not as pure and innocent as you were making her out to be. She's not like an internet virgin. Stop treating her like that.
And they're somewhat infamous. You could say that word, but okay. I'm milking this enough. I've been waiting for someone to come backstage, but thank you, Dawson. Has been brave enough.
Oh, the
amongst
legend.
some of you fucking
Dawson.
pussies in chat that won't come on stage. There's
on.
room now. You could come on, but definitely gonna bring Dawson on next. But there's some room backstage if you want to come on. We have a huge panel of now. You could date all these beautiful, attractive, intellectually independent women. You know, these are all great,
intellectually
great people.
stimulating, honey.
That's the most important thing, obviously. Yeah. That's not the only thing stimulating about Nova, but I just want to emphasize that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But let's welcome to the stream, Dawson.
God, it's red. This is red.
I like the red light. It's you know, it's kind of,
No, it's coming
Yeah, I
from,
like
it's
it.
coming from the
Yeah.
background off of me.
Hey, Dawson,
Dawson.
welcome to the stream again.
Dawson.
I know couples know you, but please introduce yourself. Maybe tell us a little fun fact about you and how tall you are, if you don't mind.
Hey, I'm Dawson. I'm from Canada. Fun fact about me is I like to go hiking, and I'm also 5'7".
Okay.
Oh, wow, I would have thought. I mean, I can only see you from like the neck high, but I would have thought a little bit taller. I don't know why.
It looks like you play hockey.
Not that there's anything wrong. I'm all about the short kings. Also, who did you want to date? Do you want to date more than one person?
Ava.
Ava, you came in. I'm sure you look very excited for this right now. So I'm gonna leave you guys 5 minutes. Don't get too hot. Don't get too heavy. You know, keep TOS in mind. Because also you just joined. Also keep in mind, Ava, you have ripcord. If you want to deploy the parachute and get out of there, you have the ability. So just keep that in mind. I don't think you'll need it with Dawson. He's pretty tame. He's not like a Mr. Maxer, but just keep in mind you have that ability. All right. I'm going to give Dawson and Ava 5 minutes, and we'll be back and we'll give you some feedback. Good luck. Good luck.
I'm nervous. I always get nervous for these.
Don't worry, Ava. Just relax. Miss Naples, Florida orange girl.
Yeah, my dad lives in Florida. Him and my stepmom just moved there to the Villages.
Oh, where are you from then?
I'm in Seattle. How about you?
Seattle. Oh, you're a grunge person. You like Nirvana and going to Starbucks every week.
Dude, I do fuck with Nirvana. 1 year on my Spotify Wrapped, I was like their top 2% of listeners. But yeah, Starbucks, not so much. Not
All right,
so
so
much.
Starbucks
falling off, dude.
I'll be Kurt Cobain and you'll be Courtney Love. Courtney Love, all right. Yeah, so I'm from Niagara Falls, Canada.
Oh, okay. So that's where you're at right now.
But yeah, I've been to Vancouver before, so that's right next to Seattle, basically. So I do a little bit of traveling sometimes.
All right, sick. That's a romantic place that you're at.
Yeah, it is. It's the honeymoon capital of the world.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
I know
like,
where
you just,
I know where we will go if
Yeah.
let's move forward here.
we might have to stop by at your place first. You know, you just cleaned your room, so we might have to make it get a little bit messy again.
Ooh, sheesh.
A little freaky sometimes.
Not butterflies.
Feel them.
So you were on here. You were on here earlier.
No, I was not on here earlier. I just hopped on.
Oh, okay.
Ava the G. So you a G? You a top G? Like, yeah. What's going on?
Top G. Yeah. I actually was influenced to make this account based off of Andrew Tate. Huge fan. Yes.
I'm a little bit of a bad
Absolute
boy.
top G. Oh yeah. Are you into that? Are you into that? The red pill sphere?
Not really. No. I'm about the me pill. So I've influenced myself.
Good. That's good because I'm totally fucking kidding about the Andrew Tate thing. I despise that man. I despise that man, and I despise the red pill. So you passed the test.
Oh, I'm gonna pass more than that. You know, I like to make my way in and around a couple of things. So yeah, not bad.
Why are people seem like they know you in chat?
Oh, just ignore the chat. It's just me and you right now. Look into my big, beautiful blue eyes. Yowzers. You try to turn me on too much, Ava. We're gonna have to make that room pretty much messier more than it is now. So, but yeah, I'd like you to probably. You said you wanted to come by Niagara sometime. There's always an open spot for you. You frozen? I think you froze. I'm so cool.
Shit. Y'all still have another minute and 30 left, but yeah, Ava's just blown away. Lost for
He's
words.
Speechless right now. This is what I do to women.
This is just a genuine reaction. Okay. You guys got another minute 30.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was too flustered. The Wi-Fi sense.
God damn it.
Oh,
Ava, you
Am
need
I back?
Ethernet. Please get an Ethernet cable. Yeah, you're right back. I'm just memeing though. I'm not actually that mad.
I'm so cool.
You were good for the first 5 minutes though. Let me see. I think you're back. Just want to see.
Am I back?
The audio's back.
Yeah, you're just really pixelated, but we can hear you.
Baby got back. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Like,
this might be the breaking point.
No, wait.
I'm sorry,
So
Dawson. This might be a sign. This might be a sign that we're not meant to be. You know, like when you date a guy.
Oh, right. Because no, this is a sign that we're going to do an extended date.
I'll have to make you melt all over again.
Oh my god.
Take it, frozen. Heat you up a little bit. Oh, cool. We got some background music too. This is pretty romantic.
All right, so Dawson, what's your dating history?
Dating history, there's plenty. It's going to take me a long time to go through that. I'd much love to follow that up with you. So how about I give you my Instagram and I can tell you a bit more.
You can give me your Instagram, but you know.
There you go.
if you like, yeah.
I could tell you everything you need to know, Ava.
Okay. This seems a little dodgy to me though, like you're kind of like you're avoiding the topic.
No, I have lots of experience.
No.
So I guess maybe my last girlfriend, she was a brunette. She had big eyes and big lips. See, I don't want to make you jealous too, right? See, I just see you as you are. Your beautiful flowing locks and your
How did the relationship end?
How did it end? Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
let's take
time,
it
y'all.
down.
5 minutes up. Sorry, we'll get your feedback. I just got just some lies and slander in the chat.
I'm taking these off. I look too dorky, bro.
See, fuck, I can't even find it. But Nikki, no, this is my own original. This is my own soundboard. What are you talking about? where has RIZZ ever used 70s funk and the theme from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Those are my original sounds that I brought to the stream. So thank you very much. Sorry, I just had to address that. Not triggered at all. But let's bring back everyone else. Let's get into feedback. I thought it went pretty well, but let's see what our panelists have to say. I will start off with Ava as the person that went on the date. How do you think it went?
I felt a little awkward. I felt like I had to carry it a little bit, but in the beginning, I think he did well. I don't know, the making the bedroom tea.
Is she freezing, or is it just me?
Nope. Okay, we're gonna pivot there. Sorry, Ava. We'll get back to you, but Dawson, you'll get a chance to respond at the end.
Yep.
Ghostii, as a third-party observer, as the third wheel on this virtual date, what's your vibes? What do you think of Dawson?
I think it started off well, but then I think once he started making the more like sexually forward comments, I think it, I don't know, made it a little awkward, or I don't know. For me personally, that just would have been a turnoff, and then you kind of like kept going with that or repeating jokes, and then like when she asked you about your ex-girlfriend, all you mentioned were her physical qualities, which is what I feel like is probably the least thing she's interested in about your ex-girlfriend. Like you probably would have been like, how was the relationship, what kind of relationship was it, not like talking about her eyes and her hair and stuff. But I think you had a good start. I just think you were a little too forward sometimes with the sexual jokes.
Should I say this? I mean, I appreciate the moderating in chat, but you seem to be deleting some like mid comments that are not that spicy. Let's maybe chill out a little bit. I don't know.
No, I'm just showing love to people who I really want to come on the panel, and I won't stop doing it till they come on the panel. You know.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if that works out. So I'm a little distracted. Let's see, who do I go next to? Nova, I'm going to hear your feedback next.
It started off pretty strong, but then he started doing some cliche stuff, got a little bit boring, a little routine. But, it is kind of getting later in the evening, so.
Are you a little jealous? I saw you in the private chat saying Dawson might be a traitor. I know you guys have some speed date history.
Yeah, we went on one before. I'm just playing. No, I thought it was very genuine. Of course I do. I really like blondes and stuff. So yeah, you damn traitor, Dawson. I can't believe you just traded me in. How dare you,
see in
sir?
your eyes. The daggers in your eyes.
That's right. See the jealousy? Yes. In my green eyes, yes.
Let's go into the furry feedback. Do you have anything you want to add? Nope.
Too busy banning.
Too busy moderating chat. I do appreciate that. Let's pivot. Now, dead air. Ava, do you want to try round 2? Are you
She's frozen?
Whoa. This is a high quality stream, y'all. Look at this production value just going through the roof.
I need to run a cord to mine. Solve that issue.
I had to step away during this date. I felt confident in Dawson's abilities. So I had to utilize this time to step away. So I did not see. So I put my faith in the other commentators, and I refer my answer to them.
You rightfully assume that's a 10 out of 10. James, I'm sure you won't disagree at all. Let's hear your feedback.
Yeah, it's kind of similar here. I don't want to give him any tactical advice because it was all tactics, and everyone can hear that it was all tactics. I mean, bro, you let the whole artillery go. There's like, if there was a 101, you could just take the clips from that, and you could hear every single technique, and it was technique after technique after technique after technique. Right now, what I would say is, if I'm zooming out, I would say you have to have trust in yourself. You have to have trust in the fact that you are attractive, you are good looking. You have to have trust in that you need to let go a little bit, have a more natural conversation to the extent you can, and then figure out for yourself, find the intuition for the timing for when to use those sort of tactics, and then know when one is hit, you don't have to kill a insect with a sledgehammer. You already set a kind of flirty sexual tone with the bed joke. You don't have to hit that note again, and you don't have to hit it again, and you certainly don't have to hit it again. And also a lot of them were a little bit cliche, which actually is perfectly fine, because if you laugh it off and you don't take it too seriously, there's a little bit of a charm to that. Like he's being cliche in a cheesy way and flirting. That's fine. But there needs to be a level of a natural, normal conversation going underneath that. Do less. You don't need as much as you think you need. There's nothing that somebody's going to tell you technique-wise, that's going to make you better right now. The paradox for you right now is you're going to need to do less, and you're going to need to trust that when you do the things you do, that they worked. And you need to develop that that intuition, because right now you just everything. You dump the whole bag. I'll say two things you did do positively. There was a point where Ava came back and she was unfrozen, and then Ava did this thing with her hair, and she was like, in my head I was like, I wish you would have done that. When she came on, she did that. Like, I would make fun of her. But you caught it and you leaned back and you went like, with a big smile on your face, you leaned back. That was natural. That was fun. That was very casual and was great flirting and communicating. That was great social skills in terms of creating that flirty. Focus more on that, less on the techniques. Once you couple them, you got to know the purpose they serve. Most guys don't ever make it sexual. Let the girl know there's an intent behind it. Mentioning the bed once, you're already categorically above most of the guys. Just chill at that point. And the other thing is you got to start pushing a little bit too. You don't push at all. I think it's fear. Everything is, we're going to do this. It's going to be romantic. It's going to be positive. You're hot. You're beautiful. We're going to have sex. There's nothing that goes, what the fuck? Nothing that goes at all, It just makes flirting more dynamic. If you are going to think about putting anything else into your toolkit, your bag of tricks, consider something that has a little more of a push. But I would suggest at this point, do less, trust more. You're good looking. You're better looking than you think, let me tell you. Nobody else, I don't know if you know, but you're a pretty damn good looking dude, bro. You look like if you were just a little bit thicker, I think you were a hockey player, bro. I think you're a good looking dude. So just trust. If you don't trust yourself, trust me, bro. Vote for James. There we go. We're done.
So, John, in chat. Melanie, please don't abuse your power. I give it to you. I do want you to moderate the chat if you want to, but I'm seeing some comments that are not that. I think do not need moderation. So I will say that.
I'm not saying that they need moderation. I'm having fun.
Okay. I'll trust your judgment.
This is like my love language for some quote unquote friends, quote unquote, of the show.
Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye out. I'm gonna see how this goes. But sorry, who's just talking? Someone else want to ask? Was that Nova?
I didn't really say. Who's he talking to? You?
I mean, just now.
No,
yeah,
you.
Yeah, there's some stuff happening in chat. It's not that important.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody else coming up on panel or no?
Oh yeah, we have someone else backstage. Did I go through all the feedback? I was a little distracted there. I think we got through everyone though, besides Dawson's retort, obviously.
Okay.
Dawson, I thought you did a good job. Some of your previous dates. I think you improved a lot. I think it was pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I think halfway through I kind of dropped the ball. I need to remember to actually breathe while I'm dating and kind of just relax. Right. And that will help kind of reel it back, as James talked, kind of reel it back a little bit. So, I think I'm just learning how to express different parts of me. Even if I kind of escalate a little bit, I'm just learning how to be comfortable with doing that. And it's all for.
Right now, be an asshole. Say some. I don't think right now. Challenge yourself. Say some asshole shit. Insult me. There's plenty. Go. Some real asshole shit. Hurt my feelings right now.
Yeah, why are you such a douche, man? You're wearing your hat backwards.
No, for real. I need it for real. Say something that you really... Look, my teeth are fucked up. Go ahead. Let me have it. For real.
It looks like you just bit into a Jolly Rancher.
Bro, you gotta dig deeper, bro.
Wow, you roasted him so hard.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful that you're learning to express yourself, bro. This is a chance. This is control. Do it. That's a part of you too. That's a part that's missing right now. All right. You think that you need to tap into a little bit of that savage that you. That's a part that you're overlooking, bro. So I'm doing it now because I'm challenging you now because you have the opportunity while it's in a controlled environment. But don't get that part. It's part of you too.
Got it. Hey, thanks. Respect.
Yeah. And Dawson, I think it was actually a great showing. I'm sure if you keep coming on, it'll continue to improve. So please come back again. Yeah, I think you did well. I think keep listening to James' feedback and Alex, because I know you come on this show. Just get all the feedback from all the streams, and you'll be amazing.
Got it.
Yeah, happy to have you. Please come back anytime.
He has improved a lot. I just think he needs.
All right, Edward, I do see that you're backstage now with a shirt on and a different background. But I also have someone else backstage, and I've not met them before. So if you don't mind waiting a little bit longer, sorry, you already had your chance. Also, Dan, come back here. I think you'd be great on here also. I think you also just want to confront someone, but I think that's in the past. But hey, let's welcome to the stream the Blind Man.
Blind Man.
Hello.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I just go by Blind.
Is it because you're actually blind, or is it just like a cool name?
Yeah, it's just my name.
Okay. I was like, the glasses, maybe you actually can't see, but no.
Yeah, no, it's just my name and glasses.
But besides the fact that your name is Blind and you wear glasses, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I like dating shows. I think dating shows are fun. I like girls. I like true crime. That's pretty much it.
Like girls and true crime, interesting. Because this is kind of my experience. Like, it's usually women that are super into the true crime shows. I don't know what it's like. I've been on like a couple internet dates. Like 90% of the people I meet online, by Tinder, they are super into murder podcasts.
Yeah, I used to do research for them. I like that stuff. It's fun. Oh, I mean, I of course I feel for the victims and stuff, but I try not to. I mean, I can't really do anything about that.
James, do you have a question?
No, save it for the date. That's a hell of an interesting story. Save it for the date, bro.
Okay.
Don't let yeah. My man.
Let's not spoil it too much.
I want to know.
Blind. Who do you want to date today?
Oh shit! I'm open to trying anything new with the female, of course.
How about we switch it? Does anyone want to volunteer to date Blind?
Decisive.
You know, if he can't pick, then I'm not volunteering. Just saying.
Ooh, that's not
good. We don't like a man that doesn't know what he wants.
Be honest, bro. Be honest.
I don't know what my options are yet.
What made you think
I'm brand new. I don't know any of you guys.
We don't know you.
You got Nova Star. You got Ghostii. Sierra the Raging Tomato.
What made you think go?
Yeah, I was hearing Melanie out, but I think Melanie's a little upset that I took the wrench away and left. Love you, Melanie. I hope we're still cool. So
yeah, I picked Sarah.
Sarah, okay.
Yeah.
Sarah, you're ready for a 5-minute speed date with Blind.
All right. Can I be blind too?
Wow.
But you just gotta do that DIY.
Do I get to grade her also? Or is
you're getting your horn ready just in case you need it?
No, she's getting her props out to match. What are you talking about?
All right.
Nice.
5.
Nice.
Ooh.
All right, we're going all out then.
No eye contact on this one. Let's check it out.
No eye
Give you guys 5
contact.
minutes.
Oh,
so is it really 5 minutes?
Is it a staring contest with glasses on? I think this might be a tie.
Okay, so hi Sarah, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you really blind, or you just have those cool glasses?
Both.
Oh wow.
I
Me too.
let a child pick out my glasses.
Oh, that's a fascinating story. What child?
I said a child. A child.
Yeah, I'm asking which one. Or are you
I
just
don't know.
lying to
Just
me
some
already
random
on the
kid.
first date?
Some random kid at the store. I don't fucking know.
Wow,
Semantics.
so you're already telling me stories and we only been on like 30 seconds of a date?
I think you read way too much into the comment, bro.
Okay, my bad. It's a simple question. So, you make YouTube content?
I do. I do.
Yeah. You enjoy that?
I do. It's fun. We have a lot of good fun. We have a lot of great topics, a lot of great people that come on our shows, and it's quite enjoyable.
Like, what genre would you consider yourself?
We're kind of evolving into a debate channel, the way everything's kind of happened, and then we add a few other little fun shows in just for shits and giggles. But yeah, we enjoy piecing together panels and letting people yell at each other on a screen. It's good. Good content.
Cool. I saw I've seen your content like in passing. I haven't really like gotten to sit down and watch a whole stream, but one of the times that I did pass by, I saw that you had made the comment that you don't think that a YouTube creator dating one of their viewers was a parasocial relationship. Like, I'm curious, do you think you could tell me more about your thoughts on that?
About dating viewers? Well, yeah, so that would be kind of strange, right? Because there's a power dynamic already in play. This person is already a big fan of yours. They already admire you or idolize you or put you on some type of pedestal, right? Because they come to watch you. They're a fan of yours. So by dating them, you're already taking advantage of their fanship for you and their viewership for you. And I don't think that that's fair, nor is it right, or would we consider that to even be ethical? So you want to kind of refrain from doing such things because you don't want to be in a position where you're taking advantage of the fact that somebody loves and admires you that much.
So, like, would you apply that to other content creators or smaller content creators also?
Yeah, I think that applies kind of across the board. If somebody I mean, even I am considered a smaller content creator and I still watch other content creators. And I don't think that you should necessarily blend the two. If you like if I were to date somebody that had 1 million subscribers and I only have 2,000 subscribers, that would be kind of a weird advantage. Now, if I were dating somebody that was kind of along the same lines or similar numbers and analytics as me, that would kind of be a little more feasible because it would be just like dating like a coworker or something like that. But I don't think you should date anybody that's a fan or viewer or anything of the sort, for sure.
Okay, so you make a distinction between like a peer versus a viewer.
Yeah, I think there's a big part into play, and also you got to have some type of common denominator. So as content creators, we kind of get it, we understand it a little bit more, and you kind of can have conversations referring to those common denominators. But that doesn't mean that I want to go date a content creator or care to, or date anybody for that matter. I think it's more along the lines of like, it would be more allowable because you're in the same dynamics, you're in the same playing field. You're not, you may even be in kind of two separate categories in terms of the type of content you create, but you're still on the same level playing field.
Okay, so I mean, I guess that makes sense, but it seems like these days, like any of us spend the majority of our time online, so like it's going to be where you most likely meet somebody like a new person, right?
I mean, you're not going to meet them in person.
Oh, so you wouldn't develop like if you had a relationship through virtual means, you wouldn't, the goal would be to meet up?
Yeah, but it takes a lot to even get to that point of wanting to interact on a personal level. I mean, you're talking a lot of different things there. And not only that, like So you want to try to keep professional with other content creators, right? Everybody that I engage with, I try to keep it very professional with how I interact with them, the messages I send when I'm requesting them to come on panels, so on and so forth. But like it would take a lot before you even were to tap into I have an interest in you.
Speaking of professional, sorry, got to cut off here because that is time. That's 5 minutes up. Let's bring all our panelists back on stage. And sorry, I'm a drama fucking streamer. I'm creating drama. I'm lying. Melanie just has some technical difficulties. That's why they let the stream. Had nothing to do with.
No, I am an idiot though. Like I went to click this tab and then I clicked the X on the tab. So
we've all.
I came for the drama.
You can make fun of me for it if you want, but just make fun of me for the right things. God damn it! Also, I'm sorry. I just didn't realize this was a Thorp safe space and that they needed protection. So yeah, they can. Good for them. They got it now.
I wouldn't say that's the thing. It's just like my rules. If it's funny, I think that comments they're fine. And I could be wrong. I didn't think I saw anything that was across the line. But
You
I'll
also
where I
have like a liberal detector for coded racism. I'm just going to point that out, and that's very clear based on what you think sometimes.
Honestly, I might have missed that message in that case.
I hope my porn wasn't reflecting in the glasses. I hope that doesn't.
Just a couple of comments are saying that. I might edit that out.
I did not see it. I was so disappointed for missing it.
I was trying to give some sneaky cues to everybody.
I did notice a logo that was like white and orange. I don't know. Yeah, just saying. Sorry. Let's get back on the fucking rails. Oh yeah, we had to ask questions. Sarah, since you wanted the date, I want to know your feedback first. What was your feedback? Could you see anything during that date? Could you see a future with them?
No, not at all. I wouldn't I do give you credit because you were asking about things that I'm interested in, and you even referred to a show that I did, but you kind of automatically are knocking yourself out of the ring in a sense by asking those. Like, you wouldn't want to ask about me dating other people. Like, why would you want to know about me dating other people, even though maybe you were going to try to redirect that back to you in some weird way? I wouldn't, I think Alex always says it, like, don't talk about other dudes, and in this instance, you're kind of directing the conversation in a way of me dating other dudes. And I just don't think that that's like helping you, because
I wasn't, just to make the clarification, I wasn't even aware that that's what that stream was about. I thought that was I thought you were talking about in general. I wasn't aware that I wasn't talking about that at all.
What I'm saying is, like, you're referring it to in a way of like, would I ever date a dude that is this, or would I ever date a dude that is that? And like, clearly the answers were probably not in your favor. So I would have knocked out of that topic completely and quickly, and I would have gone in a different route. So what do you like to do on the weekends besides streaming with a bunch of tards on screen? I mean, I would have gone a different way. Like, I stream all the time. I'm here all the time. Ask me about something different. Yeah.
Thanks for that feedback, Sarah. I'm going to go into Ghostii, then James, then Mel, and I'll get into you can have last parting words. Blind. Ghostii, what'd you think?
I thought it felt like too casual. It didn't really feel like a dating kind of conversation. It just kind of felt like and again, like, you kind of asked her about dating, like, content creators dating people who watch them. So you kind of made it clear that you've seen a stream of hers and then asked for her opinion about dating people that watch her, which you're kind of like saying that you've watched her and you know her opinion, and she doesn't think that's so. I don't know, maybe not like the best topic to bring up, but it just felt like a little casual. But you seem very comfortable in yourself, and you were talking about things that she's clearly interested in and stuff. So yeah, it wasn't too bad, but
thank you.
Room for improvement, though.
Yeah.
Melanie, if you're not too busy talking in chat, do you want to add any feedback? I would want to hear it.
No, I honestly can only talk shit right now, and I'm sorry because I'm like, don't stop skipping me, but then I have nothing to say.
Okay, just make sure you're okay. You can keep fighting in chat. I don't mind. It's kind of funny to watch. I'm kind of distracted by it, but it's good. It's good content. All right, I think I went to everyone blind.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Sorry. I forgot the most important one. Sorry. It's getting late now. I've been doing this for 2 hours. I get a little unhinged. So sorry, James. Please give me your feedback.
I'm gonna be harsh. This was the worst date by far. Worse even than Prometheus's lack of words. And I'll try to explain why. First, I'll say that I'll zoom in, then I'll zoom out. Zooming in terms of negatives. In the beginning, you had a reset. Like you came in with one energy, and then you just like took a step back as if to reintroduce yourself, like it was like a formal interview. It was like, oh hi, my name is. That was just not necessary. That just tactically. Then there were a couple of similar to the other gentleman. You could feel that you were reaching with some very sort of canned flirting techniques. You could feel the reaching. There were a few early, and then at some point you just went full debate style questions, and everyone's being nice and saying that you're talking about something that she's interested in. I want to point out it's not what you're talking about, it's how you're talking about it. And that fucking phrase that just captures the way you were talking about it was, you said, so you make a distinction between peers, and it's just way too analytical, way too this is about to be a debate. But I was freaking out. What is going on here? Why does this feel like we're about to try to figure out, make a model of something right now intellectually? What is going on? I think that's just the worst direction you can go in. And then I want to say, if you are going to do that, right, there are a lot of things you can do to at least make that somewhat manageable. PRAWNCESS, I did it real time, so you can clip it. Like he said something, the woman responded. I chimed in before he did what he should have said, and anticipated what he ended up saying, which was exactly what I anticipated. But when you say something like that, right, you can get off it at some point. So you asked, like, what was your stance on dating someone you like, whatever? And then she said something like, oh, I would never do it because of power dynamics. And then you could just say, with a big smile, you say, oh, so that means there's no chance for us, huh? Something like that. Now you just inject a little bit of flirty. You can come off that topic back onto a regular flirty conversation if you get sidetracked. Or you can come in and out of that. So you can come off flirty and then ask the follow-up question. That's a little more analytical, that goes down that same line of sort of analysis or whatever that was. Grilling, and I don't know what it was. But you could come off it, come back, come off it, come back. There was another, or at very fucking least, in between, inject a little emotion. What do you mean? That's crazy. You really believe that? Next question. Oh my God. I can't believe that. I love that you said that. That is, I would never in a million years. You and I, this is crazy. I can't believe you believe that. We would never work. Next question. Something, anything, for the love of fucking Pete. But in between, right? And you want to think about this when you're having any kind of normal conversation, right? A lot of the guys here have had no sort of sustained normal conversation. You want to come off it, come back to it. Come off it, come back to it. And in between at these points, inject a little emotion, inject a little bit of flirting. And you don't want to do like the last gentleman, although he's improved. You don't want to dump a whole bag. You just want and come back to it, and come back to it, back to it, and move the normal conversation forward. But what you did was entirely different. What you did was some sort of, I don't know, it felt like a processing. It felt like you were somehow processing her in some way. Like, let me analyze this and grill it and deconstruct. I was like, whoa, okay. Don't know how well, unless you're dating an AI, they might be into that, bro. She might just start, But yeah, so that's what I got to say.
Thanks for all the feedback. Blind, I definitely like to respond to all that feedback and give any parting words that you want to.
It was fun. What do you call it? I would just to explain, like, I don't put any stock into any of this because I'm not actually dating, but just to like explain what my thinking process was so that you guys like can know what I was thinking. I was more thinking along the lines of the fact that I know she's smart, obviously. That's the reason why I said about making the distinction. Like, I know that I wasn't going to outrun her with how I was speaking. And then the parasocial thing was because further in the conversation, I was going to circle back to that and see just what my chances were. Like, I literally just barely turned you guys on, so I don't know like what the parameters are. I didn't know we were timed or any of that. But like, I was just really trying to start off with casual conversation. Later on, because she was kind of icy cold with me from the beginning, it felt like. But I was just kind of trying to get her warmed up to talking to me, and then we would have gotten to like y'all said, to the more flirtatious or whatever, things like that. But I really just wanted to come by and like just say hi to a new community and play the game.
Well, yeah, it's your first time here. I mean, knowing none of the format, just being here for the first time, I think they're pretty well. Definitely can improve, but hey, feel free to come back if you want. But I think they're pretty well.
I definitely will.
I've seen way worse.
I like what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Come back anytime. I'm gonna kick you off right now, though.
Yes,
Later.
kick me out.
Later, blind. All right, I do have Edward backstage. I want to play this one clip. I guess some breaking news.
You know why Edward's here, right? Because Ava's here and he asked to date her, and now she's gone.
Oh yeah, sorry. I think I left Ava backstage too long. Shit. Well, we'll get to that, but I had to address this. I guess on breaking news. Apparently, Grace is on her way to the stream, but
there we go.
I guess like they're trying to get to like somewhere where there's Wi-Fi. They're kind of a little bit in a rush, you know. God damn, I just got a fucking ad. Damn it.
There's no way their van can drive that fast, though. There's
the updated ad blocker right now.
Here we go.
Yeah, their van's not as nice. I don't know. Yeah. Well,
who's driving now?
They're trying to zoom to that Wi-Fi so they can join the stream. Any 5 minutes now, they'll be joining. I promise, guys. Just give them a couple. I think outrun the cops. No, they gotta outrun that 4-star rating, and they'll any second now they'll be here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing like a leaking toilet or any bottles of pee falling out.
True, there'll be like a trail behind, you know.
No, imagine fucking Ben pulls in for a speed date while he's looking back. Be amazing. I call dibs on the cops. If they get caught, I'm speed dating a cop. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just
now
picturing.
That sounds actually kind of fun. Like while she's getting arrested, like she holds the phone up and we can speed date with the cop while he's arresting her.
You see, she's picking up what I'm putting down.
Well, it's kind of sexy.
Kind of hot. The handcuffs and
I
everything.
just found a new kink.
You speed date the cop from the back seat while you're getting taken to jail?
while he's putting cuffs on her, like the phone's there, and he's
And all
speed
that
dating with us
adrenaline?
while he's reading her rights and putting cuffs on. That would be kind of fun.
Definitely. I think every good date should start with having your rights being read. It should happen at least one time in a good date. I feel like.
Seriously, or at least risk.
No, controversial. All right, Edward. I know you can't. Never had that, Ghostii?
Yeah, you've never had that happen before? It's like all my dates.
Oh no.
End up in handcuffs all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
Troublemaker.
I don't think I've ever been arrested at one time. My rights have never been read to me ever. I felt like I got a ticket, but knock on wood. Nothing beyond that. All right, we get some people backstage. Edward, are you okay with knowing the fact that Ava's no longer here? That's okay? Welcome back. We got I mean, Ava, if you're watching, come back.
PRAWNCESS is doing you dirty, man. You can't take this shit.
Prawn.
Yes,
I
Edward.
thought we were friends, Prawn.
Why are we not friends?
You set my girl up with that boy.
Wait, you said earlier that Ava, you know, you want to date her, but
I lied.
Oh my God! Wow! Oh shit!
How dare you set up my woman, the woman that we're gonna try to do something together in 2 years, destroy each other? You set her up with a boy? I thought we were friends, man.
I'm sure if you knew you were going to be here, she would have waited for you, but you know she didn't know that.
Give me Ghostii, please.
Ghostii, you're ready for another speed date?
So excited.
Right.
Can I give him some really quick preemptive advice? Don't call her your girl.
call her your girl.
Kirby, don't
Do
take it too
Any
seriously,
response?
buddy. Don't take it too seriously, madam.
Let's see. I say, Edward, trust your intuition. See where it takes you.
Let's do it.
Give you all 5.
Hi, Ghostii.
Hi, Edward.
You ever have a friend just betray you?
Of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at you. You got a natural look to you. Like a 70s hippie girl.
Thank you. You're
What
the
state are
second
you
person
from?
who's called me a hippie. I'm
Really?
in Philly. What?
What part of Philly?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does, because I could meet you at Los Pistolores right now for a couple beers.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm in like Callow Hill, so
Oh, Calla Hill. Wow.
yeah.
I parked there on the...
I was from West Philly. I lived in West Philly for like the past 3 or 4 years, but like
I'm in
University
Rittenhouse.
City.
Nice. That's a nice area right there. I'm in
Yeah.
Rittenhouse.
Oh, okay, that's not far.
Pine Street, 18th and Pine.
Nice. I
You
know
know
where
the
that
area?
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You look like a girl that likes to bathe in a river.
Interesting. Thank you.
It's a compliment. You got a natural earthy look.
I have a shower, but
I'm not talking about being dirty or clean. I'm just
I
saying
know,
you have
I
a
know.
very earthy girl look, you know.
no, I like call myself a modern hippie, so it's pretty accurate.
Oh, really? Okay, so I'm not out of place by telling you these things.
No.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'1".
Oh, so cute. Stand up. Let me see.
You want me to stand up?
Please. Please, baby. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just in sweatpants, but
How long does it take you to get to what do you call it? Dos Pistolores. Let's go. I'll meet
I
you
don't
there
know.
in 15 minutes.
I don't know where that is. It's a little late.
It's on 15th Street.
It probably wouldn't
you
take
ever-
long, but it's a little late.
Okay. I know you're scared. I know. I get it.
So, what are you into?
I'm into painting. I'm into developing my body, my mind, making connections with pretty hippie girls.
Oh, really? I thought I was going to be a disappointment though, because you clearly like,
You know
you
what?
know,
So
I
did
was like
I.
a second pick and, you know,
No,
all
I
that.
thought you were going to be a disappointment too, and then I just like focused on you, and I was like, oh, and then things started in my brain.
Right.
What? You don't believe you can have that effect on a man?
No, sure. I guess. Yeah.
You've had a boyfriend before, right? Of
Yeah, of course.
course. How long was it? I mean, how long did you? A month?
No, I was saying my longest relationship was like 3 years.
Oh, okay. So that tells me you're a normal girl.
I guess so. It depends
like
how you define
if
normal.
a girl, say again.
Depends how you define normal, I guess.
If a girl's relationship, the longest relationship is like 1 year, I'm like, ugh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
what. 3 years.
What
is
was your longest relationship?
4 years. Beautiful girl, great head. And we broke up mutually. She gave me this apartment. I had to take over her lease. She called me up. She's like, take over my lease. So I took over her apartment.
Oh.
Her name was Danny. Well, I called her Danny. Her name was Danielle. But I was the only one that ever called her Danny. What's your real name? So I can give you a name that only I can call you. You don't want to say.
I haven't told anybody my real name, but people call me Jane on here.
Jane?
Yeah.
Shit, that's hard. So how can I change Jane for something personal like that? Only I can call you.
J9? That's my nickname.
Sounds like cyanide. Oh, well, you're gonna
Cyanide?
poison. Yeah, you're gonna poison me. Oh. Jane!
And we're gonna end it right there on the cyanide. Hell yeah! What a great way to end it.
Oh, the backstabber's back.
I'm sorry to backstab you again. That fucking date makes you want to fucking do cyanide. God damn. Sorry. I had to do it. Too easy. All right, let's bring our panelists back on.
Look at James. He's like, what the fuck?
He's speechless.
James, it wasn't that bad, buddy.
Bro, I'm gonna rip my hair out, bro.
Why?
I'll talk to you. Bro, because I'll when I get my chance to talk.
James, we'll get into it. Yeah, I want to hear it first. I want to hear Ghostie's feedback.
You guys are crazy.
No, it's not what you think.
You'll get a chance to respond. Definitely. Please. Any major red flags?
I feel like kind of, but I don't know how to like describe it. I don't know exactly like what to pinpoint. But I just feel like something was kind of off-ish, maybe. I don't know how to describe it.
The vibe was off.
Yeah.
I could describe it.
Okay.
You're not Ava.
If you can do it quickly.
You're not Ava.
Maybe.
He wasn't genuinely into you, so hey, maybe he didn't see me through the real RIZZ.
No. I was just joking. I'm a comedian, Ghostie. I'm just joking about you're not Ava. Listen.
Wait, Edward, you get to respond.
Man, I'm just messing around on the internet. You're lovely, okay? And
Thank you.
if you and I did meet for beers, I would take it more seriously. But we're talking through a computer screen. So
no, I get it.
I think that was all a bit.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful, and I would actually love to have a drink.
Wait, we're supposed to do this after all the feedback, please.
Sorry.
Sarah, what is it? What are we trying to signify by bringing that red doll thing?
Like, it was the only red thing that was sitting around.
What is it? Is that your head right now exploding?
My son, this is one of his little things, and he brought it down to me Monday. Like, he wanted me to have it here to stream, so he made it on screen now. But you have now incentivized me to purchase a pack of red flags so that when weird shit like this happens, I can now raise a red flag. I'm literally searching Amazon right now to find,
That actually would be hilarious. Yes, it's a great bit.
Kind of weird when he said, like, oh, you could just meet me in 15 minutes. Like, because now, especially in the internet world, this is, if you guys like just met in a bar and you're like, oh, you live on this street? Yeah, I'm like 3 streets over. Oh, okay, that's cool. Cause you're meeting in person, right? But I think in the internet world, that's not okay. Like, and you could even hear when he was asking, like, what part of Philly? Like, I could meet you at such and such. And she was so hesitant. It was like this long, awkward pause. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, say you're on the outskirts somewhere else. So, I don't know. It just
I would never hurt you.
You're interrupting my time.
Sorry, Sarah. Go ahead. Sorry.
But I think that, it just kind of got a little cringy, and you were kind of like pushing to meet up a little too, like, after she gave you a lot of cues that she very obviously was not going to meet up with you. And then you just kind of kept pushing it a little bit. So it's just kind of weird, cringy. I don't know.
Good point, Sarah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I was just multitasking for a second. Thank you for that feedback. I think insightful. Maybe you could be a dating coach too, Sarah. Maybe you got a calling.
I've I gave a lot of good feedback over on Playing with Fire. Like they
True,
liked
true.
me for my feedback. You know, a lot of time, you know, there were a few trolls in there where we had some fun, but overall, if they came on genuine, I would give genuine feedback.
Yeah, you're smooth with your feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah.
James, I want to hear your feedback.
Okay. So first, I was stressed because I thought you had a chance to have a really great date. That had a chance to be a really great date. That there was a lot of emotionality and it was a dynamic conversation. I do agree. I marked the two big red flags. One was the way you were talking about your ex and talking about that apartment. It was like I don't know. It felt sentimental. Like you were, even when I called her Danny, it just felt like, okay, this is kind of like, is he still in her? Was that like the one that got away? That's what it felt like. That was your whole tone just dipped into a place that like just was for me. Well, I thought like every girl's gonna be like a big red flag. Then the other one was, and I put it as a positive. It seems like you are pretty empathetically, like intuitively, empathetically able to pick up. There was like 3 or 4 times where you picked up and said, "Oh, you're probably feeling this," right? And it seemed like it was accurate. What you did afterwards, though, you know, was a little bit tough. I think answering why would you say what part of Philly doesn't matter? You say because I could go here to go get there. That's a creative way to say because I live in Philadelphia too. You know, versus that was good, but then you feel that first bit of tension. You start to ask about the date. There's a little more tension, and then you kind of like just went into it a little bit too much. It's as if you knew. But you didn't know how to handle what she was feeling. So I, you know, probably come off that. Another one negative that I'll say is when you told her to get up, right? You got to know, it's an intuition you got to pick up. You got to know where you guys are at in terms of like chemistry. You kind of asked, she kind of didn't do it because it was kind of like you weren't in the right place for it. And then you did come on, please. That's like the worst thing you could do. So that was another red flag. So that's an intuition you pick up. You got to get a sense for, you know, how it's moving and grooving. I would say for the most part, though, save those. This was the most dynamic conversation where I think that take those away. This might have actually turned into a little more of a flirty good conversation. The one big thing there, I was pulling my hair out. Every time you kind of gave something that had a little bit of life and juice to it. You had juice. You had real juice compared to everybody else. You just left it hanging there. And I'm screaming, like, take control of the conversation. Ask a normal question. There was one part. So you're a hippie girl, blah, blah, blah. She kind of gives you a little bit back. Oh, so where did you go to school? What did you study? Normal conversation. Take control of the conversation. Just move it forward. Instead of just like, ha, 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 ha. And then she's like, well, there was a little bit of something there, but what the fuck? We're just sitting here over. And I'm like, oh my God, all this man has to do is keep normal conversation. What, are you from Philly? Did you move to Philly? What do you think about cheesesteaks? Anything under the motherfucking sun, and balance what you were doing with the vibe. And I thought it could have been a genuinely good. And I was losing it. I was like, no, he's so close. He's so close. He's so close to having a good day. And then, so yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing in terms of for you. Keep that in mind. You did excellent, I think, on those other parts. In terms of positive, just so I can be a little more specific, you were going to your own beat the whole time, and you had some emotional sort of give and take, some variety, and what was it? Yeah, that was more than anyone else. You had more juice. You also had a really good push. I would say you need to learn to push a little bit more. But you did have that one good push where, damn it, I forgot I only wrote half the quote. I didn't. Oh, when she said about Ava, she's like, oh, I was obviously number 2. I didn't think you were gonna like me, and you started by saying, I didn't think I was gonna like you either. I was like, good. Instead of being, no, of course I'm gonna push. Give something that makes you go a little bit.
James, I knew what to say, but let's wrap it up. We got to move backstage.
So, yeah, I would say that, and then another example of where you could have pushed. When she said, I got a shower. I would have said, and I said it just so that there could be a reference for how you could respond. I would have said, Well, then use it. And then I would say, nah, I'm fucking with you. On to the normal conversation. Push. Give a little bit of, but you had more emotional, you had more juice than anyone else. But know that pushing is a part of what makes a dynamic, fun, flirty interaction. I'm not saying being an asshole, although I'm kind of an asshole.
Jesus, James, you go on forever.
It's good
That's
feedback.
okay. Like I cede my time to James so he can continue to be the app master.
He gives good feedback.
Sure.
Well, that, guys.
We'll keep that for the in-depth post-stream 3-hour in-depth analysis. But Edward, of course, as always, you get parting words and a response if you want.
As always, I enjoy this stuff, and as always, I enjoy the panel. And what else? That's it. I'm going to say the same thing on these things every time. The panel's awesome. This is fun. And Prawn, you're a backstabber.
Yes.
We got some new drama to milk in the stream. Thank you, Edward. We'll make this for the next couple of months.
Prawn.
Yeah.
Be good, buddy.
See you, Edward. Come back anytime.
Traitor.
Yeah, I'm a drama streamer now. Okay.
Yeah, you pissed off more than just him tonight too. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, we got some. I got pissed off from my panelists today. We'll talk about that later off stream. But I think we got a special show right now. None of them know this, but we're doing something very spontaneous right now. I want to welcome back two. Actually, I was going to say friend of the stream. That's a little bit too liberal of a word. Two people that are familiar with the stream, acquaintances of the stream. We'll say that. Let's welcome. And I'm forcing you onto a date right now. So let's welcome the RIZZ God and Mr. Maxxer. And I'm just going right into a speed date.
I'm so beautiful. Why do you have that man above me? Why do you have?
Let's do a double date. Double date.
I don't need you to double date.
Who with?
I don't need you to double date. You shouldn't be around me. You should get a fucking pump.
Did
you go get your shit fixed? Why? Go get your shit fixed.
Ghostii.
Sarah and Ghostii? Okay.
I got it there, Ben.
What the fuck is Grace saying in the background? I can't hear shit. Okay, yeah.
You ain't shit.
Wmaxxer, shut up for 1 second.
Let's go, man.
Okay, I was going to say, Sarah and Ghostii, I'm going to do a double date. Again, you guys have the ripcord. So keep in mind, if y'all want to get pulled out individually at the same time, just let me know.
Is that for us? Is that for us too?
Both of you, both of y'all. If y'all want to dip out, if y'all just get intimidated by these strong women, very understandable.
Ladies, how are you?
Okay, Ghostii, I'm so sorry to you because you got the Wmaxxer for the first time and now you have Ben. Both in the same department, just different categories.
Well, Sarah.
So my apologies to you right off the bat, my darling.
It's okay. I can't hear you.
Maybe Ghostii doesn't need or Jane. Maybe she doesn't need a mommy right now. Maybe she wants to spend.
No, she needs a brick wall and lots of boundaries.
Well, why don't you let her make her own mind up?
I think I just need some vodka, maybe.
That might help. Yeah, that'll help. That might help.
Why don't you loosen up already? You're still tight as you were 3 hours ago. Have a stiff drink. And when Mr.
I'm okay with that.
Daniel Romano of Romano Productions. Broad, you'll never be doing adult content with the likes of somebody like me.
Thank you. I think that's a compliment.
Do you know who Wmaxxer is? You're talking to an internet legend. Absolute legend.
Am I?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell.
Everyone's dirty uncle. Great guy.
Go ahead,
What about yourself?
Do it, Ben. Maybe you can pick her up.
You know a little bit about, but maybe we could just put that aside. Right?
Your mic keeps like going in and out, Ben.
It's the music. It's the music.
Oh, okay. Maybe PRAWNCESS, turn the music down a little bit.
Yeah.
Or just turn it off.
Sit
Kill
on
the
my
mood.
face, Sarah.
Oh, Jesus.
Good boy. You have no purpose in this life, baby. Your dating means nothing. Do you know Daniel Romano, Sarah?
Yeah, Romano. He's
he's going to be doing the editing. You're going to be left with just
yeah. Have you...
Listen. ask you? Can I ask you? In your experience, you're maybe in your 20s. I would guess.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you find that a lot of young men they're kind of insecure and they're looking for like a mother figure? Do you ever find that to be true?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I think a lot of people are insecure in general, but I think there are a lot of insecure guys.
Yeah, insecure guys. So, do you find that you're attracted to, maybe you wouldn't normally be, but like you're attracted to maybe a man with a little more experience and confidence than a lot of the young guys around these days?
It depends. If he has too much confidence and he's cocky and egotistical, then definitely I'm not attracted to that at all.
But is that too much confidence, or is that just a cope for not having enough confidence?
Being egotistical?
Yeah, that's not too much confidence. That's a cope. You can't be too confident.
Yeah, she's a coper. I agree with Ben. She's coping.
No, she's talking about guys.
She's about ready to see you too. Why don't you cope?
You know, guys like you take testosterone.
I think you're coping, buddy.
No, I think, honey, you need to get a drink and have a bag of dope and loosen up a little bit. Look how
You still seem upset about this from 3 hours ago.
Damn right, because I'm egotistical. You got damn right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's on me then, isn't it? I feel good.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. I'm looking at your background there, and it's very cute for a girl in her 20s, but it just seems to me like it'd be a little lonely and it's a little too feminine. You need some. Do you ever feel like you want kind of some male energy in there, some a little bit more confident male energy to kind of clear out all the cobwebs and reorganize things and fix it up and make a little more sense? Does that sound appealing?
Yeah, I mean, I do live with my boyfriend, so.
Why are you dating then? What are you, polyamorous?
Boyfriend?
Bring Furby on.
Why don't you bring the punk on? What up? He's got to be OT punk.
Then why does it look so feminine in there?
Well, this is my streaming background. So, but he's very masculine, and he doesn't have to project it or be overly manly about it, but he can fix anything. He builds things. He's very intelligent.
Well, let me ask you this then: if he's so all these things, then why is he letting you loose with two of the wildest sex pests on the internet right now?
He does not feel threatened by you. Trust me.
Could be.
How tall is he?
He's like 5'9".
5'9". Do you think if I was standing, you know how tall I am?
No.
I'm 6'8". If I was standing next to him, he'd barely come up to my shoulders. Don't you think that might make him feel a little insecure?
No, he's packing.
I just want to cut in here for a little bit. I'm going to announce a donation for Sarah. Thank you, Don Juan, for yet another one. Come back, and Wmaxxer is here again.
Tell me I need to wax. I know. I got.
You say he's packing. Does that mean he's packing a gun because he's insecure?
That has nothing to do with insecurity.
So
having a gun means you're insecure now? That sounds like something like somebody who's against toxic masculinity would say.
Are you sure
is that what you're suggesting?
What if I get a fucking rope and off himself?
1 second, y'all. The date's over. Let me cut in for a little bit. Are you sure, Ghostii, when you said packing, you weren't talking about the Speedo?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I mean, I guess he's double packing then.
1 second.
My dad and Wmaxxer with Furby just for a minute.
Actually, the Furby said the Furby's interested in dating Ben.
Let's go.
It's the
Mel, if you're still there, he said that.
Wmaxxer with the Furby.
No,
they requested Ben, but Mel, what do you want?
Well, Ben's expressed interest before, so I was just following up on that.
Absolutely. You're the El Capitan.
You could never last in the free lounge in Las Vegas.
ADHD taking over.
Are we doing a second date between Mel and the RIZZ god himself?
Let's get RIZZ.
Is there RIZZful? All right. Last time, I don't know what I'll call it as a date. So yeah, I might end this if I think it's not great content. So let's see.
What's up?
Furby, I wanted to tell you that I think you have a lot of insights that you bring when you're not being like kind of like antisocial to streams. And I wonder if you wouldn't want to be like a kind of that you're really submissive. You're a submissive type of person. Would you
No,
agree?
I'm not.
Sexually?
No, I'm a switch. So it depends heavily on who I'm talking to.
What do you switch from?
Well, I switch to the opposite of what they are, but that's only if like they're a strong, either alpha or submissive. Dom or submissive.
You're dominant?
Not by default.
But you want to, I'm not saying this, you want to remove your penis. Wouldn't that be helpful in being dominant?
You're a mean one, Mr. Thorpe. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Thorpe. You're as bad as a banana peel with a greasy black peel. You're a monster, Mr. Thorpe. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Thorpe. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole.
You're not going to have fun pretty soon.
You're a vile one, Mr. Thorpe. You have termites in your smile. You have all the tender sweetness of a seasick crocodile, Mr. Thorpe. Given the choice between the two of you, I'd take the seasick crocodile.
Nice. That's great. You've got a lovely voice. I think that you're portraying me as the Grinch, and I think the Grinch has a lot of sexual charisma because there's too much bullshit. Am I right? Those little, what were people called the little children, the Who's? They suck. They deserve to get destroyed. Am I right?
You're a foul one,
a hard time.
Mr. Thorpe. You're nasty, wasty skunk. Your heart is full of unwashed socks. Your soul is full of gunk, Mr. Thorpe. The three words that best describe you are as follows, and I quote, stink, stank, stunk.
So do you agree with me about the Grinch?
I can't take any more singing. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Well, I tried. That's why it's the El Capitan. You got to work.
I figured me singing the song again might have answered your question, but I think you're being a little dense on purpose.
I'm being what?
A little dense on purpose,
Oh, I know the song.
It's obtuse.
One second. We're hitting the 3. One second. No, we're hitting the 3 hour mark. We're gonna keep doing a couple more dates, but
I'm hard as a
rock.
rock.
I'm just bringing everyone on stage. So Daniel, welcome to the stage as well.
Daniel is my new producer. I'd like to introduce him. He's a wonderful man. He's life affirming. Jane, plain Jane, you're a boring woman, if I must say so myself. I know you like to date everybody here. You got everything to say. I hope you drain Daniel Romano, and he's Mr. Romano. You drain
Wait, Wmaxxer.
You sound pretty bored, sir.
Great balls. You're boring. You're boring.
You sound pretty bored.
No, you are. Daniel
Seems like you need to make up for a lot of loss and missing things in your life.
You'll be sucking our toes.
Porn and drugs.
Yeah, you go, Dan. Give her the fucking yeah, baby.
Yeah, this guy fucks. This guy has life affirming sex. You know it.
All he has to do is show that collection around his TV to the lady, and it's just instantly to the bed.
Oh yeah.
Tyrannosaurus.
He'll kick your ass, Ben.
Daniel, quick question.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten busy in a suit?
Not yet.
That's the only question.
You mean like
Maybe you'll find
not yet.
the show. Yeah. So Daniel, welcome to the show. I mean, I was gonna say introduce yourself, but kind of Wmaxxer kind of did it for you. Do you want to add anything to that?
It's Mr. Romano to you.
Thanks, Max. Let's see. Well, where to begin? produce, I edit, direct, voice act, stunt. I do martial arts. I do lots of things. Other hidden things too that I haven't shown yet. But just yeah, I'm full of mysteries too. So, but yeah, it's basically me.
Full of mystery. Yeah, that's why you're the
Should I
Black
put my,
Ranger.
do you want me to put my channel in the link or private chat or?
If you want, yeah, sure, yeah. I'll put it in chat and stuff like that.
Sure. So
Who are you
people
looking to
can
date
subscribe?
this evening?
Right.
Good question. Sorry, let me catch my breath for a second.
Wait, I didn't get my.
Oh, sorry, yeah. While you're doing that, I guess we should get a review. Is that a real date? I didn't.
Combo.
James, any feedback to add to that to the musical?
Yeah, Mr. Moo's got some competition.
Aw.
Also, look at the high production background. Damn.
I will be
Alright.
disappointed if nobody
Welcome
rates
back
my
on song.
singing.
I really appreciated that. That was good. That was well played. I like the emphasis on the pauses between where the singer turns into a narrator for a bit, particularly your emphasis the point where he said,
I took one more step up.
between the two of you. That was well done. It was excellent.
Ball.
Thank you.
My childhood.
1 second, Ben.
Yeah, aside from that, bring it, Mr. Moon. We here. All right, we here all.
Thank you, or is it just me?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
popping
yeah,
James,
really
James.
bad.
You've got the StreamYard curse.
Maybe restart your headphones or mic. Your mic's a little off. Yeah, I just want to clarify because I roasted you a little bit, but I should have clarified. I was not roasting your singing ability. I just can't stand musicals. It's not for me. So.
Oh no,
Didn't
no!
do
And I
good
know
for
I'm
me.
being obnoxious. Like I don't expect you to endure all. Like I did half of that.
What are
and
you
I
talking about? You have the voice of an angel.
out right now.
I'm working. No, that can't be true because I'm still working on it. Okay, don't you dare talk me up and boost my confidence higher than it needs to be, because then I won't shrink my voice.
Excuse me, Pronces. How are you and Sarah going to keep up when I'm with Daniel at the cons in Vegas?
I'm sorry, I actually can't just take compliments.
How are we going to keep up with what? Your losses
Me
at
and
the casino?
It's Mr. Romano to you at the cons live in Las Vegas. I'm taking him to Chica Bonitas.
Okay, what are we competing on? Like how many times you can get arrested?
That means we're going to have the best stream going on the internet.
Well, we'll just wait. Let's see if it competes with me and Torcha's Vegas stream. How about
I
that?
do what I do when I want to go to sleep. When I can't, my ambience not working, and my melatonin combined to do it push on. Mm-hmm. It's Mr. Romano to you too, dummy.
I do like Daniel, but sorry, Ben, because I know you asked for feedback. Is that adequate for you, or did you want to hear from anyone else?
Mr. Romano.
Furby, whether I was able to, because I was rock hard by the end of it, and I want to know where she's at.
That's a weird paraphilia if you get hard from that. From singing Furby.
Yeah, well, I felt like you were giving me a lot of credit because everyone.
But you agree it's a paraphilia, right?
Max to 10
It's not normal.
And those who's in Whoville, like they deserve everything they get.
So you agree it's a paraphilia and it's not normal to be turned on by a singing Furby, right?
You're talking about a paraphilia. You're an autistic transgender person.
None of those are paraphilias.
Well, I was gonna say maybe it's the quality of singing that maybe got them erect. You know.
Are you leaving him out? Stop, you fucking Thorpe defender! I hate you.
Ben has not had an erection since the Ford administration. Ben, you haven't had an erection since the Ford administration. Why don't you grab a hold of yourself already? You haven't had a hard erection since Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford.
It's been a while, but we
know.
Was getting me there.
All right. Okay. Enough. All right. Love. It's past 3 a.m. mark. We're okay. We're okay. We're going a little bit off the rails. I don't want to keep Daniel waiting too long though, because we got through the feedback.
Oh no.
I want to see Daniel's speed date. So please, Daniel, please let me know.
I'm gonna do it, Lady Sarah, right above me. Or no, is she? No, a couple. I'll do Sarah.
I'm pulling for.
It keeps moving around. But
For the record, I've been like 3 for 3 of being a total bitch tonight, so you might want to pick the lovely Miss Jane.
Don't
She's
you
much
go for her,
better.
Daniel. You'll keep her in line.
No, I can handle it, Sarah. You're fine.
Look at this guy. He's hidden like a role playing costume just for you. That should mean something.
I mean, maybe it goes really well. I'll just I'll do like a back-to-back one. But Sarah, I think you should read this first if you want.
Let me start at the beginning because Don Juan dropped in the $1.99 saying the
Don't
fact
you ever talk bad about chicken bonitas! Don't you dare!
That's where the line. That's
Oh my god! Goddamn my ears.
Awkward.
Let me just
Don
lower their
Juan came
volume.
in
Go
with
ahead.
$1.99 saying this was not a speed date. Ben Thorp is lame, lol. Then he comes in with another $1.99 saying the fact that she's saying she likes this guy, shaking my head. Then he stops by again to say it. Gold Ranger is here. Let's fucking go. And then he drops down to say, I've dated girls that work at Chicas Bonitas. We'll never go there after hearing the Lost Maxers going there. The Fox and Thorpe thing is speechless. What the fuck?
Some very divisive opinions. A lot of people say they love it, they hate it. Yeah, wait, James, can I have another audio check? I keep hearing some weird audio shit.
Mic check.
I think it's still bad. Say a sentence.
James, I'm going to give you some advice, and I had to give Ruby this advice, and it's the only way she could fix it. You have to restart your entire computer. It's the only way it'll fix it. We've tried everything before. I'm giving you the best possible.
This is perfect timing because Mr. Romano is about to do speed date, and you know he's going to do 10 out of 10. So you don't even have to watch it. Just assume he's going to do amazing.
Okay, I agree. Turn, I got.
Let's do this. And if you don't mind, Ramon, I'm going to have you read this one from OPC Don.
Can Daniel give us a boast after him? Actually, yes, I could. But should I do it before or after?
I'll leave it up to you. It's your date, so you decide. Is that part of your date, or is it for after?
I mean, I could.
Starting off great, Sarah, with a yawn.
So tired.
No, we are gonna end. We're gonna end the stream soon. 3 hours is a good mark, so we're gonna end it now. If anyone else crazy comes backstage, we might bring you on, but we're probably gonna start petering it out soon. So yeah, we'll allow people to go to sleep soon. But I'll check on you in 5.
Sarah, ever go out with a guy in a ranger suit before, or is this a first?
Definitely a first.
And you know what's funny? I like how we're both in black.
Here come the men in black.
Or Johnny Cash is Man in Black. Do you like Johnny Cash? Just out of curiosity.
I hear the train a coming. It's rolling around the bend.
So good. So let's see what else. So if we were to go out, would you? I think we talked about this before, but red or white wine?
Red or white what? Like? Oh, wine? Neither. I drink Prosecco.
Okay, we can. Well, you can. Okay, so I get it. I get that for you, and then for me, the red one. So very cool. But oh man, sorry, I haven't done this in a while. But how's your day been?
Well, Sundays are rough because the whole week's just busy and crazy, and then all I want to do is sleep on Sundays and not go anywhere. But then I have to get up and go places, so it gets a little tiring.
I feel you there. Did you do church this morning?
No, because the Bratty Tomato had tryouts this morning, so and it was like right in the middle of the day, so yeah.
I feel you. But what else? So again, would you go? Like, let's say we're at 1. Would you do a con? And 2, if we went to one, would you suit up?
Yeah, sorry. I'm so tired.
Why the hell are you yelling, Sarah, yawning?
I'm so tired.
What's the answer? That's not an answer.
I'm so tired.
Coors Light. He don't need to buy you fucking whatever the hell you said. Daniel, don't buy her shit. Give her a fucking Coors and hit her in the head. She don't deserve it.
Hey, let's not endorse any violence here. You know,
Sarah.
in a video game, you meant right?
No, I've never hit Sarah. I like Sarah.
I'm not worried about you.
Sarah's
I'm worried
good
about
people.
the trend out guy.
Sarah, we get along, don't we? I think we get along, you and I, Sarah.
I don't want her yawning at you.
She's tired.
Tired, Wmaxxer.
I don't take it offensively. She had a
Here,
long day.
I'm gonna pivot if you don't mind. Ghostii, do you mind if I tap you out for Sarah? Sarah's a little tired. Let me switch this up a little bit. Also, let's see the bow staff demonstration. That might waken things up, you know.
Old, she's old.
Wait, I got a big screen. Wait, where are you at?
Betty bye. You gotta go Betty bye, Sarah. Get him, Daniel. Hit him.
Dude, it's so fast. I can barely see the bow. It's crazy.
It's here.
Daniel's awesome. Love Daniel. We're going to cons together. We're gonna have fun, unlike you people.
Clearly practice this for hours.
Me and Daniel.
Look at that flexibility, that stamina.
Oh yeah, but there we go.
You know, I don't want to make any assumptions, but I bet like that agility like kind of translates to certain places. You know.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Got a big package. You look at that. He's got a big.
Well, I meant sports. I don't know what you guys meant.
Girth of a fucking.
Yeah, I mean, I do the moves and stuff like that. So yes, I was doing before. So actually, yeah.
Ghostii, how turned on are you on right? I can't even fucking say it. How turned on are you right now?
I don't know. It's just off the charts, honestly. I haven't
Over
seen
9,000.
You got a boyfriend, so I mean, it's funny. You know?
Hey, he better watch out. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I told him, you know, tonight it might be over after this. So.
His Braun is rolling over in his grave.
Good flying fucking a stiff drink would kill her.
Jesus Christ.
Do you actually do like Muay Thai or I mean like MMA or stuff like that, or is it all performance?
No, I'm an actual martial artist. Yeah, I'm a black belt, Taekwondo.
Oh, that's sick. That's cool.
This is, I mean, I do it for, here's the thing. I do it for, like, I do demonstrations, but I'm a legit martial artist, so. You know,
oh, that's awesome.
like, I'm a showman. Yeah. I just don't, I dabbled in MMA. I'm just not really much of a, like, I prefer to show it off rather than just get in fights, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, for sure. Are you actually gonna edit for this loser on the panel, or you're gonna edit his adult films?
Money is money, right?
True.
Yeah.
It's the closest he'll ever be to sex, so might as well.
Wait, who?
You, sorry, that was mean.
Yeah, wow, PRAWNCESS. What did he do to
That's my
deserve
job. My job is to roast the people on the show. It's literally my job. I don't get feedback. I don't give you genuine feedback. I'm not James here. That being said, I do want to pivot a little bit. I want to allow James to give some feedback. I want to allow anyone else to add as well. I do want to wrap up soon. That being said, James wants to do one date with Ghostii if you're down. I know you're a little tired. If you're spent, that's totally fine. But I want to give a chance for the dating coach to show his skills. But before we do that,
whatever he has
well, I
left
do want
in
James. I want to see if you want to give any feedback to Daniel on that.
Yes. When you humped the screen, you almost killed me. I was overtaken, and my pants may have ripped. I may never be the same again, and I want to thank you for that moment. I want to thank you for that transformative experience that you were able to provide us. So that's all.
I hate to stop you, James. Great feedback so far. We're still having the audio issue, and I want you to have that date with
Is
Ghostii.
that paper? Is that paper over your mic? Is that your mic?
No, it's not my mic.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I don't
It
know.
kind of just sounded better.
Yeah, maybe you need to get in front of the paper or something. Maybe it's bouncing or I don't know.
Well, now you're muted, but you're figuring it out. While we're doing that, let's get some other feedback. Yeah, try one more time. I can hear you. Say like a sentence.
The cow. How now, brown cow?
It's still like gargly. Can I do that on my end? Let me see. No, I have those checked
Sounds
out.
like there's a loose wire or something
Yeah.
almost.
Can you try to take off, either
that
take
happens.
off echo cancellation? Sometimes
off.
that helps. Yeah.
Try one more time, James.
Mic check. How we doing?
Oh.
Damn it, but now I have an echo.
Oh, now
God
he's
damn it.
echoing.
Yeah.
All right, we'll figure it out. Give me 1 second, James. Let me do that. I'm curious, Maxer. I want to hear your feedback from like your kind of your protege, your student.
Daniel's date was the best. That's Mr. Romano to you. I don't think Jane could handle any such man. I don't think she's capable of. Mr. Romano, we're doing cons and we're doing live streaming together, and he's doing adult content. I think the rest of you are all boring piss mops, especially you up there. You're piss mop.
Yeah, here you are on my show, groveling to me.
I'll call you a piss mop. You're a
This
piss
is what
mop.
winning in your mid-50s looks like,
You
everybody.
haven't won shit, honey. You're never going to get anything in your life anyway. With your life-denying personality, your boredom. Honey, you ain't that
Life
good.
denying.
You're life-denying. That's right. Life-denying.
What is he talking about?
Damn,
Okay.
Torsio's coming in looking like a Jedi.
Oh, God.
No, she looks like the little like koala bear things that were in the forest. What were they called? In
Oh,
Star Wars.
God damn it.
Ewok. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one.
Can't get any Star Wars shit past me. I'm the biggest fan.
I like
James,
Spaceballs. I remember.
Oh yeah, Spaceballs is
Classic.
great.
The Schwartz is with you.
Yeah. Can you get me
James-
off the big screen? Oh my god.
Yeah. So, well, you just joined, so we had like welcome.
Yo,
you,
yeah,
but-
can you hear me?
Fuck, it's still bad. Damn it, that sucks.
Terrible.
It was good
play
earlier,
with,
right?
like unplug it and plug it
How
back
does
in
it
or
feel,
something.
Jade? Hey, Jade, I have a question for you. How does it feel?
How am I doing now?
And you're
Oh wait, I
like,
think it's good. I think it's good.
yeah, Jade, I got a real question.
Am I back?
How does it feel? Prime
I think you're good
life?
now.
Yeah, Jade is in the prime of her life, and she's like living a state of rigor mortis. How does that feel?
Rigor mortis.
How does it feel?
In what way?
Rolling Stone. Okay, so as I was saying before, my technology so rudely interrupted me. I want to say, Daniel Romano, thank you for humping the screen as you did. It was truly a transformative experience.
It just
most
started
certainly
again.
life affirming. Okay,
I
it affirmed my sexuality. Certainly, my pants are drenched right now with a mixture of fluids. I'm not even certain the combination thereof. But yes, I
Just get
just
it out.
thank you. Yeah, I just had to let it roll.
We all, I mean, we
and-
all,
James,
we all
did you,
agree with
did
us,
you
yes.
reset? Did you try resetting your machine?
Am I still fucked up?
It fucked up. It
It
was
started
it's fucked up
again.
again. It was good in the beginning, and then like
Play with the
halfway-
wire. Play
Or
with the
refresh
wire.
That's what she said.
Refresh.
That's what she said.
Just refresh the stream.
We'll figure out. You know, this is only our fifth episode of the stream. One day we'll have a shot, some good quality production. One day.
By the way, this is
you
a
made it 3
StreamYard
hours in.
specific issue.
Oh, okay, it's a streamer thing.
I watch
Yeah, maybe
your
we'll-
stream
How about
when
now?
I put myself when the horse tranquilizers don't work for me. I put your stream on; it does wonders. I want to thank you for that. I get a nice little schluffy, a good little nap time. I just
Ow.
turn you on with the PRAWNCESS, and boom, no horse tranquilizer can take its place. I go right out like an effing light.
Well, I'm surprised you can sleep with all that trend flowing through your body. You know, like it's just like keeps you up.
And shout out to Don Juan. I think this one's coming in
like
for
tonight,
you. This one's coming in for you, Torsha, with the $1.99. He says, RP is not praxeological. Free will is greater than determinism. And then he also comes in, Neo Prototype is a simp. LOL.
Don, we can talk about it on my channel if you ever want to come on.
I'm
Yes.
a compatibilist. I think
Go-
that makes the most sense.
Go argue.
Yeah,
with
it's
Torsha.
almost like we're deterministic at an atomic and molecular level, but we still have free will at like the conscientious level. Wow, mind blown.
I mean-
Solved it all for you, idiot.
I mean, I don't
I
want to.
disagree.
I know we're getting kind of tired, but maybe we should not yet because we'd actually end the stream. But we can pivot into a second stream where we debate free will and determinism. Yeah, I would love to do that.
I'm feeling debate cucked tonight. Like
I'm
honestly,
gonna go change after this. So
Well, we can bring it back. We can have redemption. But sorry, James, one more time.
My check. How we doing?
I think it's still bad.
I'm just gonna
So,
say
yeah,
I'm gonna
I
have
guess
to
I
take
guess.
up this date for
Well,
James. I'm gonna have to date Ghostii
but-
instead.
I think
third eye date was successful. It was good.
I'm sliding in there in front
was
of
good.
James.
What am I doing?
Oh, sorry. Well, I think we're gonna end the stream now, James. I'm gonna give you one chance to do parting words, but I give you like 5 chances to do feedback. I know it's not your fault. We'll figure it out though. But you know, if you want feedback, Daniel, watch our stream or James' stream. We're gonna start doing a longer, in-depth reviews. So if you want to do that, you can check that out on one of our channels. I don't know which it's gonna be on, but that's something we're talking about doing. So hey, we can do that in a different after stream review. But did anyone besides James want to give any feedback for Daniel before he parted ways? Thanks for being the last official data of the night.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. No problem.
Very impressive moves. Keep it up. Can you have you ever done a backflip? Not now. I'm just curious. Have you ever done one?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, many.
Okay. Maybe one day we'll work up to
Like I
that.
do
That'd
here.
be a great dono goal when I hit 500. Just saying.
True.
Any parting words?
Just thanks for having me on really quick. This was fun. And I'll probably be on again. So thanks for having me. And subscribe to
Come
my
back
YouTube
anytime.
channel. It's hopefully somewhere in the link. Yeah, Roman Productions, and yeah, just check me out.
Yeah, if you post that in the back in the private chat, I'll post that as well. All right. But thanks, Romano. I'll see you around. I'm gonna kick you for now, though. Well, actually, I'll wait till you post your link. I'm gonna take you off stage. Okay. Let's go start doing some goodbyes. James, I'm gonna give you one more chance at the end, but I'm just gonna start kicking people off the stage. I'm gonna start with some people say save the best for last. I'm gonna save the worst for the first.
I love you, Wmaxxer. You're the best in my book.
I love you.
You know, Torsha, first of all, women like you will not be.
Oh, here we go. Are you
Excuse me.
talk to me nice? Talk to me nice. Wmaxxer.
She just said something nice about you.
Take advantage of Mr. Romano anymore. Plain Jane,
I've
you are
never
life
taken
denier.
advantage of
You
Mr.
are a life
Romano.
denying woman, you are a life denier, Jane. are
You don't
not
know what life is, buddy.
Oh yes, I do, honey. You have not woken up to it yet. You are in like a coma. You are in rigor mortis, as well as the one above
You wish.
Yeah,
You
that's
wish.
right. I do not need any of you women. We're going to make the best stream, and you, Jane, and Torsha, and Sarah will be sucking our big toe to get on our and sucking our toes for a cup of clout.
Oh,
that's
my.
right, baby. There you go. Put
Some
that in your
serious
pipe.
narcissism you got there.
You don't got no good sex, Jane. You wish you did. Your boyfriend ain't
Level
laying
11
pipe to
narcissism.
Yeah,
Just
keep
curious,
dreaming
like-
about it.
He ain't laying any pipe to you. You're an unsatisfied woman. I can hear it in your voice. You're very bored.
It's weird.
I think you're
something tells
projecting
me-
a little.
If something tells me when like Wmaxxer is gonna be like laying in bed at night, he's gonna be thinking about someone, and it might be someone like Ghostii. Just saying.
He's thinking
But-
about all of his great life choices.
Again, these are your parting words. Are these the words you want to leave on?
That's right. That's correct. That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Got it,
Well then,
punk. You got
see
it,
you,
punk,
my dude.
sweet ass. You got it, sweet ass tuchus. Little light in the loafer. You're a little tuchus boy, aren't
Yeah,
you?
well, you can come back and kiss his ass anytime. But for now, your time is done. So thanks, later, Maxer. See you around. Love that guy. Love that guy. Lots of great energy from him. Just positivity, beams positivity. Yeah. Okay. Seeing as we know him backstage, we're gonna wrap this stream. We had a solid
Dude,
3
what
hours.
the hell? Okay, PRAWNCESS, I've been very patient. I even DM'd you. I said I want to date Ghostii because she's been fucking like bombshelled every single time. If there's like, she can say no. She can say like, I don't date Furbies. That's totally fine. But this is fucked up.
go on
We
a
actually
date.
share so many fucking interests. That's the only reason I want to talk to her. And you're a fucking idiot for not letting us talk and letting her actually get to talk about her interest.
We definitely can't do that. Something. No, I think you should know this by now. I have severe ADHD. So like once James says like, "Oh, I want to
said
do this
it
date,"
5 times in the
that
side
thing
chat.
behind
I
me
sent
is
you
gone.
DMs. This is
Yeah.
bullshit. You
It
are
goes, it
so
goes.
full of shit.
You got to remind me. That's part of the policy. That's how the show
I
works.
did. I DM'd you. I fucking DM'd you, dude.
Unacceptable.
We'll make it happen. Hey, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm a new producer at the show. I'm learning. But hey, yeah, let's do that.
What do I
mean,
have to do?
It might give James some.
PRAWNCESS in all caps. PRAWNCESS, I'm dating this person, and then put like big arrows.
Well, unironically, because you don't have a face, you can feel free to pipe in with your voice because I can't tell when you like need to talk like some people. Like Torsha or like James, I can like tell like, oh, they want to say something. Let me go to them.
I don't think that's a valid excuse.
It's hard to read your
my mouth
moves.
My mouth moves.
Yes, it's so descriptive and emotional.
I jump up and down as well. Well, I technically hover.
How many frames are there? Like 3?
Oh wow, no, that's generous. That's just 2.
Just 2. Yeah, it's got 2 emotions: static and emotive.
The funny thing is, I could have made it blank, but I opted
Hey, I'm trying to get to your date. Do you want this to happen?
I'm too mad at you. No, I was kidding. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Make it happen.
You know, be like me, a toxic male, and suck all that emotion in, keep it buried deep inside, and then have it come back later to bite you in the ass. So, but
bitch, I'm
hormonal. For now, it's only short term. 5 minutes. Let's go. Enough dilly-dallying.
10.
If you're rizzful enough, I'll give it to you.
That's what he said.
Hey.
Hey.
So I think there's been a word for the guys you've dealt with tonight, and I'm not one who usually uses it, but there's a better time. There's never been a better time, and it's schmucks, just absolute schmucks. I don't like. How did you wind up coming on the worst night?
I don't know. It's my first time here, so that's just my luck, actually. See, I have like karma luck. So I have really shitty luck for like your most day-to-day things, but then when I really, really need it, it like stores up. So like in life-saving moments, I just happen to have good luck.
Oh, okay. It's like you're paying taxes, and then eventually
the
karma government comes around and gives you your big benefit.
Literally, yeah.
I got so mad because it was like these guys, like you would say like, oh, I'm really into photography. And you know what the natural follow-up question is? What kind of photography do you do?
Yeah, you're right. That's usually what is asked afterwards.
So what kind of photography do you do? Because I really want to know.
I do like everything. So I started off with like nature photography, like landscape and animals and stuff. But then like obviously you need to make money doing it. So I've been doing more like portraits and family stuff and a couple weddings and stuff like that. But
for sure.
Yeah, I started like a group in the city actually for like models and photographers to get along. So I want to get more into like with models, taking pictures like creatively.
Yeah, that's cool. I do photography too.
Oh, really?
I haven't worked with models or anything yet. I did take some photography in school, but I like working with my iPhone and like black and white photography because I was
love
really
black and white photography.
Oh, and I'm so inspired by Ansel Adams. He was so good with his lighting and just everything. And that's what I aim for, is to perfect just that balance of black and white, darkness and light. Because it is very meaningful to me. I'm very scientific. I noticed that you're maybe a bit more, is paganistic the right word? Because that was the sense I was getting. Like the hippie thing is pretty generic. Like that can mean a lot.
Yeah. I've definitely like dabbled in like Wicca and stuff like that. I don't call myself like a Wiccan. I don't really have a word for what my beliefs are, but
oh, we're in the same boat then. That's kind of interesting because like I'm scientific, but I also like I kind of see the cycles of nature and stuff like that, and it's still very profound and very mystical to me. Like I think.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I just hasn't ruined like the magic for me to understand it better.
Yeah, I think there is science like actually within all of that. It's it'd be like a lot to go into, but that's what
that's why I told him to do 10 minutes, because if anything, I'm one of those people who I'm really into like vibrations, and like I can even tell you about the math of vibrations and sine waves and stuff like that.
That's what I mean. Yeah, like even spiders and like insects in caves will use quartz crystals, like the vibrations from the quartz crystals, to catch their prey. Like if a ant or a bug like steps on the crystal, they use the vibrations to calculate like where that is, because they're blind, they can't see anything. So like that shit is real, like the vibrations, and energy waves
And the
all that
butterfly
stuff.
effect. Like I'm most interested in the butterfly effect because it really that feels like magic to me. The ability to have larger impacts based on that, but it's also so chaotic.
Yeah,
would
no,
say-
I think life is like it's very cliche, but life is pretty like magical in general. There's so much, like, so many things that had to happen to get to here. It's like very intricate and beautiful.
Much like how you said you're like a modern hippie, I'm kind of like a modern chaos magician, where like for
Oh,
me,
shit.
it's I see magic kind of in entropy. One of the things, actually, this reminds me, because I was going to get into it differently, but this is actually a much better question. You said you're into people. You said you're into animal people, and that could have, like, full disclosure, I'm an otherkin, which is kind of like sort of a furry, if you know what furries are. But
Yeah.
and so that's a whole thing. But I'm not trying to bring that in. But I wasn't sure if you meant that kind of person or just someone who's into animals, because I'm also that kind of animal person.
Yeah, when I was speaking, I meant more like somebody who's into animal, like pets and stuff like that. But
I'm just
that's what I meant by
saying
that.
when people say when I hear animal person, I'm like, oh, that's me.
I see how that sounds now, though. No, that makes sense. I can see how that comes off.
But I don't know, I can tell your
that's
cat
cool,
really
though.
loves you. And do you sometimes feel like a cat whisperer? Because I do. Like
I feel like cats know English. Like I feel like literally
Maybe.
my cat understands. I don't mean that like literally, but I feel like we have conversations. Like she understands me and I understand her in a way. I don't know. And when I like talk, sometimes she like does what I'm saying, but not in the like sit like dog way.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like she understands me sometimes. But I feel that with dogs too.
And well, the only reason I can say like for sure that your cats love you is because like right away I saw like body language from your cat that was like, this person is like my person, and I don't want anything bad to happen. Like she rested your tail on your shoulder, and that's just the sort of
Aw.
thing that a cat would never do if they didn't very much trust you. So, and that's
Yeah.
kind of like their way of like holding your hand, which I just
Yeah,
think is the
yeah.
most adorable thing. But sorry, I drifted off from the other thing.
Well, I'm sorry, because that's time.
And you're saying I didn't have enough RIZZ because you're breaking it off. I said 10 minutes,
I
and
think
you're like,
that
no.
was the best conversation of the night. But
I won't
that was
disagree.
just
You
me.
got dealt a really shitty hand today. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really have to do much, did I?
And she was a pretty low bar. Yeah,
There
to hop
was
over, so.
a pretty low bar, but
Well, I'm pretty short, as you can tell. I'm only the height of a Furby, so when the bar is low, that's when I can step up.
You said you're into animals. Is that is a Furby animal? What do you think, though?
As a fox Furby, yes, but as like I can never actually tell what the original Furbies were supposed to be. Are they a bird?
Hey,
Yeah,
the
what is that?
gremlins. Aren't they gremlins?
yeah, they're gremlins.
It's so
Ooh, it's a touchy
racist.
subject.
So racist.
What do you mean? The
It's the
movie?
third time today this has come up.
Are you saying that all round, big-eyed creatures look alike? That is so racist.
They're different species, Torsha. They're completely different.
Are they? That's like one of my favorite movies. I named one of my dogs Gizmo.
Yeah, and I'd be a Mogwai, by the way. So that was you took it like 2 steps too far, even.
I did. Fuck.
Let's see, James.
Escape the
Wait,
hate.
let me do a small atheistic prayer. How's your audio?
Mic check.
No, sorry.
Oh, it's like even worse.
Sorry, you might
It's
be in
funny because I
silence mode
asked
the
if
rest
he
of the-
reset, and I think he said yes, but it's still broken. But I didn't actually hear him say yes. I just heard him say it's broken.
James, can you just emote really strongly with your eyes,
Like my
Okay.
cat.
or do charades for everything? First word.
Yeah, do you know sign language by chance? Do you happen to know sign language?
Oh shit! He wrote something on his
No.
shirt. Oh, she wrote schmuck.
Yeah, just right.
No, James, you're not a schmuck.
Give me a charade,
No, you're
give me a
not.
charade.
You're not one of them.
Sounds like. Listen. Come on, give me a charade.
Sounds like we can't hear you a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried. I give up.
Okay.
Guys, the ADHD
I'm assuming
disorder
he tried
not
resetting
done.
because, yeah.
In the chat are saying that ADHD is even a real disease, and it's done the same world. But yeah, can you hear me now?
No, but try to do something short and sweet.
Okay, not really my strong suit. Here we go.
True.
Guys, today was fun. It was chaotic as fuck. I don't think anyone learned anything of any true value. But I think we had a lot of entertainment. I think that the cat was magnificent. I think the Grinch performance was life-changing, magical. There's so many words I can use to describe that. I think Sarah brought a calmness and intelligence to the panel that was very noteworthy. I think the process is always excellent at understanding what triggers need to be triggered when. I think Torcha was here. She was certainly alive and in the presence of the rest of us. And yeah, I did change the shorts because there's a lot of stuff going on. Thank you for having me as always. And, Godspeed.
Thank you for that insightful feedback. I apologize for the audio. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah,
Eventually we'll have a seamless stream. But I was able to get like 80% of what you said, and the other 20%. It's just like a fun mystery. Like gotta like figure out what the words you were trying to say were. It's kind of like ad libs, you know. But I was able to get most of it. Definitely heard the part where you said something nice about me. That really stood out. I gotta say. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll bring it back to you, James. You're an integral part of the stream. This show would not be the same without you. You balance my my lack of RIZZ. I'm joking. I got that too a little bit, but you help me work because I just roast the people. You actually bring the more genuine feedback. Yeah, I mean, me and James might do a date in the future. I did want to see you date Ghostii because I'm sure that would have done well. But maybe in the future, if you're not too afraid, I promise this is not necessarily the.
You two need to date in a Speedo.
Stream.
It's all good. I'll come back.
Yeah, we'll we'll have you with Ruby as well. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Awesome.
But James,
by the way,
I'm gonna.
James and PRAWNCESS need to speed date in a Speedo, like both of them in Speedos.
That would definitely be a dono goal. That would be very high. I'll say that.
$100.
That's not high enough for me.
You're not going to make it in this business, kid.
The batch rate's 1,
a
5,
8, 6, 7, 5, 3.
Oh, I'm getting a 15. He's giving me a 15 out of 10 on that date. That's really good.
Okay, yeah, solid. Definitely that. James, okay, I'm gonna love you. I'd love to give you more parting words, but I think you were pretty succinct. I like that one's what you said. But I'm gonna kick you off now.
I've never liked him better.
Next time.
Just kidding.
We all love stream. No one has really a bad thing to say about James. I gotta be honest. And just because I think you're a little tired, Sarah, I'm gonna give you next parting words and time to leave the stream if you would like.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me on, PRAWNCESS. I know I've expressed my disinterest in speed dating, but I felt like it was fair to give back since you always come on and yell at people at mine. So I figure I'd come on yours and yell at people at yours. So this was fun. Let me give a few more dono shout outs here. Don Juan comes in saying there's a company, Adam and Eve, and sell vibrations. That was referring to
good vibrations
commentary on the vibrations. And I said, I like vibrations too. And so Don Juan came in with the kind suggestion. Then he also comes in informing you, PRAWNCESS, it is time to read Aquinas, shaking my head. Additionally, he wants to inform Spring Hill Jack that it is time for him to read Aquinas as well. I think they've been arguing over the stuff in the chat. So, yes, shout out to you, Don Juan, for sponsoring this show and giving me more good reasons to stick around. And for anybody that is watching on my end, I'm actually going to redirect you over to the Andrew show. Looks like he's still live. So stay buckled up, and when PRAWNCESS ends the show, you'll already be redirected. Please go raid Andrew and send a shit ton of tomatoes to him so we can send our love over. We love supporting other shows. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Thanks, Sarah. Love having you. I'd love to have you on again, but I understand if you want a break or some time to recuperate after this one. It's definitely a little bit of a shit show, but I thought it was definitely great content.
We love
Thanks for
shit
contributing
shows.
to it.
We love shit shows.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm used to them on your stream, so yeah, I'm sure you're used to it too.
This is nothing. Bye, Tori. Bye, Jane. Bye, Melanie. Nice to hang with you ladies
Bye.
tonight. I'll see you
Hi,
guys
it was
around.
nice meeting you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Sarah. See you around.
And I gotta say, I really regret not going on her last open panel that I was working, and it was such like
What was
it hurt not being able to go on.
Was that the Monday one or a different day one?
You were on that one, the one that you went on last.
The most recent one, because I think it was like a Wednesday one. But yeah,
my time has been kind of.
I was fucking on it. I forgot the topic, and I was fucking there.
Outro.
Yeah, sorry, just a little distracted. But Ghost, yeah, loved having you. Yeah, I want to give you any parting words, anything you want to say before you head out? If you want to plug anything as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Ghostii on YouTube. It's spelled with a 6 instead of the G. Thank you for having me. I had a good time. It was very interesting, and I'll come back.
And I don't know if Torch is down, but
me.
me and Torch might do a fucking debate on or talk about free will after this. I know Torch goes late, and I'm probably going to keep streaming after this as a not dating a stream.
Portia is wrong.
I'm down to talk about free will. I'm a compatibilist, so that's my position.
Well, feel free to hang out if you want. I'm just going to give everyone parting words, and I guess I'll end the stream so people can go over to Andrew's stream if you want. I might start a new one or something. But before we do that, who Melanie or Torcia, you want to go next?
I popped in like a few times, and some of the ones that I remember are Sarah calming down Wmaxxer. She's like the Wmaxxer whisper, so that was fun. But what dates? Who is the guy with the red room and his girlfriend, or Danny's his ex or something? He was decent.
Edward, like the older kind of guy?
Yeah, he was decent. He was a little pushy, but I think if he would have came up with different things to talk about, it probably would have went well. He just kept bringing up hippie. I do the same thing when I'm nervous. I'll bring up the same fucking thing. Obviously, the one with Melanie was really good. Talking about photography, cats, and witchy shit. Love that. But yeah.
Which, by the way, I'm always down to talk about, like, if you're ever doing a stream and just want to talk like any of those topics, like I can go on for days myself. So
yeah, I love that stuff.
Awesome.
I haven't.
We'll definitely do that. Also, I think y'all might know this, but like both Melanie and Torcia, like we're both like doing debate streams. We definitely can cross the streams a little bit as well.
No, you don't cross the streams. Haven't you ever seen Ghostbusters?
But in this case, I think it's a good scenario. In YouTube, it's the opposite. Collabs are a good thing. Yeah. I'll say Ghostbusters. Don't base your life off of Ghostbusters. It's a fictional film. Ghosts don't exist. There's a bold claim. Hot take. Ghosts aren't real.
What? How could you say that?
Ghostii, by the way, I don't know if you can link your Twitter in chat or if you want to promote that, but your Twitter is severely underfollowed.
Oh, I don't really. I use it sometimes, but.
Okay. My biggest following is on Twitter, so I put the most energy into that, really.
But thank you.
Before
it's the same as my YouTube.
Right. And that's what I should say is that your YouTube is critically underfollowed and you need more followers for how awesome you are, in my opinion. But that might be just share interest, and I think I'm awesome too.
Thank you.
The link is in chat. Thank you, OPC, for posting that. Melanie, any last parting comments on this stream before we possibly do something else?
Shit, I didn't have anything prepared. I'm the Fox Furby. That's really it.
Oh, your music was beautiful. I was loving
thank
it.
you.
I was.
You have a beautiful voice.
Yeah.
Like you don't just have to say that because I'm a little bit self-critical at the moment because
it was good.
I think that might have been the first time my voice didn't screw me over when I sang on stream. So thank you.
I love the confidence and just the energy. It's great. It's fun.
It was great.
That's the second time Mel's sung on the dating show.
I've never practiced that song before, so it was very much like, okay, I don't really know how to do this part.
I was impressed how well you remembered the lyrics too. I was like, holy shit!
I had them.
holes.
On the screen.
Oh, okay.
That's actually a really well written song. If you look at it, it's very interesting.
Really? Why? Why?
I don't know. You just don't see songs written like that anymore.
Like
or
the
at least
music or the lyrics?
the lyrics.
They're clever.
Hold on.
Yeah, they are. And it's like it makes me think like we're here on the internet, right? When we try to burn each other, it's always like oh, you're spurging out. You take the L. L
Triggered.
plus ratio plus get the fuck out or whatever, right? And it's like that song is just such a bird track. It's such a diss track. It's not even funny. And it doesn't
why
have
does
to
this
do
look
that.
so poetic? Like when you look at the lyrics as a whole, it actually looks like there's poetic elements to it. Okay.
Yeah, wait, what is that from again? It's like a Disney song or something?
Mr. Grinch.
The Grinch.
Mr. Grinch.
Okay, yeah. That's almost like Disney.
He hates
Dr. Seuss.
Christmas. And he eats an
Well,
onion.
actually, wasn't there a Disney Grinch movie? Didn't they make that? There was a live action one. I don't know. It's Disney.
Yeah, it had like Jim Carrey in it.
Yeah. I remember the Who's
think.
look really creepy. They had weird noses.
That's one of the
Sorry.
weird examples where I think the original wasn't better.
Before we go completely off the rails and I lose some viewership, I gotta do my fucking spiel one more time. If y'all like this stream, you're welcome for the solid 3 hours and 45 minutes of content. For those that are still watching the Raging Tomato, please just do the kind favor of going to my channel and hitting the sub button. That's all I ask. I'm not shilling out here for donos. I just want monetization so I get super chats later. Then I'll beg for donos. But I'm not there yet. So help me get to 500 subs. You'll help me get there. All right, did my spiel. That's done. Also, yeah, like the stream. I have to do that. I forget to always ask for that. Like the stream, please.
It's a
That's
free
apparently
way to
really
help
important.
them out. Woo! Sorry. You got this. You're
No,
doing
that's
great.
it. I think that's all I had to say. I always forget to ask for likes.
Like. Yeah.
Do it.
You gotta ask for it. I learned that very late.
With that, we'll officially end the dating stream by watch this fancy production change. Different background. Show's over.
Okay, bye.
Well, no, I thought we were gonna pivot into something else now.
Oh, I don't know. That felt like a goodbye. I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Well, no, now we're gonna have the free will discussion if we want to.
I know. When you said that, I was like, God damn. It's kind of late for that, no? I thought you were trying to go to bed. I was like, oh, fuck.
I probably should in like an hour or two, at least.
An hour? Okay.
Because, that's a really quick discussion. Free will. Notoriously quick discussion to have.
Yeah, I guess.
We've
like,
got two compatibilists here versus whatever Torsia is.
So I've definitely heard that term. What does that mean, though?
There's like some free will
Oh, yeah.
in certain circumstances. No?
It's like
Yeah.
they believe there's
Sorry,
a
one more.
Oh.
Sorry, I just got to say one more thing. Sorry, goodbye, Sarah Stream. I'm disconnecting that. Let's go say hello to Andrew. Send some tomatoes. Hey, if you want to plug the PRAWNCESS, maybe mention my name too. Just saying, hey. But thanks, Sarah. Thanks so much for dual streaming. Later. Not later, y'all. Just Sarah's end is streaming.
Got it.
Thanks. Sorry.
Oh, different Andrew, not Andrew Wilson. Fuck, never mind. Shit.
Yeah, you can't just say Andrew anymore.
I just assume, I assume if you only say Andrew,
Who's
like
the
that's
other
the
one?
main Andrew.
There's another one?
And that should be ended on your end, Sarah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
My
the
brain-
other Andrew.
My brain hurts.
Yeah, you guys have been going.
I'm just joking.
Going.
I'm just like,
You
no,
want
I
to
know
end
you're
it with
kinda joking,
free
but
will?
it's hard to fucking multitask with this shit. Well, actually, for some reason, that's way easier to do.
You're
And, like,
so good at it, though.
these
That's like your
streams where I,
calling.
I beg to
I'm trying to
differ.
watch.
but-
No, for being new, oh my god, it's something that I admire. I think you're really good at it, and you've been cutting off, like the tangential, whatever. James, love you.
Here, let me give you one piece of advice.
Go
With
ahead,
your
Mel.
guests, tell them all to like direct comments to you in a place that you will always keep checking. Because I didn't know if it was better to DM you in Discord or in the side chat, because you were definitely missing my side chat somehow.
I was looking at the private chat for a while, and then toward the end, yeah, I don't know why I got distracted.
I feel
I
like
am really
you
bad
always
at-
use the private chat.
Well, the thing is, I'm really bad at like doing both the private chat and highlighting comments because you can't like do both. They take it the same UI, so I end up
Oh
only
yeah,
in
in that
private
other
chat
chat, I
or
could have
not
written
public
that in.
chats.
I didn't know if I should have written that in there as well. I was like, oh my god, too many options. It's not a huge deal, but it was like,
oh yeah.
At some point, it kind of seems like you're ignoring me because I did try quite a few times, and I was patient. I was like, okay, he's just doing other dates and stuff like that. It's all good, no big deal, right? He's just gonna get to me. But no, I was betrayed by you, PRAWNCESS.
The second betrayal of the night. One of many. Who's gonna get the next backstab?
And worse yet, I'm more important than Edward.
Sure, you're more of a participant. Although Edward's kind of doing a fixture of the stream. He's been on like 4 times in a row, I feel like.
Yeah, asking for Ava every time.
I hope Edward's not watching this. Gotta be honest. I think Ava's not gonna be stoked to hear that. I think she's not. I think she's not like Edward as much as Edward likes her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, good thing she doesn't live in Philly, but I don't know. So maybe not.
She's
I
not.
don't know. Maybe not.
Neve says, "Will the wrench come back to Mel?" I was thinking about it.
Like my thing is like if I ever have a responsibility due to this, I probably like I'm not that interested in like, I don't know. I'm going to be on stream with you most of the time, right? So how useful will wrench be for me in your chat? That's just my thing. So it's not like the biggest deal if I have it or not. I mostly wanted to troll the Thorps, and that's what I'd used it for.
No, that's fine. This is probably kind of boring, but like I think the debate streams are going to be like a little bit more less unhinged, like more structured and less off the rails. So that makes sense.
What are some debate topics? Yeah.
Wait, what was? Wait, I want to know about the unhinged. What happened? What happened today?
Well, I guess I wasn't talking about anything in particular, just a lot of chaos today. But I guess like me and Mel had like a mild drama mid review because like I just saw Mel was deleting all these chats. I guess she was just timing people out for a short period of time. But I
for 10 seconds. For 10 fucking seconds.
It was only 10 seconds.
But I was like, what the fuck are all these deleted chats?
That makes people want to come back more.
And I just took
it
away,
was the Thorps, by the way. Particular and
I saw some other ones too, but
that's because
while streaming, so I didn't get the best view.
Wait, so did you take the wrench away?
And I took
no
wrench away
warning
mid-stream.
Oh come
no,
on!
He warned me, and then I kind of kept going. I tried to stop, but then like the Thorps.
You knew better.
It was too tempting.
It was predetermined.
To be fair, I understand like the power of a troll timeout, but I think you got to be like subtle with that. I think.
I feel like I had control over my decision to troll the Thorps.
I'm psycho in Rolo's chat, so it's like I don't know. Sometimes you have moments. People make I don't know what the Ben Thorp. Well, I could probably assume there's beef or something. Somewhere.
Like it's kind of the same with like Ruby chat. People overreact when they get trolled, right? I've never banned anyone in Ruby chat. If they go in there saying disgusting things to both me and her, and I give them 1 minute timeouts, at worst 10-minute timeouts, they will get over that. Like it's not like you're not going to lose people for that. I've come back to streams where I've been timed out for 24 hours. It's just that sort of thing where they're mad that the Furby has control.
Lo, you're okay.
And just to clarify, because I was reading it halfway, like I was like trying to do it while producing. So like the messages I saw were very tame. So I was like,
well, yeah, at that point I was just on a roll.
The spicier ones were.
No, it wasn't necessarily anything that set it off. It was just like, if they really want to say something, they can come on stream. So I thought that would be good incentive. If they can't say anything in chat, then they'll definitely come on stream.
Ooh, OPC Don. I'll bring it up 1 second, but I do want to answer Ghostie's question.
OPC Don's so mad at me.
Ghostie asked, "What debate topics do we want to do?" And that's a great question because I have 2 different debate shows planned with both of these guests. With Torsha, we're doing something called Debate Club. We might change this. But the plan is it's gonna be a show like where you have to take both sides of a stance. So you like had to give an affirmative stance, and then you had to give the opposite side of
Which,
any given
by the
topic.
way, just
I know you
love
might like that format.
I would,
Mel.
which I did speed debate with Jake the other night, and you weren't there, you jerkus.
He told me I could sleep.
Okay, and that was one of the first things we debated was whether or not mock debates are actually useful. And
No,
took
I
the
was on
negative.
that one.
Oh,
That was
that's
episode 0.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
Unless you did it again. But we talked about
Yeah.
that on episode 0 also.
Well, I'm talking about the other night where you weren't there.
Okay, I believe you. But then the other,
Do you think they're useful or no?
No, I took the negative.
Mel does not like mock debates.
Why?
I think they're probably useful for practicing.
Yeah,
though.
they're fun because you don't have to necessarily believe in a
in it.
stance to take it and practice it so that you can get good on knowing. I don't know. I guess
Like
it's
Not the
yeah.
only way to achieve what that achieves. Is what
I do that sometimes, like in my life. Like I try to think of how I could argue for the other side, just to like sometimes try to understand people or like their arguments or like something I haven't thought of before. So like I like practice at my real life. Like I won't say anything I don't actually believe, but like I'll try to see another side that way.
Yeah,
it's kind of fun.
I think it makes more sense for skilled debaters to do with other skilled debaters, but we're in a field where 95% of people that we deal with are not going to be skilled debaters. Are not going to come from any formal debating background. That's why I think Torsha, you're awesome.
I don't
But-
think they have to though.
I'm not saying they have. No, I'm saying that it's an uphill battle for them versus someone who is a skilled debater when they're not a skilled debater.
Oh, I thought it'd be more like a game. That's why I thought it would make more people open to doing it. But maybe you're right. I don't know.
Another thing is like if the point of these panels is to leave our audience feeling more informed, that is one of my goals. Misinformation is much easier to say than it is to refute. It takes a lot more time and effort to refute misinformation. It takes zero time, or not zero, but it takes, just a few seconds and almost no like mental effort to come up with misinformation.
That would be like our job.
Yeah.
As
right,
moderators.
okay.
I made that really clear early on.
So this is more format dependent, but Jake's idea was to do 2.5 minutes of intro and then 30 seconds to steel person your opponent. And I'm like, Jake, you have to do this at the end for one thing. But the other thing is like, if my opponent does 30 seconds of gishgaloping and I only have 30 seconds to refute if my opponent does 30 seconds of gishgaloping, it's going to take me 30 minutes to refute every single point because of that, just that the disparity in things. It's just the nature of information, to be honest.
So like moderating it even after the 30 seconds before the other person has to, I feel like is like one way you could maybe
like a
plan
fact
for that.
checker or something.
Yeah, like the Kamala and Trump style.
And so what do you do if your opponent just doesn't steel person your side properly, right? Like
what do you do if
the judges would critique you for that? I would think.
But he doesn't have judges, and I'm trying to get him to have judges that.
I see what you're saying.
It depends how you format it too. Like, are you going off of? Yeah, baby. Hold on, my dog.
Aww.
My dog needs
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Yeah, I think it would be easier to debate something that I don't necessarily believe in, because I would be able to use arguments that like go towards the point, even if I don't believe in them, though. Because like, does that make sense?
Sure. That doesn't work for me, because like if I were to try to argue on behalf of the transphobes, like it wouldn't help me because I have too much experience with it. Just one way around. It doesn't mean I can't steel person them. I know what their arguments are. It just, it doesn't give me any value at that point.
You don't have to steel man their position. You just say no.
Well, yeah, I would definitely say like value-wise, mock debates probably aren't the best for that. But I think I don't know. It just sounds
Yeah.
fun to me, but
Oh yeah, no, I'm not telling anyone they can't enjoy it. The reason I was taking the opposition is because Jake wants
You
to
can
like
just
super
say
format
that you're
things.
boring.
Well, that's what's funny is like he wants to super format things, right? And my whole thing is like Jake, there's a certain flow, especially to like people who are coming on to debate like on the fly. And what you're doing is you're totally breaking up that flow. I even call like we both kind of call it at this point his 30-second part, the boner killer. Because I'll be honest, I'm a debate pervert. It may be a bit of a paraphilia of mine.
So what do you think you would want to change to kind of fix the issues? Do you have any ideas?
Oh, I just put that like 30 seconds of steel personing your opponent like at the end, because it's you can pick from more, and it might even be easier to generalize after you've had a longer discussion with them.
Because I was only there for the first one. I like the kind of format where you do the intro, the steelman, but then you like open it up into like just open discussion. I wonder if that would address it too. Because
No, well, that's what he was doing. It doesn't
Okay,
work that way. At best, like it's like the intros are hardest enough. Is my experience in how long to do them, because nobody wants to do 30-second intros, but everyone wants to see the back and forth. Nobody in your audience really wants to hear the intros that badly.
So wait, was the format? Because I think when I did it, it was like 3 minutes of like the first thing, then the 30 seconds, and then the open thing.
His is 2.5 minutes, but basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but since
Is it
it's
also,
speed debating, it's 1v1.
So I could be wrong. I would just think like I always don't allow them to go the open panel phase until they actually steelman the argument.
Oh, for as a solution
similar.
for if they refuse?
Yeah.
But that again, like if you want to have the pace that people can enjoy as an audience, like if you want your audience to be able to sit down and actually enjoy,
I can see that, yeah,
the flow of the conversation, that's just a total deal breaker, especially for me. Like I kind of know what the audiences want here. I don't want to admit it because it's pretty gross. It's just blood sports. I think that we're a bit smarter than that, and we can attract audiences who want more than just blood sports. But at the end of the day, what's going to keep the people coming back is something slightly more than just like I'll admit I'm being boring right now, right? Like these kind of discussions.
And to kind of add your thing, obviously my channel's not huge, but I was like just looking at the viewership numbers between like our speed debate stream and the one I did with Torsia, would kind of turn into like an open panel where it's like all of us versus one person with like me moderating, and that one had way more views. So yeah, maybe that open chaos format is just better for overall viewership or viewership retention.
Well, yeah, because people follow the panelists from their community into yours.
Well, I just meant like I assume like that is more pleasing to like watch because it's more aligning with how people actually view and like think about debates. Whereas most people don't think about like, oh, let me do the 2-minute part, then a 30-minute steelman, and then like people don't really think that way.
yeah, I think a good like intro and then just like open discussion is probably the most enjoyable. I personally don't like super like overly timed.
Yeah, I hate like the
debates
super
and sections.
yeah.
There's also a lot of nuance. There's just a lot of nuance to moderating conflict. Like it's like when people start interrupting each other, right? You cannot, and like nobody's going to get this perfect, but you can almost sometimes come in either too quick or too slowly.
Hey.
Hi
Hey,
there.
done.
What's up?
You're done. Melanie.
I'm not done. No, you're
Melanie.
done. No, you are.
Is it? Or is it the
What's happening?
Torsia, make sure you're sitting on a towel, mama. No, Melanie.
What the
It's going down like this. You come jumping in, getting
Tommy, chill out. What's happening right now?
Chill out. This woman, she was,
Yeah, you chill out.
She was crip walking on mama in chat earlier. She
Oh
was
yeah.
crip walking on
Hells
mama.
yeah, I was.
What's
Go
happening?
ahead. Go ahead. Speak.
Grace
your
can get
piece, lady.
rolled.
Go ahead,
Grace
speak
can
your
get
piece, lady.
rolled. I hope Grace gets rolled.
Yeah.
I don't want to
You
rehash
look
this.
beautiful with that hood on, mama.
We
Just
squashed
figure
this
that out.
drama. Let's not rehash this again.
It's so funny.
Tommy, is that what you wanted to add?
Say some shit.
Let's wrap this up with OPC's thoughts
Yeah,
because I
let's
know
wrap
he's here.
it up. I love that, Melanie. You.
All right, see you around, Tommy.
I gotta
OPC
jump
Dawn.
off of here because my
Okay.
dog keeps scratching.
Aww.
Do your
I don't
thing,
know
what's
what
up?
she wants.
Any parting
I'm
words?
coming, okay. She's like trying to tear everything
So
down.
Torsha, I actually came up to talk to you.
Oh, hi,
Yeah, she's gotta
OPC
go.
Dawn. I was about to jump off. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe another time. But I was raised in a free will Baptist church, and I heard some of your views on free will,
Mhm.
and I just was going to ask you some questions, but we can do it some other day.
Let's do it another day. I really want to, but when my dog starts doing this and I can't figure out what she wants, I've given her everything.
Sure.
So
We'll make that
she
we'll
wants
make that
my
happen, OPC.
attention.
Me and Tor, I've been dying to talk about that topic. So
Let's do it. We could do it tomorrow or something.
I mean, that could be a debate club episode if we want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you about it.
Well, I don't really feel equipped to debate you.
That's
I was
okay.
just gonna-
I've been here to debate her this whole time. PRAWNCESS, you haven't let us actually have this debate.
Torsha has to leave, though.
I know. That's why I'm mad that you actually let every other discussion happen,
Well,
including.
I'm gonna go take my dog outside for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys
Come
are
back.
still gonna be on, but if you are,
I'll find some reason
very
to
possible.
filibuster. I'll filibuster the entire time.
what does that mean? I don't know. I'm coming, baby.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
God,
Okay.
I'm more
She's
politically
yelling at
savvy
me.
than you.
Go take care of Lokai.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Wait, so what are all your? Oh wait, never mind.
So we're kind of the
So
same.
Prawn-
I don't with the compatibilism thing. I'm not sure if we're exactly the same. So like with my scientific views, to me it seems like on a more like molecular kind of smaller scale level, that's where things are deterministic. And you know there's also just other things that don't have will in this universe, like the weather and stuff. That is chaotic but deterministic. But humans, the human brain has so many possible kind of like degrees of freedom that like that's where our free will comes through. There's so many different ways that the human brain can act off of a single determined factor.
Is anybody? What are your two positions if we're both compatibilists?
I think I'm
You're
on
a bit
the
quiet.
determinism.
Also, you're a bit quiet, by the way.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So I've actually contemplated. So I don't know if you guys are. I'm more on the theological side. There's free will, and then there's like generally it's Calvinism is what they call it, but it's God is in control of everything, and people basically are. It's almost like they're robots. But I think Torsh's views are more just like deterministic stuff. It's not really necessarily theological. I just heard her talking about it, and it was kind of fascinating. I've never heard it from that type of angle, and I just want to go over a little bit further what she believes, especially about human responsibility.
Are you a
If you're
monotheist?
Yes.
I think we're pretty aligned, OPC, if you want me to tell you my take. I'm pretty sure that's one thing
Yeah.
we're pretty on point on. Because I think I'm more on the determinism angle. Well, here, before I get into that, I think this is a fun thought exercise. Who do I want to do first? I'm going to do Ghostii. I'm going to have you do a little exercise if you don't mind. I'm going to ask you a question. Just try to answer it as fast as you can.
Okay.
Without thinking about it too much. Name a celebrity. Any celebrity.
Johnny Depp.
Why did you think about Johnny Depp and not someone else?
Because my Twitter is open and I post a lot of like Johnny Depp, Amber Heard stuff.
So basically,
Wait,
because you
PRAWNCESS.
saw- Go ahead.
Random, not being able to be random is not proof that we're deterministic. Randomness is not proof of free will. Those are two different things.
I think it's definitely related.
Also, like I had,
That wasn't my only point, but I was just starting off there. Go ahead.
I also had like another celebrity in my head, and I chose to say Johnny Depp.
Sorry, I just got a text. One more time.
I had like another celebrity coming to mind,
Oh, yeah.
and I last second chose to say Johnny Depp because I was trying to be as fast as possible. So like I could have chose to say another one, but I didn't.
I'm just curious. What do you mean by that? Like someone else came in your head, but like it didn't like fully form.
Was it Wmaxxer? Were you going to say Wmaxxer?
I was trying to think of like a celebrity as fast as possible, and I thought of like a couple, and I just picked which one to say. So
That makes sense. To me, what the point I was trying to demonstrate, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
But see, I would say that's still not really choosing because of those ones that pop in your head, you didn't really choose which ones popped in your head. That was just.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry.
But no worries. The point I was trying to demonstrate is like I don't think you can really show authorship of your thoughts, and to me, like that's what free will kind of is. And so, if you're not really if you can't really have authorship or like show the origin of their thoughts and how they originate from you, I can't see how that and free will is compatible.
So where does free will begin and end? Because I would say like if you can choose to stop breathing, that kind of overcomes like the function of breathing. And if we were deterministic, we wouldn't be able to overcome the functionality of systems, right?
Also, if you want, I think Tiki Tac is here. I know him from my channel. He's really knowledgeable about this stuff, and I think he's a free will person. So we would have one of each.
Ooh, interesting. Tiki Tac, you're on.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of bring up this subject of determinism. And my thoughts on it, why we have free will, is actually based around quantum states and quantum teleportation. So, Melanie, since you're the one who's more into like the sciencey stuff, are you familiar with electron quantum teleportation on their orbitals?
Is it the ones like where?
So I understand electron orbitals. I know everything down kind of to like the subatomic level because that's part of chemistry, but I haven't taken quantum physics. So if you want to give me a brief overview,
yeah,
if you need.
So the idea is that whenever an electron teleports, we can run the math to get the probability of a few locations of where it's going to be, but we cannot predict at which location it's going to teleport to. So at one point in time, it will like flip out of existence and then flip right back in, but it'll have like 3 or 5 or 8 options available to it where it could teleport. Now, off of this, you know that the electron orbitals kind of make like organic compounds vibrate.
Sure. Well, it's more like a noise vibration, though, not like a harmonic, right?
Yeah. It's it generally
Brownian
this is,
motion.
Yeah, and this is how spectroscopy works in identifying compounds. It's based off of the IR wavelengths that reflect off of it, based off its vibration.
Yeah, depending on the spectroscopy, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so those electron orbitals causes the movement of these molecules, but you also have the entanglement probability equation of the teleportation of the electrons. So
Actually,
maybe
can I ask you
within
something
that realm,
I've been curious about? Are all electrons considered to be entangled with other electrons, or is this like a special event?
that I'm actually not quite sure of.
Okay.
They have to become entangled. I could be wrong though. I'm definitely not an expert.
Yeah, it's I just know a little bit about like the I would say the metaphysical side of it, of their probabilities and how just the equations generally work.
Sorry for interrupting you.
But it's okay. But you could kind of conceive that there is actually an entity of a mind and a consciousness that's separate from the brain. Do we like agree on that premise, or do you kind of have like some other interpretation of what the mind is?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, so I know whenever people get into like metaphysical theology debates, there's the concept of the mind and consciousness that's a separate entity of the brain, or it's either an entity that's made up from the brain chemistry.
Yeah, sure. So, started with the soul, but then when we learned that the brain was like the center of thought, really, then we kind of turned it into the mind kind of idea. Yeah, the essence of thought.
Yeah, so what my theory is that the mind and consciousness is actually that quantum realm of, those particular like vibrations and interactions of the quantum teleportation of electrons.
Sure.
So,
well, I pointed out earlier that these vibrations tend to be noise, right? And the problem with
Thanks. You might be talking about this.
Maybe. I don't actually know what cymatics is. I don't know what cymatics is.
Cymatics?
I'm going to let you guys go ahead and pretend you know what you're talking about. Well, I literally have the text.
He's got his glasses on too. That's pretty scary.
What do you mean?
Is
It's
this-
not being scary, miss. What it's being is a genuine human being out here, and I don't mod people, and I don't overtalk people. What I do is I come in like a
No,
genuine
you're
human
over talking
and
me
I
right now.
know
I
what the
wasn't
words I'm
finished,
talking
King.
about. That's fine. Go ahead and finish your chit chat. Well, I just listen to it. It's going to be cute.
It's so bold to be like, I don't overtalk people when you're literally overtalking somebody. I can't even. Like, that's some bravery right there. Okay, so
Go ahead.
Like I pointed out that like a lot of these vibrations are noise, and I don't think that noise particularly is random. And as I pointed out earlier, randomness is not kind of like the counter to determinism. To prove free will, like the will is involved, so it has to be anti-random. I'm eliminating randomness with my will in a sense.
Yeah, so I am not categorizing the quantum teleportation as something that's random. I'm seeing it as there are options given to you on these pathways. And that's where our mind comes into coexist to influence one or other. Think about...
Wait, let him finish,
let me
Tommy.
talk. Let me talk.
Fuck, King.
The idea of the concepts of like karma or the yin and yang, how it seems like based off how you live your life and how you influence your environment around you tends to sway things in the direction of what you're wanting to take. And I think that's part of the influence of our will, is being able to direct ourselves on those options of paths.
Well, you know how we conceptualize the fifth dimension, right? And even the sixth dimension. The fifth dimension is kind of like a tree of evolving possibilities.
Wait, let's let Tommy respond if that's okay.
I mean, we were having a good back and forth, but
that's
whatever.
fine. Miss. Melanie, you know on camera.
Just adjust the point, please.
No, it's you and I were the first people to do it on camera together. So just please, I respect you.
Address the point, or I'm going to cut you off because I want to jump in here too.
What it is I need to figure out about the fifth dimension, and we'll go into vibrations and talk. Well, they talk, and I go ahead and have the Hans Jenny book on exactly everything they're talking about.
Okay, can I finish what I was going to say then? Because he's not like, he says he wants to get in on it, and I haven't even gotten in on it yet.
No, I want to hear about the fifth dimension. I've never heard of this one.
Okay, so the idea is that instead of reality, like some say we're in the fifth dimension actually, because after we get past kind of like the chaos of time where structure can't happen, in the fifth dimension, we're kind of moving through a series of possibilities, like a snake on a tree that could be taking branches and stuff like that. Now, what I would argue though is that alone is not sufficient proof that we are like everything is pure free will, because you can't argue yet that we're not the ones driving the unfolding of the fifth dimension. So again, like I think like the compatibilism for me is that we don't have control of the cosmos and the metaverse or even the weather. We don't have control of the atoms or anything like that up until, what we can do in lab scale experiments. But it's, and I'm saying that knowing that we can do chemistry. So obviously there's some caveats, but the idea being that what our will affects is essentially what's at the same scale as us, the ecology around us, so to speak.
So I completely agree with that premise that we don't have absolute free will. But I believe in our position and our states through life is that we are given options based off of our surrounding environment. To kind of respond on the fifth dimension level, so I'm able to conceive that there could be possible more dimensions out there, and it suggests that based off of the quantum mechanics that we observe.
And by the way, what I stated was one possibility, one interpretation of multiple dimensions. There's other interpretations. Just to be super duper clear, not hacky or anything like that.
Yeah. And I will also grant that time is the one dimension that we absolutely do not have control over, and I would say is something very unique to humans, is our ability to perceive time and be locked into the direction that it takes, which is kind of interesting because when you get into religions, that is the one pivotal thing that kind of separates us between God. Like God is timeless, and we're the ones bound by time. So I don't know. It's just another interesting note on that.
Can I jump in here? Because I think the quantum physics thing is really interesting, but I don't necessarily see why there has to be a connection. Like we know quantum physics acts kind of very differently than macrophysics. So I don't know why I would like make a correlation. Obviously, there's going to be impact because they're related to each other, but I wouldn't say just because like there's one thing that acts this way in the quantum realm that it has that affect consciousness. I don't get that connection.
Yeah, it could be as meaningful as astrology at the end of the day.
Possibly. My thoughts is that our mind exists within the quantum realm, as it's essentially an energy force that can influence the possibility of states. And then our minds are just in this physical world for this moment. And if we go into the idea of time, well, upon death, if we do have a soul and consciousness, where would it be? It would be on that extra dimension of the quantum world. So that's where that separation would come.
Do you derive some of this? Sorry, PRAWNCESS, but this I just had a brainwave. Do you derive some of this from the idea that we collapse particles we collapse waves into particles by observing them?
Yes.
So there's a problem with that, in that we don't know if like our actual conscious observation is what does it, or the constraints of the experiment itself. So it could just be that we're limiting the amount of variables that could happen through the setup of the experiment. And since we don't know what those variables are, we can't tell if it's consciousness or the setup itself doing it.
Yeah. So the thing is that we represent the equation as a wave. And the wave produces a level of probability where a particle
and I
can
love
land.
Schrodinger, by the way. I think we both love Schrodinger, so let's
I like
do a shout out to
make
Schrodinger.
Yeah, I like making the Schrodinger jokes. But yeah, it's like I see it as the wave is the probability equation, and then where the ripples are like strengthened is essentially the probability where a particle will land. But we can't predict exactly where that particle will land. We just know a general area of where it can be, and that's my portion that I'm basing it off of.
You
I'm
know
not.
what's funny is you see a lot of these patterns and stuff like weather and stuff like that too. Where we don't actually see them is in neuron activity. Neuron activity is more like fractal in nature rather than wave-like.
Yeah, it's that I'm probably not going to get into too much because I'll have to go into my psychedelic days. But yeah.
Sorry, no, I wasn't saying shut down. This is me telling Dan the dating stream is over. That we're on a new segment now. But
Tommy, if you're
Ghostii,
talking, you're muted.
And yeah, you're muted on your end, Tommy. Not
he's just staying pumped
Not
up.
me.
He's just staying pumped up, so that way he's ready for when
but
it's showtime.
Ghost, just, did you want to add anything? Just I know you've got a chance to talk that much yet.
I just want to say, like, when I'm talking about like compatibilism, where I come from is like there's genes that I think are deterministic in nature and that can determine like a lot of the way we act and decision making and stuff. But I also do believe that we have free will, and there is a free will aspect to discern from those things. So that's kind of where I'm coming from my compatibilistic view.
I think it's, can I jump in real quick? Because I think it's interesting we're all coming at very different directions. Because I've considered all this stuff. Like, I think the quantum thing, I've seen that connection, but to me that is less apt. Like, to me, it's like it comes down to a practicality thing. Where again, here's another thought experience. Like, if you were in the body of like a famous serial killer like Ted Bundy, you wouldn't like magically have the willpower to not be a murderer. You would have the willpower of a serial killer and the upbringing of a serial killer, and you would probably act like a serial killer.
So do you think people are like guilty or like never truly guilty and innocent for their actions? Like it's not really their fault?
I think we still have to treat them as kind of like how we do today, where we had to separate them from society because they might be willing to do that again. But I definitely don't look at, I mean, I have a lot of problems with our current justice system, how it's mostly based on like punishment and punitive. And yeah, I would get rid of that because I think that really doesn't solve or really address how I look at how those acts are done, if that makes sense.
Well, I guess I have a follow-up on that. So I would say that that thought is thinking just a little bit too simple on the biology of our DNA and how we develop. Because DNA from the base level, it's pretty deterministic. But the thing is that there's another factor called gene expression. which based off of your environmental influences, the things you consume, the way you react to things as like a child and how you're trained, you'll develop different gene expressions that will actually
But those are all things
enhance
outside
or
your
degrade.
control.
What's that?
Those are all things outside of your control.
Somewhat. It
Really,
comes
all
down.
those things you have no control of.
But you talked about something like the Ted Bundy example, where if you were the one to come into his mind, well, are you also saying that he's going to go through the same exact life of the type of parents that he's going to be with and how he was treated and all that?
Yeah, in that example, yes.
Because yeah, you would probably ultimately end up in the same direction as him, but it's all those outside influences of everybody else that's making that determinism. Whereas if he was on a different environment but same genetic code, the outcome would be very different.
Oh, I completely agree with you. The thing is, to me, no one has control over that. So therefore, I feel like you can't say it's free will because you don't control your upbringing or what family you're born into or your environment. All that stuff is, for the most part, completely outside of your control.
But you'd agree that if we were deterministic, we could put you in that same setting every single time and we get the exact same results, right?
More than likely, yes. I would probably say like 99%.
Well, that's definitionally deterministic, by the way.
Well, I don't necessarily believe in determinism, so
No, I'm talking to PRAWNCESS.
Okay,
gotcha. Because I'm thinking, does it have to be that definitive, or it could be like you have like
anything
a strong.
that's if I do deterministic programming, it literally means if I run the same simulation twice, I'll get the same results. And I know this is different medium.
I think I am open to that. I think I have some pause because that does seem really unintuitive on some level.
See, like even if what you're talking about is true,
Tommy, you can talk. You're muted on your end.
But let me finish, though, please. Even what you're saying is true. My interpretation is you can make all those variables the exact same in the hypothetical world where you can control those variables. And the problem is that there's too much noise in the equation. And you're going to constrain a lot of outcomes that no longer happen because of it, but you will not have deterministic outcomes where things always land on the same result as the previous run.
I guess my answer would be like, if you really could get like 100%, it's the exact same scenario. Which again, I guess that'd be like 100% simulation, which I guess is not totally possible. But if you could do that, yeah, I guess I would expect the exact same results. I'm not 100%. I'd be open.
And admittedly, we can't test for. It would be impossible to do a truly deterministic test to begin with. It only really works on computers.
Yeah, math and computers.
When I heard someone say this recently, right? Even if you could do a 100% real simulation, you basically would be creating a new universe because it's
no.
You know,
oh my God.
I don't know if I believe that. I heard someone say that
because information doesn't matter.
I got a good movie for this. It's called The 13th Floor. I don't want to spoil it, but you should check it out. It does go into like the simulate. Yeah, it goes into the simulation theory and stuff.
I've dabbled in like what it would take to truly simulate molecular interactions and stuff like that. Like they do simulations for protein folding to figure out what other possibilities there are.
Oh. Yeah,
it's not possible, but if you could do it, you'd just be making a second universe or whatever. Sorry.
Well, to take the example of like protein folding, it's so during the virus and the lockdowns, there was an open source project to actually figure out the protein folds on that particular virus.
I do want King to jump in here,
and it required
finish up and King.
Yeah, it required like many weeks of everybody around the world donating their computing power from their machines in order to complete it. So it's like, if it requires that much in order to mimic just one protein, we can't really simulate a world.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm never ready for you, King.
I have a quick question because you're coming in hot. Before you go into your thing, where do you fall in this? What's your take?
Well, what they're doing right here is like a weird back alley. One guy's taking one thing and he has a knife, right? And he's stabbing the subject. And then the other person just shows up behind you and kneecaps me from the back. When they're both like fighting, like they're saying the
What did I miss?
That same thing. And it's fine, and everybody can laugh about it. The number one thing with this is I come at a level of something you guys have no idea. I came and I met you guys with a level like, oh, he's the motherfucker that just showed up and has no brain or whatever. But when we start talking about even, so you brought up the
cymatics. Get to the cymatics, King, please.
No, the cymatics is easy.
I still don't know your stance, and that's what,
what
I was asking.
Okay, so the will do and won't do is free will one thing. Okay, so I have no idea who Tommy Lee King number 2 is, the second. I have no idea. Okay? I met him when I was 17, right? My name's Tommy Lee King III. My mother told me, she's like, she only knew him, I guess, for like 6 months, 7 months. She goes, you sound like him. You do, and when I was younger, he would say all this shit. So right there proves a little thing about the genetic similarity that you guys were talking about. So genetics proves, and now, like I said, they whirly birded me on so many topics that I'm easily able to go on, that I just need a refresher from getting my ass kicked when I even just showed up on here. And then now I have my, you know what I mean? My train conductor.
I never know what you mean, Tommy. But go off.
I gotta be honest, I'm lost.
Can somebody give me a recap of what happened?
Yeah, let's anybody recap the genetic manipulation.
We talked about quantum mechanics in the fifth dimension.
There was a useful conversation between Tic Tac, Melanie, Ghostii, and I, and then Tommy came in here, and I have no idea what you're fucking saying.
No. It was cymatics. You guys were talking cymatics.
Basically,
we're talking frequency, and God, and how cymatics works is there's a certain vibration that we all have, and
wait, we all have a vibration. What is
Like
that?
consciousness?
100%. It's very obvious.
Like consciousness?
I identify as 58 hertz.
Yeah, and for some odd reason, I hate, because now I'm nowhere near good enough to talk about what we are wanting to talk about. And I hope you guys know that I'm at least I'm kind of on board with what I hear what you're saying. And we do definitely all resonate at a certain thing. That's all a thing. So the quantum, when you guys say quantum, are we talking about 4 times as fast as something? Or just, because quantum is simultaneous.
No.
On a level we can't see.
Exactly. Well, it's just simultaneous.
Yeah.
Like right now,
Quantum means the smallest quanti. It's literally like it came from the idea that atoms were the smallest things. Oh no, they're not. Here's a smaller quantum.
And then, it doubles, right? It's a
so
double.
I think they were talking about
no, there's
on
no
a quantum
doubling.
level, things like won't act the same always. Like how?
Okay, and then because now
So
I'm
therefore,
confused on why I brought it to genetics. For some
and our minds control the like. You guys, they were in a
That's
very
not a
different
part of
conversation.
quantum physics. It's not a part of quantum
No,
mechanics.
that's just my that's my theory. That's just a theory or a
Okay.
hypothesis.
This
I
was
have.
his theory. So he believes in free will, basically. That's
I
what
do
he's-
believe in free will. There is a thing, but there is a certain. I think we are stuck in a personality. There's like 5 personalities. There's 5 looks. A lot of people look alike. A lot of people. It's fucking weird. It's very weird. I'm not joking. That's it all.
This is your best evidence? People look alike?
Are you not serious? How many different types of people do you think you see? And then why do?
What's the connection? How does that prove free will?
Because it has to do with all that's to do with vibrations, and our shapes and our everything is.
So he's got a point.
Frequencies.
This is how I can transform into a fox. Oh wait, no, I can't.
Yeah, no, you can't. But God, okay, go ahead. I will jump back in because I know.
Tommy, I'm just going to ask you this:
Go ahead.
like, do you think that everyone truly looks the same, or do you think when you examine people who look the same closely enough, you'll find differences between them?
I'll say it like this: there's 5 at the most types of faces.
So do you think twins like make the exact same decisions?
That's
or-
what. No, and I know that's
Kitchen
not
man
a thing.
Dan.
That's not a thing. I'm not saying that.
Why don't we just talk about fingerprints? Because that would be different for everybody.
You
yeah?
muted on your end, Dan.
Sure.
Is that like what
Oh,
you're
hi, everybody.
So what I mean
Thank you
about
for
free will,
having me.
I could have swore when they were talking about free will, there was almost a the deterministic word.
Yeah. So I made the claim that
I
anything.
took that as,
Yeah,
I took
Tommy,
that as
Can I rein this in for a second? Just because you said you wanted a refresher, right? I said that anything that's deterministic, if you run it through a simulation, a hypothetically perfect simulation, you'll always wind up with the same result. Because
that's not true. That's not true.
That's the definition.
No, but randomness is not like, oh, it's all over the place, and it kind of just it's very causal.
You're doing the Pavlov's dog.
It's chaos. Yeah.
Chaos theory.
It's very no. It's like causal chains. Like it.
But then
I think people mix up the concept. Maybe I'm wrong. The concept of causal chains, randomness, and freedom. It's like they seem to mix the two up.
Okay. And
I think Melanie was just stating it is, not an ought. So it's just saying like determinism, it means this, not necessarily it should be this way or ought be this way.
And it could be that like I'm partially deriving the definition from my programming background, where if you actually make a program like say like an animation that gives you the same thing every time, but it's procedural, then it's deterministic.
But a human, so are we talking about reality in the simulation that we live in? We definitely
yes. Do humans have free will? That's the question.
And I think what Torsia said made sense. Is that we don't want to confuse randomness here.
I can touch the top of my head. I can touch my nose. I did all those
what
things.
What made you kick all the nose?
A lot of other factors were at play, which means it can't just be your thought to do it.
Someone earlier said like total free will. Yeah, I guess I can't argue with that. Like Prawn could take me down from here whenever he wants to. That's not my decision at all. But to my limits, I do believe I have free will. I could get up. I could dance around. I can do whatever.
Right. So we don't have free will. Right?
Prawn could take me down from here. To an extent, I feel like we do. Within our limits. Of course, I'm not going to be able to lift a 3,000-pound car. I'm just not going to. No matter what you say about free will, but to my limits and my extent,
can we double it? Just like without Dan and Tommy. Let's just finish this conversation as a speed debate, please.
Okay,
we can't. If you want to challenge someone to a speed debate, I will allow that.
Speed debate, Tommy.
I guess I'd have to. I guess I have to speed debate Ticky Tack. And if we want to double it, then.
And if Ticky Tack loses, I'll leave.
I want to join up with Ghostii, and she can choose another opponent.
We're fine. We're fine. I'm
being speed debates.
I was just gonna explain kind of what we like, what it means when we say free will. Like, we're not saying that like you have the free will to like fly if you wanted to, but I think what determinists believe is that basically all of your decisions that you make are predetermined based on like your biology, your genes, and the interactions around you, like how you were raised and stuff. And so like if you were to redo it, you would pick like the same color shirt on the same day. You would like, you're saying things and you.
I guess like, I kind of can agree with that though. When King was saying there's almost 6 specific like personalities and each person's going to fit into, you know, I feel like stereotypes are kind of.
That's not actually how it works, by the way.
What are you?
Well, Melanie, we all know I'm the lowest IQ panelist right here, right? So, like, give me a little bit. Give me a break.
I'm proud of you for being self-aware, at least.
God damn, Melanie. I'm trying.
No, Dan, you're operating with a lot of free will. I can tell.
I always
He's free will maxing right now.
I always do. That's for me. I'm about to hit a bong right now. This is free will, fellas. This is free will.
Are you
sure?
He's
about to get blasted out of this world.
That's crazy. I've been holding on to my bong for like 20 minutes, and now I suddenly just want to smoke it. It's so weird. I wonder why that happened.
Boom. Influence.
I don't know if YouTube likes that just in case.
But external influences are not disproving free will.
Okay, so
also, OpenC, what's that? OpenC, wait, 1 second, y'all. OpenC done. You're on stage, but we can't see you, but you are on stage. So if you want to talk. There's no more visible slots.
So. I can back out and smoke a cigarette real quick. Torsia gets me.
No, it's fine. No, like he's here.
Super nervous.
He's just because he has no camera. It doesn't matter. You just can't see his portrait.
He's in the background like Ben. Ben be in the background talking. Who was Novastar earlier? I'd like a little breakdown on Novastar. That one was catching my eye right.
Why didn't you join the? Why didn't you call in to do the date stream, Dan?
Because listen, it was one after the other bad dates. Like they were all bad. Sarah kind of got thrown out of it because if I went up there, it would have been Ghostii, Sarah, and Nova. All three. Give them all three. But
right.
Prometheus kind of ran that route. Prometheus kind of ran that route, and then he sat there and he was like, "Bruh, bruh."
They're all
I don't know.
swingers.
The most charming thing about Prometheus is he didn't make an actual idiot of himself.
Fair enough, but he
I thought
also
it was
didn't
'cause he was
do
15.
anything. He didn't do anything memorable.
Is he 15? No, he's not 15. Shut the fuck up.
He's not that. He's not that
He's
young.
16.
Check.
He said D1
Okay.
college.
Anyways, the debate we were having.
Find out it's D1.
Jesus
You can find
Christ.
us on the internet. Hold on, I'll talk to Dan.
Wait, shit, I was saying about the date stream. Wait, no, I gotta say one more thing about the date stream, because I had this theory, and I think it's true. It worked out one time. I think the best thing is we need to purposely have someone that's pretty good in the beginning, because like the person like that starts it off kind of sets the whole pace for the show. I've
The
noticed.
start of it all was Rod and Melanie, and like it
So,
was
yeah.
cool, but we could all tell neither Melanie, neither Rod is enjoying that. You know,
And well, Ryan was
It was a
fucking
debate.
drunk.
it was a debate immediately, and Rod's ugly shit. Sorry, Rod. Love you.
Honestly, if Melanie knew how to chill the fuck out, right?
True.
Like I gotta chill the fuck out often. And what it is?
Yeah, coming from you,
just-
that is actually very meaningful. You would know.
I'm being very serious. And so
Chill out together, y'all. Chill out together.
You need to exercise your free will. And,
We're gonna have a big
relax.
chill session. A big chill
Wait,
session. okay?
can you really choose to chill out? Do you really choose your emotions?
If we're gonna bring up chilling, who was abusing a wrench earlier? Who got the wrench taken away because they were abusing it earlier? Let's talk about it. Huh?
I couldn't help it. Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, that was determined.
I don't know.
Go
what
ahead,
you-
go ahead, Tarsha. Go ahead.
I'm just like.
Bring us back on rails.
It just like if we had free will, don't you think people would behave correctly?
No.
No,
No?
that's the one way that people wouldn't behave correctly.
Okay, go into it.
Because they
I
have a
wanna
choice
hear
not
you
to
go.
behave. No,
I
but
gotta
like,
agree with Melanie. I agree with Melanie on this. Go on, Melanie.
Go, Melanie.
but like the definition of good or bad behavior is defined by the array of behaviors we can do. If we only had like a predetermined set of behaviors, why would we have any need to define good or bad behaviors?
Also, like, if you think if we were
hold on,
if
did
it
anybody
was, like-
comprehend what she meant right there?
No,
Meaning
It was more abstract.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
like
got
meaning
it.
like we don't know what's considered good or bad.
I'm just on another level, King. It's
It's
fine.
a real good thing.
No, I'm
My
fine.
bad.
I got it.
I got it. Yeah.
That was a good.
I think if it was truly determinism, we would all have like the best and like just utter just best survival instincts.
But
And
my best
obviously
thing-
lots of us make like bad choices that end up like getting us sick and hurt, even though like we're making the choice to do something that's killing us. Like if we're like doing drugs or like going on doing something dangerous and stuff. And you would think
Isn't-
if
Why
it was
would-
determined, we wouldn't be able to make those choices.
But what if dying?
I don't get
is-
that. Why just because it's determined? Why does it have to be the optimal decision?
Well, you'd agree that there's
I feel
a
like that plays into like adrenaline junkies and like I mean drugs are addictive because of the yeah.
Okay, I think
yeah.
I think
so
I think
it's
Ghostii
desire
should be
to
able
have
to
it,
answer
okay.
unless she wants me to answer. But like,
Just from like an evolutionary standpoint, like if we're basing everything off of like life and survival instincts and evolution, like why would our bodies make bad choices for us?
so another way of putting this, by the way,
Well,
and you
I
can
asked the
look it up.
question. I'd like to respond to that. If that's cool.
No, I know you
another
would.
way
There's
of
something
wording
called the
it.
biological imperative, which is to survive and procreate as many times as possible. But we see people today not living by the
That
biological
way, dog.
imperative.
Other way.
That doesn't mean the desire's not there, though.
Melanie don't believe
Well, and
voodoo.
you guys are missing one. You guys are missing one thing. Evolution or natural selection only cares if you have a kid. So after that, they don't care about your health at all. Like even up to that point.
Right,
if
but
you
why
are
would
healthy enough
someone-
to procreate? Then it's like, well, you did your job. Now that's why like people die horribly of old age because
Why would someone who only arrived here? Why would someone
King,
who
what
only
is-
arrived
what is
here
the
as
book
part
that
of the
you're highlighting?
biological imperative?
Dan.
Holy
All right.
shit!
Go
Why
ahead.
would someone who only arrived here as a result of the biological imperative not also follow the biological imperative? Wouldn't that be counter to determinism?
No, because again, it's randomness is not like
That's
it,
not
it almost
randomness.
feels- no, I know. I sorry, I misspoke. It almost sounds like you're supposed to get the same result after a similar action. Is that what you're saying? Like the
No,
parents-
I realize what you're saying now, that randomness shouldn't count, and I'm not falling back on that as much. But the biological imperative is something that both defines the optimal way to get through natural selection, just like objectively. And if we were like survival and reproduction maxing, that's what we would be doing. So since we come from that kind of like evolutionary background, why didn't we continue doing the evolutionary background?
That's a good question. I think probably because of maybe we shouldn't repopulate the species, and maybe that is more intrinsic than we think.
That was one of the best things I've ever heard.
So you're saying there's an ecological imperative that drives us at least equally as strongly as the biological imperative.
Well, there's other species that die out on purpose. I can't name
not
one,
on
but I
purpose.
do know that to be
It's
true.
definitely
No,
not on
it's-
purpose. It's not. No.
Well, like
First of
you're
all,
taking
that's
it
a free will
literally.
argument. Yeah.
Sure.
But
But
like
it's
a duck-billed platypus. Is it duck-billed?
it's still intrinsic. It's still intrinsic because on some level, right? But
Wait,
it's
do
not
we-
like a conscious thing.
I guess
Do we
like
Go ahead.
that
go
would
ahead.
make
Ghostii.
sorry, just real quick. I guess I'm like kind of taking back a little bit. Well, I mean, I don't even believe that, and well, that's why. Hold on, sorry, I just got confused. Yes, because if you have like addictive personality, like if you have an addictive personality that comes from somewhere, right? Or like you can be, I guess like things in your environment can make you make bad decisions. So I guess that could be an argument for
predisposed.
determination.
But here's the thing though. I don't need there not to be internal or external influences to prove that we still have free will, because we can still make different decisions regardless of what the state of those internal or external influences are.
But
and
there's
that's
many
what makes
steps.
us not deterministic.
I think it's just an
Can you
illusion.
demonstrate that,
I
though?
think we think we know what the choice is, but really there's other factors at play. That's why I think the whole thing with like intent in a court of law is stupid. It's impossible to know because you'd have to point out the exact neuron that said, this is why I pulled the trigger. We can't do that. It's a collection and it's different for every person. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's the free will argument.
No, that's a because there's
Okay,
something
maybe I'm
else
misinterpreting.
causing. No, you're good. It's because something else is influencing why you behave a certain way. It already disproves free will. Because
Well,
something
okay.
else was at.
So
something
how
else was at play.
how multivariate can something become before like any one variable no longer matters?
It's
And the reason I'm
impossible to know. You can't know.
well,
Not
well,
at
no,
this
but
level.
that's the
Or
thing.
that was the variable that just left.
So you're saying
I think
because
that-
of that, if that alone just right away should already
Yeah.
prove that free will is possible? Is that what you're
Well, no,
getting
because we're
at?
not fruit flies. Fruit flies are.
I mean, we are.
I beg to differ. No, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. Keep going.
No, it is.
Right? We're not fruit flies, meaning what?
Yeah.
We evolved to max out our free will for a reason, and that is it's,
So do
it's
the
being
fruit
naturally
fly.
selectable.
We don't operate just on instinct.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, what's different about us? Our like consciousness.
Consciousness, yeah. And I do think like even though there are choices that we are more likely to make based on a lot of deterministic things, I think ultimately we do have free will when it comes down to
Every
it.
choice we
So there's
make is
things
to
we're
not
more
be in trouble.
likely there's things we're way more likely to do based on our genes and circumstances. But overall, I think we do have a choice based on consciousness.
What do you think? This is kind of out there, but what about this idea that where things are deterministic, but it actually was an evolutionary benefit for us to kind of perceive things as free will?
To
That means you have to believe in
ourselves.
evolution.
Wait, that makes
Tell me what-
that makes less sense than actual free will just being beneficial.
Evolution's
No,
not
it doesn't. It makes sense because it,
Wait,
it
which is more
provides-
which is more
I'll tell you.
plausible,
I'll tell
though?
you why. Because delusion provides benefits like lowering anxiety and other
Yeah.
stressors. And one of the
Well, yeah,
reasons
the delusion
that
we go
end up-
to is religion,
Wait,
though, not free
Oh,
will.
no.
No, well, no, wait.
I have
Let me jump in here. Wait, the human brain's really good at deluding yourself. Like, you can go like partially blind, and like you're like after a couple of weeks, like your eyes will readjust, like adapt to like your new vision, and like
meditation.
even right now, like there's a lot of stuff like you don't realize like that things are not necessarily how you perceive them because your brains are really good at like kind of filling in the gaps and like filling in those holes.
Yeah.
Sure. So how come some people delude with religion and some people delude by believing in free will?
Those are two different. That's a false dichotomy or false equivalent.
We're both doing
Can you
it to
explain it?
cope. We're both doing it to adapt, right? Like you said
Yeah,
that.
that means you call
Like
them
OCD. Yeah, I get it.
So
why do
again,
we do that? Why is one okay and the other is like?
no, I'm not saying it's why one okay. No, I'm asking like
I think
they
they
both
both
seem to
cope.
be in
Yeah.
response to the chaoticness of the universe, not understand what's going on. Why wouldn't, if we're deterministic, why wouldn't most brains just go towards religion, especially if we haven't evolved yet?
Can't reverse the burden of proof. Can't do that.
Reverse the burden of. I don't understand.
When
Just
you're
right there.
asking me to prove something when
I'm
you
just-
made the claim.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
just missing a lot
Sorry,
of
I
these,
didn't
like-
mean to do that.
I'm missing a lot of these.
I'm
Like,
just
principle
curious
statements,
how
like,
that's supposed to work.
Why would it be necessarily true where if we're in a terminal system that people would be more religious, or is that what you're
Because
saying?
that means that your parents
irrelevant. You
parents
shouldn't answer
work in
it.
the same line, just like the word religion is realigning, right? The word religion breaks down to realign.
I think because you said
So-
our brain fills in the gaps and religion fills in the gaps, maybe. I don't know if that's what she meant.
Well, yeah, you said it's
I
a
would-
form. It's selectable because we needed delusion to adapt, but we already used delusion to adapt through religion. So why wouldn't that just be what our brains did? Why wouldn't we just
'Cause-
evolve to be
'cause-
more and more religious?
Because we're going to use whatever delusion is best suited for us for whatever problem we want to solve. So sometimes religion is the best solution to use to solve the issue for a society. Sometimes it's something else. There's a
But
bunch
doesn't
of
that kind of
delusions.
entail
There's like not
that-
just two. There's
doesn't that
tons of
kind of
delusions that
entail
society
that
uses.
these-
It doesn't.
That kind of
solve.
entails that like these things know how to solve these problems to begin with.
What do you mean?
What by these things? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Well, when we
People?
evolve something, it's actually kind of random, right? It's not until we
Are
stumble
we talking about
upon
evolving
a
ourselves as
solution
people, or
that we
Well,
do
no,
things.
evolution is random, but natural selection is not.
Random.
So what was the
Well, are we
permanent-
talking about
Oh my
technological?
god!
Technological.
Oh my
evolution
god!
or
Oh my
natural?
god! What was the
Jesus
permanent
Christ.
overarching-
Wait, no, let other people talk. You know,
am I
But
saying?
I'm trying to have a conversation
Well, I'm
with you right
asking
now.
you a
and none of these
difference.
people are-
I'm asking for
I
a
need to know
difference.
what you're referring to.
Technological or natural? Because I do feel like
Holy
there
shit.
is a difference.
Holy shit!
There
holy
is.
shit.
okay, I was hoping you were going to add something that's not the best question to answer.
Yeah, it was a fine.
So
question.
what
This
is
is
the
why I enjoy 1v1s.
overarching problem? What is the overarching universal problem that didn't go away such that we had enough time to actually naturally select to be deluded by consciousness? Because the
Okay.
reason, the overarching thing about life was there's a fear of nature, there's a fear of weather patterns, there's a fear of things we can't control. So we needed religion to tell us how these things work.
Mm-hmm.
No, we blamed it on
No.
witches. And we
Wait,
blamed
I see-
it on somebody.
Oh my
no,
God.
this
Wait,
is, no, we
wait,
did.
let me address
No,
this.
she's-
Wait, Melanie. Wait,
We
I'm
used
going to address.
This
'Cause,
is
yeah,
a really big deal.
It's actually the same. Sorry, go ahead. I'll let
I
you
was
go
just
and
saying, when the crops died out because of a rainstorm, they blamed it on the witch next door, and then they would go and try to kill her. It was like very, it's equivalent to like cancel culture.
Right.
today.
So why not just keep doing that until all time?
We
Or
are.
At what
Wait,
point
wait, no,
did we?
I think-
at what
okay.
point?
I think I can answer your question.
I see
I
what you're saying. Yeah.
But Melanie, I think actually it is the same mechanism, but they're answering different questions. So religion was like used to solve like why is the sun rotating around our planet? Free will was thought of like why is our brain work this way? Why do we think this way?
He's a flat earther.
I mean, you're the one that believes in free will. Why don't you tell us? Tell us why you think that it has to be true. Because right now we're having to defend it, but you're the
Yeah,
one
I think we evolved self-awareness because we literally evolved neurons that acted as short circuits
I
between
can't
our
use
memory and our self-perception. So I'd have a self-perception, and then my memory would reinforce that. And then I'd be like, oh, okay, that actually is me. But if my memory did not match my self-perception, then I'd have to address that conflict.
Do you think humans are the only species that has free will?
No, that's crazy.
I'm asking
Yes,
Mel.
actually. Yeah, I think most other species are deterministic because they are like
And everything you said before is
by
negated.
their biological imperative. Thank you for letting me finish.
I think, and it could be different. I think it's all the same thing. It's just we were just way more complex. So it's like it seems more mysterious and like there's more to it. It's just there's just a lot more going on. We're just like slightly more complicated animals.
So
At
you'd
least that's
agree.
my perception.
You'd agree that humans are at least better at not having like certain, like let's say like females are better at not having the lordotic reflex in response to the smell of a male who's especially.
I don't know what that is.
Well,
the way
one, I do
it.
know what she's talking about. I do know exactly what she's talking about.
Thank God.
And the simple fact that you bring that up to not know, we have no idea if another species has the same sound that we have. We have English that's blatantly doesn't make any sense, correct? We all can agree that English language is super confusing. Just because I have no...
It's one of the hardest languages to learn.
I have the lack of a way to even dictate myself, right? And so we have them stipulations, and to think that animals and or anything else doesn't have the same energy, because there is a certain, like, I could be... There's a certain thing, even through whatever, where there's a vibration or whatever that goes through that resonates different from person to person, thing to thing, and that resonates to a level that is animalistic, we could say, right? So right there, it's just, I get so lost with half the shit you say, Mal, and I'm not being rude to you, and I do respect the way that you boss the line.
Anyways, PRAWNCESS, thank you for walking through me with that.
Well, just from speaking from a purely like biological sense, vast majority of animals don't even really have a developed prefrontal cortex, which is where
bullshit that we have no idea.
No, we do.
Yeah, we do.
There's the except
because we can open up their brains. We can dissect animals.
There are
two.
two.
Your eyeball sees upside down, and your retina turns it in your brain.
Can you let him talk?
No, just I want to know. Do they think that we see upside down, and then because our eyeballs work a certain special way, it flips it and we see it?
Well, no, it's just an interpretation of the brain. Like they even have flip. They have. Can
exactly
you?
what I'm
No,
asking.
come on, just quit talking over me. So even on your visuals, they did testing where they reversed people's vision with goggles, and eventually the vision corrected itself to view everything upright. And as it took them off, their vision was reversed again. It's all just trickery of the mind. But going back to the whole prefrontal cortex thing, is that the only two animals on the exception is dolphins and elephants, as far as I know, and maybe octopuses. And that prefrontal cortex is very important in having like deductive reasoning, the long-term memory associations, logic, things of that nature.
Passing the mirror test.
What were the three animals, real quick?
So there's elephants, dolphins.
Okay.
Yeah,
at least there was
an octopus.
Water on it. So water animals. We have no idea how that works.
Elephants are not water animals.
Yeah, I know. I said two of the three.
Well,
we do know a bit about animal brains.
I mean, manatees are kind of like water elephants.
Let me try to defend King a little bit.
Letting you know it's the...
Let me try to defend, because I'm just hearing, okay, our brains are more complicated. I don't know why it means, therefore, free will has to exist.
It doesn't mean that anybody's bigger.
No, I'm not making an argument on that. I'm just saying that there is like an extra layer we do need to consider, in that animals really only think about what's in front of them at the moment.
No idea what
PRAWNCESS. When did we start passing the mirror test before mirrors existed?
Probably.
The answer's
What do you mean?
Wait, let me just. I'm curious what point you're trying to make. But like to me, wait 1 second, fucking King, wait. All the points you're making, because I agree with what Tiki said, but to me that shows that free will is like less. It's probably even less available because we're just more complicated, more so. So therefore, free will to me, free will would mean like things would be more simple. It'd be easier to achieve free will if that was the case. Whereas we have more complexity. To me, that means free will is less likely, if it makes any sense.
Yeah, I think I was just going a little bit more on a tangent than anything else. I don't think it necessarily proves one way or the other.
I can apply
but
this.
I think it is a good point. Like saying that we've evolved to have consciousness and be able to reason and logic is evidence of having free will, like reasoning and logic. Whereas like animals, they go off of purely instinct. And
What makes you say
we're
that?
obviously much different than animals. Because
they definitely are different.
an animal, you can like predict their behavior based on like studying them, and they do it off of survival instincts. Like I don't know, like with humans, we can't tell.
You're
humans can
literally doing the
deceive-
exact same thing.
Humans can
as
deceive
animals.
and manipulate and trick
It's like-
people, where
can
like
you- that's
animals
what-
will do it for survival. Go ahead.
But let me know if y'all disagree. I actually think humans are actually very predictable.
They're predictable.
Yeah.
Well, if that's
Yeah,
the
they
case,
are
then
to a degree.
neuromarketing wouldn't be an entire field of study.
No,
It
like
would or would not be.
that's on our side because everybody's being manipulated beyond their control with their obsession with phones. Like that comes from being enticed by marketing that draws you back in.
That's
at
from
some point,
understanding,
But that
like,
was a learned
the
behavior from
humans as a whole, but not
Well, if it's a
individual
learned
humans.
behavior, why would they keep it in the environment if they know
On
that's how we
purpose.
behave with it? Because we
On
want to
purpose.
keep it because some of us have self-control.
Yes,
Sorry.
very on purpose.
Go ahead.
All of it's very on purpose.
I
And
just,
I'm
I
not
mean,
trying
individually,
No,
though,
Let's let Ghostii get in here. Let's let Ghostii get in here.
I just think like humans, obviously we're a species, so like you can understand us, and that's why I'm a compatibilist, because I do think there are things that are predictable about us and that, you know, can make us predictable, but like overall we are individualists. So as like a species, maybe you could say, oh, this person's gonna get thirsty after 8 hours because they have to drink water, right? Or people like to do this thing because it gives them dopamine in their brain or sets off serotonin or something, like with this flavor or something. But individually, I feel like we're not so predictable with things like past that on a biological sense, if that makes sense.
That's
Thank you, and I'll let you all respond. But King, I'm gonna give you a second because
I don't
super
need it.
pissed
I
off.
don't
Wait,
need it.
King,
I
wait,
understand what you're doing.
just
This
let me
is
ask you
super
it's a simple question. I don't even know what your fucking stance is yet. Where do you fucking land on this? Are you your free will person or not free will? You keep going on these rants. I still have no idea what you actually
TK?
believe. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I honestly don't think there is. It's a mixed boat. Maybe I don't know. What I was looking for is a human conversation where somebody could understand that maybe there is free will with some shit. Meaning, I don't know genetically. Some shit's predetermined. Because they say Leos, Scorpios, Virgos all act a certain way. Am I lying by this?
Hell yeah.
Everyone knows somebody that is one of these signs, and they honestly have the same personality traits.
So you agree that certain personality traits are observable in other situations?
That's what I was about to get to. Do you see how I
So
was
it's more
talking?
deterministic.
You see
I
how
would say
was
astrology falls more
Let's
on
let King finish because
determinism.
we've been yelling at over.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wasn't done. What I'm trying to say is there's blatant ways to where there is certain things that are, and with that simple thing, there is only, I'll say 15 different boxes. But we all feel like we're 16 million different people, right?
King, so
But
I'm
you
a
know-
Cancer. I have a question for you. I'm a Cancer,
Yeah,
so
you
how come
are
I
a
act
Cancer,
like a Virgo?
Just kidding, that was a super-
How come I
Oh,
act like a
God, King,
Virgo
go
when
on.
I'm on here? How come I act like a Virgo when I'm on here?
What do you mean? You are one. Don't ask me that question if you are not being genuine.
I am being genuine.
never ask
No,
that.
I'm being
We'll never
genuine.
talk
I know what a Virgo is. I know what they act like.
No. And anybody I respect you, Melanie. And that was
So here's
a
how
very
this
weird
conversation
question to
would have
ask.
gone if King wasn't weird. He would
What
have
do you
said, well,
mean?
that's probably your rising sign then. And I'd be like, no,
No,
my rising
you
sign is
are-
Aquarius. And then I'd have to point out that it's
Look,
not very deterministic
look,
if you
look,
can't
look, look,
predict
look,
what I
look,
am.
That's crazy. That's crazy to ask.
Let's let King respond to that.
Well,
part.
yeah, just
You guys
kind
know
of like
what?
neurons
You
in the
guys
brain when there's multiple
fully
different
get
ones
further
at play
subject
for the
back
same
then.
action. I guess
That's
it's the
dumb.
same thing as the rising and moon
Makes
shit.
us less
What do you guys mean?
No, it's more
Are you
deterministic.
people being
It's on a
serious?
linear.
More neurons equals more determined. So more
Jesus.
degrees of freedom.
He
So
just
again,
point out, right?
again, you're conflating the two
Alright.
though, because I already said in the beginning that it's not the same as freedom. People
I'm not
often
saying,
do.
I'm going to ask you though, wouldn't it be more likely that if we had more degrees of freedom, that we would have some form of free will? Just more likely, more plausible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What is
But that-
freedom in this scenario? I think
Freedom is
I feel like I can't answer
Degrees
this
of
yet.
freedom
I need more
are
information.
basically variables. How many variables are in the multivariate equation?
But yeah, we'll never know that though.
Oh my God. All I'm saying is that the more there are, the more
Higher
likely
level
it is
thinking.
that we have free will.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if in a
But the
thorough
thing
world,
is,
like, you could
they're
only have
not
one
the
determined
same.
path.
They're not the same.
Also, this also gets weird if you like incorporate the multiverse, where like there could be actually one determined path, but unlimited versions of that. Yeah.
Well, on a different, like when people talk about dimensions, they're technically all following the same laws, which always fucks me up. Always. I think that's the quantum.
Is that true?
Thing.
There's no
yes,
way.
100% true. I was just writing about it today.
All
The
laws.
same laws of physics.
It really fucks me up. Yeah, like natural laws and something else. I was like, wait,
How do
but
we
then
know-
why?
how do
What
we know
makes
that?
what makes it a different dimension? You know what I mean? Like
To
the
be
dimension.
clear,
Like
I
I
was
would
just
think it's
bringing that up as a
Wait,
thought
dimensions and
experiment.
multiverses.
I don't
are
actually
different
believe
too.
that that's how
Well,
the
you're-
fifth dimension works.
I'm thinking of like string theory and versus
Oh,
the
that
other
sucks.
thing.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I think string theory's like kind of been severely debunked and not popular in the science community anymore.
Uh-oh.
It wasn't wrong. It's just like it's kind of like a dead end. Is how
There's a
how
lot
I
of
heard-
unknowns in the quantum world right now.
I heard it went very out of fashion. Is what I watched a YouTube video
Oh
about
no. Oh no. Yeah, I haven't heard about
Oh no. Oh
don't
no.
know.
Oh no no
But
no no.
take us
no.
back on track. I think I'm open to not being completely deterministic. I still can't conceptualize free will, especially the complete free will, because to me, like the
Right.
at worst, it's like things are so random and so chaotic.
Do you know
where,
what
like, you just don't
subtractive
have any
synthesis
control
is?
anyway.
What was that?
I'm going to assume you don't know what subtractive synthesis is because hardly anyone does. It's
Me?
it's actually a subtractive synthesis.
Oh, I thought I was asking if you were talking to me. Go ahead.
I'm going to assume that everyone here does it because I'm going to go straight into explaining it. It's where you take noise in a synthesizer and you actually filter out for different frequencies until you get a sound. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because this kind of goes towards Tiki-Tak's quantum argument, whereas for me it's more at a molecular chemistry level. But what happens is that ultimately a lot of what you're talking about, all these variables amount to noise. But then what the brain does is it filters out that noise for particular functions. You might call this sensory gating. There's all sorts of things that you could call it. But at the end of the day, it's very similar to the subtractive synthesis we see in synthesizers. Now, the problem is if that synthesis always gave the exact same results, then our brains doing this would also give us the exact same results. But what we see actually is that because there's noise behind it, you can still see that in the sine wave that you filtered out at the end of the day. There's still some noise in that signal.
I think keep going.
Yeah, and so what I'm getting at though is that like a lot of functions in our brain start as noise and end as these kind of like very formatted signals, but you still see some what's called hysteresis, which is like a time effect that can't be removed because it's always still there. It's part of the system. And that hysteresis is part of where I think free will comes from, because another way of putting this is if I move forward along a street, but I can't go back the same way, all those other paths that I can take to get back become infinite. I've gone from having one path to an infinite amount of paths between 2 points. So it's kind of the same way in the brain. We very much don't like having the same thought over and over again. We like having new thoughts the next time we think about something.
I disagree. We have
Really?
bias.
So what about TV shows? What about TV shows? What about TV shows? Do you watch the exact same TV episode every single time, or do you get excited?
Do you know how
do you get
common
excited?
tropes
Do you
are?
get excited when a new TV show comes out?
I don't own a TV personally, but just to
Oh
like
my
play
gosh!
with the hypothetical, just to play.
I think it's a bad idea because like
a lot
movies,
of people rewatch
media
Friends.
is literally made of tropes. Like you can literally source everything back to something.
No, but
something
here's
else.
the thing, right? Like
Desires are different. Desires are
get
what I
diminished
think people are
returns.
confusing free will with.
But you get diminished returns on the same thing. Our brain literally hates taking the same path twice, especially on a neural level.
You're wrong.
Because-
Like
no,
the-
no,
the-
I'm not
the
wrong. Let me
hero-
finish. I'm going to explain neuroscience to you. No, I'm going to. So there's something called action potential. There is
I'll
something
argue against my
called
point I'm
action
going to make.
potential in a neuron.
The
PRAWNCESS,
hero's
shut
journey
the fuck up.
will
I'm not done. PRAWNCESS. There's something
Go
called
ahead.
action potential, and when a neuron fires an action potential, it can take it very nice time and all sorts of things to refire a new action potential. And what's more important is it's incredibly unlikely, it's statistically improbable that the next action potential will be the same as the last. We know this because we hook neurons up to birds and we watch them make the same call over and over again, but there's always differences in the signal.
Yeah, but sorry.
Well,
even
I was-
even
can I jump
even
in
our
real quick?
neural patterns are not determined.
I wouldn't even disagree with that. I think none of this actually connects to how like people actually pragmatically think and like our brains. I think these are completely disconnected.
Yeah, I'm just saying, look up history.
What's that
It will blow your mind.
Well, why is something
OPC,
like-
we can hear you, but we got some background audio.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
muting
like,
you.
I get what you're saying about all the. Ew, I can hear myself.
OPC, you gotta keep yourself muted until you fix your audio. Sorry.
What about when people mistaken?
Do I still hear shit?
Why?
That was so
like,
weird.
What do you think about
we're good.
people that mistaken somebody with a cell phone as having a gun and then they pull out their gun and shoot them because that's a threat? That's like the
Wait,
same
I tried to bring this-
mechanism.
wait.
I'm a little
Hold on, it's the
lost.
same.
Sorry.
It's the same mechanism though.
Wait,
So like in neurons, you can have the same types of neurons in other parts collected with other neurons that give
isn't
you.
that in favor of free will? That like I can see something that's not actually there, like my sensory isn't directly linked to the output of my brain.
No, it is linked.
No, but you're saying that that someone could have a cell phone in their hand, but I'm still going to perceive a gun.
Yeah,
If
based
anything,
on
that's-
trauma, based on your experience, based on
But I can
what
also-
it might look like.
but here's
Cops
what's
do this
interesting.
all the time.
But here's what's also interesting, right? I can take
Can we
a
get
pause.
can I address something that came up like 2
Especially
minutes
if
ago?
I've been in that before. No, I want to respond to Torsha, please. I can pause and
I got interrupted too.
and I can make the decision because I've been in this position before and I learned that acting on my trauma was wrong. And I can make the decision, you know what, I don't want to act on my trauma. We're not deterministic in this sense. You might still have the trauma response, but how you actually
motivation.
behave can be different.
I think it's motivation, and that's an area that I would love to go into. That's definitely something that disproves. Well, it's not that it disproves determinism, but it's really open up in the air that I would like to get
Which is
into.
more important for motivation, hormones or brain structure?
Both. 100%.
No, I said more important. I said more important. You have to pick one.
Hormones.
Okay, good. We're on the same page there at least. We both watched the Polsky, of course.
Yeah. Duh.
All right, I'm gonna forget about this because I think you just said something patently false. Like I understand like that your theory, but like people like the same stories all the time. The hero's journey has been told for as long as our basic history, and will continue to be
Yes,
told
but they
until
like
we
the
probably
same story
perish.
told differently. They don't like the same story told the exact same way over and over
the
again.
Bible.
It's
the
like
Bible
a
be
it's like a different
changing.
coat of paint on the exact same like product.
Right,
though.
you can say that about the Bible, but look how many versions of the Bible there are.
That's what I was agreeing with you. I said there's so many different versions of the
Oh,
Bible.
okay. I
was
thought you were
agreeing
saying
with
like
you.
the Bible is us saying this
No.
thing, which and like it goes both ways. I'll admit that much. We're not like totally. We need everything, every little detail to be different every single time, right? Like we do watch stuff on repeat.
I think it's
partly for
I
nostalgia.
think it's not
but-
that. If anything, if you made TV completely new, that would not be satisfactory TV.
Oh, I agree.
Wait,
yeah,
just being novel
it'd be
would
too
not be good.
unfamiliar.
It has to.
It has to be familiar. I agree.
Okay,
Because there are like biological things that it acts on. No, it's not squashed. Fuck you.
I meant that part.
Oh, the beef. The beef is squashed. Yeah.
OPC
Sorry,
dog, do
everyone
you want to try
else
to get in here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
OPC, hello.
Yeah.
Hey, I really do want to
Wait,
talk to you.
OPC,
But
wait.
Have you ever heard of headphones before? Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Can you just get some headphones, OPC? This happens every
No,
time.
you're playing the video on YouTube in the background.
All right, hang on.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm gonna
dear
mute you
God,
until-
he's
yeah, sorry.
got the StreamYard curse too. I can hear it.
Oh no.
Maybe they'll both fix this. He Drop It is going to come back. Back to free will.
Ghostii, you got to carry
Ghostii, you want to jump in
for us.
I got a
Very
good.
nice.
I have a good question. What, like, do you think operating in a world with free will and the concept of it causes more harm, or no? You don't think so?
I think it causes more with
I
free
agree.
will.
Like, I don't, people want to cling to this notion so badly, but in the end, more people are harmed because of it. More people that are mentally ill, more people that are disabled, more people that have things going on that are beyond their control. Maybe they were in an accident and they do a behavior that's deemed morally not good and they get punished for it. And I just think it's so inhumane. So I was just curious your thoughts on why you think it's maybe better to operate with free will, Melanie, for society.
Oh, just because, like, if you look at all the, like, the aggressive impulses people get just naturally, you know, as a part of the biological imperative, whether it's for, you know, social interactions or sexual even, then you see that it's better that we can choose not to act on them. And I think that decreases violence.
So the fact that people have a propensity to criminality or they do something against the law, doesn't that mean that laws are not really deterring them from the action?
You're talking to a leftist who agrees with you for different reasons, though.
I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'm saying that, like, yeah, like the criminal justice system is terrible.
I think people would behave regardless, though. I don't think laws are going to deter them. I think they would behave anyway.
I think laws deter a lot of people from doing crimes.
No, I think that I personally don't think there's like evil, so I'm a friend.
At the very least, it changes the way people do crimes.
What they think about it. I think people that have pro-social behaviors or whatever, they're going to be pro-social, and then you have your people that are more anti-social or have propensity to criminality. They're just going to behave poorly.
You know that the actual difference is that pro-social people commit more white-collar crimes and anti-social people commit like just
I
type crimes.
I don't know if you want to make that claim right now, because I would put them all in the same category of bad.
Well, that's really easy because the connotation of antisocial is that it's evil. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we actually observe.
I didn't say
antisocial and pro-social. Yes, you did.
No, you. I said pro-social behavior and a propensity to criminality. Is like specific.
Okay, well, that's
antisocial gets. That's another. That's we got to go into
criminality, like
somebody that's going to be aggressive, has more maybe testosterone. Is
you know that like antisocial is the opposite of pro-social though, and that's why I was thinking you made that dichotomy.
I don't know if I would say they're the direct opposite, if I'm being honest, but it seems obvious that it would be
dichotomy. That's all.
Yeah,
Ghostii, you want to jump in? I want to change my answer. I actually think determinism might lead to a worse world, because then we're not putting any responsibility on anybody, so you can make a bad decision and then be like, oh well, it's not my fault, I was always determined
they would have
to
done
do
it
this
anyway,
and I can't help it.
I
don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. There's tons of bad decisions I can make, right? Like if I wanted to, there's tons of bad decisions I can make right now that I'm not going to, because I know the consequences of them. I could still choose to do it, but
sure.
So
that's definitely a take.
Wait,
but
you can still have consequences in a determinist society, though.
You can, but if one of the big components, I think, of what makes people determinists and not determinists is like either you believe in the concept of evil, like people having maybe the propensity to criminality gets often told as evil, but I think everything's a mental illness, all of it, everything. So like, I think that you can assign that when somebody does a bad behavior, and instead of throwing them in a jail where they're just going to get worse, we're going to end up paying more and whatever, we could rehabilitate. But a lot of people don't want to spend the money to do that because it's expensive.
I understand.
Did you know that economics are actually a bigger factor than mental health?
Wait, you cut off Ghost. So let's
what do you mean
finish.
by that?
Just really quick, sorry, Ghost, but like if I were to predict outcomes for somebody to figure out who's going to be more of a criminal, their economic status in life I'd be more correct to predict their outcomes than
you believe in free will. You believe in free will.
Yeah, that's why I was saying predictability, predict their outcomes.
Okay,
so statistically speaking,
what are you going to go
I
off
get it
of?
right more if I predict that the lower income person is going to commit crime versus the higher income, as opposed to predicting that the person with mental illness is going to commit crime versus the person who doesn't. That's not a good predictor of criminal outcomes.
No, but it's a really good predictor for odd behavior, abnormal behavior, maybe not violent.
That wasn't the goalpost you had, right? So
no, that's the
sounds
exact
like you're
same.
backtracking.
No, I'm not. It's exactly the same thing. If not, I clarified it more.
No, now it's more vague.
Why? What are you?
Behavior.
Wait, okay.
Criminal
hold
behavior
on.
is way more specific than weird behavior.
Oh, like abnormal behavior, like people
Yeah, that's way less
acting
specific.
and yeah, but I said violence specifically.
Neuroatypical.
But
behavior?
no, I said
Criminal
violence, and
behavior is
I say that
defined.
very specifically because I have relatives with very severe mental illnesses. I always say the violence. I make that like distinction.
Yeah, but you can't predict violence from somebody based on that either, actually.
You sure you want to make that claim?
Yeah, and I can guarantee you that just because I've had experiences with people. With
I'm not
mental health
talking
who are
about
more-
just my experience.
Yeah, so I'm telling you right now that if you look in society, the people who are most likely to commit violent crime are not the people with mental illness. It's the people
Or
who are
maybe
in
because
domestic
you don't
partnerships.
recognize it.
It's the people who are in domestic partnerships with a gun, by the way.
How is it? I didn't know
Yes.
that.
Yeah, it is.
Do you have the stat or where
yes,
you
from
got it
Harvard.
from? Okay. Do you
Just
know
to
the
clarify,
year
you're not
just so
saying
I
that's-
can look it up later? Because I should
Just to
brush
clarify,
up on
those
that.
both be factors, like
I was going to
they're
send
both gonna be they're both gonna have some effect. Just there might be different percentages, but obviously, someone's mental health might have an influence on like how they're going to act, and maybe it might lead to them being more violent than an average person. I could see that.
Yeah, but
you
it
can't
goes
make that
against
as a
her
general
world.
statement,
Yeah,
knowing
it
that
goes
there's
against
so
her
many different types
worldview,
of
though.
mental illnesses.
Yeah, for sure. But my worldview accounts for that. Yours doesn't. I want to
doesn't?
make that clear. Yes. Do you think that people are really getting insanity pleas when they need them? Seriously.
Wait, how does my worldview not account? I need to explain it a bit more.
Like today, like I'm saying in this world today, do you think that those that have mental illness are really being granted that insanity plea that they probably deserve, but because people want to, I don't know.
No, I
they're
just
more-
don't understand where you're going with this.
because what I'm saying is that, like, in my worldview, we account for the mentally ill. In your worldview, we often don't. And so when you compare them just on that one scale, obviously there's multiple metrics. I'm sure you and I would agree on that. But on that one metric, I account for the mentally ill. Yours kind of doesn't.
So again, when we actually look at crime statistics and we you know, can't why can't I think of the word? We filter out everything that isn't disability. We don't see a big difference in outcomes between people who have mental illnesses and who don't. What we do see a big outcome differences is in people who are poor versus people who are not. So
I don't
what
know
I'm
if
saying,
you're following
you
what I'm
might
saying, that-
account for that. There's many ways that you can account for mental illness, and one of them
So-
isn't like glossing over and generalizing statistics.
I'm
that
not general.
pathologize
I
a bunch
haven't
of people.
generalized anything.
Yes, you are. When you say
Let's let
mental illness is a
Ghost get in
factor,
here.
you're not pointing to particular mental illnesses. You're saying all mental illness.
I
That's
said the
generalizing.
mental illness that is violent. That's very specific.
There is no mental illness that is violent. That is not.
I could give you many of them, but I don't want to go down that road. I don't think that's like conducive.
So would you say that's the majority of mental illness, or do you think that
No,
it's kind of weird
of course not. But it accounts for them because right now they just get thrown away in the fucking what do you call it? Solitary confinement.
It's a
Sorry,
fringe
right?
minority, and so it's better to say people.
I would argue that most people that partake in violence in some regard are operating in a similar fashion. I think it's
I
all
think
on
you're
a
doing that
spectrum.
inductively. I don't think you're seeing data.
No. And maybe I've been
Can I
looking
ask
at
a clarifying question? Mel, do you disagree that maybe if a lot of people in prison had like better mental health care, they might not have ended up in prison?
I can't say no, because again, we actually don't see that many people with mental illnesses in prison. We see a disproportionate amount, but
No.
it's not more than half. So
Wait,
no, the
well,
majority
hold
of
on.
people would not be helped.
Hold on, Melanie. It's because
Counseling maybe, but like treatment for mental illness, no.
we don't account for it when people go to jail. That's an issue.
Do you think we're
statistically we do?
Do you think we're
Like,
probably
we-
screening
no,
everyone that's
because
in
that's
prison?
If you want to go into competency tests, I'd be happy to do that with you. But I'm telling you right now, they're not looking for these things. They're
Well, it's
moving
not-
towards it, but they're
that-
not
that's
looking
Ghost,
for
yeah,
them.
let's Ghost, please get in here.
Problem,
Yeah.
though, like just because someone maybe doesn't deserve to be in jail because of an action that they like couldn't control, like they're violent because
I'm
of
not
some
saying absolve them though, but keep going. I'm listening.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, being a free will person
OPC
and
audio.
saying not giving somebody a insanity plea, even if though maybe they deserve it, that's not really the factor there. It's just a safety factor. Like,
I'm
we
just
can't
saying
have
that
these
under
people-
sure. I'm just saying under both like worldviews, like outcome wise, right now in today's society, those that should get an insanity plea don't. And then that means
Why
that they
is
would
that,
be
though?
sent to a hospital instead of a jail. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
the difference. They should be in like a mental institution. Some would argue that's I don't know.
Okay, I see what you mean. The other thing, I kind of forget now. It was about like the mental illness thing. I see
Responsibility or something.
I see like mental illness as kind of more characteristics. I think we characterize a lot of different personality types as mental illnesses, and they develop because of the environment we're in. So somebody who has like anxiety today, maybe they wouldn't have had it in like the 1800s or like in a different part of the world or something like that. It's like developed based on our environment. So I forget where I was going somewhere with that with this conversation, but I forget. It was,
Like, can
5
we
minutes ago.
like if we couldn't really account for mental illness in the past like we would today, should it still matter? Something like that? Because it's like it's more new. I don't know.
No, I forgot.
I feel like you had something good though. You were going with something. I was like, damn it.
I'm
What's your
sorry.
point?
I'm sorry for getting into Torsha, getting into it with Torsha on
it's
that.
fine. No, you're good. You're good.
No, you're good. If
I
you
do
want
want
to
to
keep
ask.
going.
I do want to ask Melanie a question, but I don't want to derail it.
No, go ahead.
It's kind of went back to something earlier, but I'm curious, Melanie, how you would kind of feel about this or address this. I don't know how to phrase this question. Do you think someone like let's say a black person's like born in America in like a poor neighborhood, do they have the same ability to make the same decisions as like a white person in a wealthy neighborhood? Or do you think maybe because of their environment, they might be taking down different paths? Does that make sense?
I think
From
she
an
brought up
ability
white
standpoint, yeah, that's like it's just a difficult thing because like from an ability standpoint, they can still make the same decision. From an outcome standpoint, they may not have the same opportunities.
So that's why I call it factors. So everything in your life is a factor into the equation of your will. So like again, like your genes, your upbringing, the economy you grew up in, whether you went through trauma, blah blah blah. All these things are factors into the likeliness of what decision we will make. So it's like you're more probable to make this decision if you grew up this way, but you also, I believe, still have the choice ultimately, but it's going to be harder, or like the odds are more stacked against you. But
And to
I guess
clarify,
like,
just
really quick, I think I'm on board for that. To me, that does not sound like free will. That's all.
Something
that's
that-
compatible. That's why I'm
Yeah.
a compatibilist. That
Mhm.
I believe they're compatible.
Maybe I am, yeah.
Something that's confusing me is like if somebody believes in free will, how can they also advocate for equity, or do you only advocate for equal opportunity or equality, if you will?
Equal opportunity.
So you
And-
don't believe in equity, though?
Well, I don't believe it just exists. No.
No, I'm not asking about its existence. I think
But
I'm
should you try to
saying, do you
achieve it?
think we should try to achieve it?
Yeah.
So then that contradicts itself, don't
No, it
you
doesn't.
think? Yes, it does.
Wait, how so?
Because equity is like equal outcomes, if you will. So that means that
But not the same outcomes. It just
No,
means that
I
they're
know.
not,
I know.
They're not
I
like
know.
economically different.
For sure. No, I'm just saying that if somebody's going to advocate for free will, you acknowledge that we have choice over the actions we pick, right? But there's there's institutions that will make it so it's maybe not fair for some people, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if you wanted it to be equitable, what we would have to do is get rid of
People's free will? Yeah, we already do that.
true. True. But I mean, like, if you want to have this model of blame and punishment, then you're dictating what behaviors are okay under whoever wants to
be a model?
dictate it. Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
You're just framing bothers me because, like, why can't it be a model of responsibility and accountability?
Well, that's that too. But somebody's
You
got
can't have
to
both.
say who's
Or you have a little bit of
at,
both.
at the fault of the crime. It's the same thing.
No, but
Well,
then here's the
it's-
thing:
it's
like, you want to
included.
you just want to blame mental illness. I
I'm not
obviously admit it's a factor,
I'm not blaming
but I
mental
also can
illness.
I can blame society as a whole.
Hold on,
for
I
their
don't
outcomes.
blame. That's the thing is I don't blame in my worldview. I understand that there were things
How
probably.
convenient.
I don't think that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't think it's
It's more
the hard
compassion.
part. The hard part is going through the various variables that may lead to someone's responsibility or this responsibility of a community. It's just easy to write it off as
How is
oh,
it hold on? How is it absolving somebody of responsibility if I'm saying that we should rehabilitate
it's absolving
instead?
you of responsibility to actually
Me?
treat people as someone who's affected by more than just determinism.
Want to ask me
But
that
why would he-
again? That made no sense. With all due respect,
It doesn't make sense that you're absolving yourself of the responsibility.
I never said that.
of
I
treating
literally
people-
repeated it. That no, I didn't.
Okay, but still, that's the effect of what you're doing. Like,
No,
you might
it's
not agree,
how-
but it's
no,
okay.
but I've clarified it more than once, even earlier in this, not just with you.
Wait, are we still hung up on me saying the mental illness thing? Because I'm just talking about like in general.
It sounds so. Maybe you can clarify if I'm wrong. It sounds like you think that I'm trying to attribute or blame somebody's mental illness on why they did something, and I don't blame.
No,
I'm
I just misspoke with the
understanding.
I just spoke with the
This
you
passion.
blame it all on mental illness thing. That was just misphrasing on my part, and that was wrong. No, I what I'm trying to say though is that it's like if I didn't want to have to come up with a system with complex ways of dealing with people case by case, and I just wanted to write it all off as, you know what, this is going to happen anyways, then I'd be a determinist. But I don't believe that humans.
totally disagree.
No, that's
with
a
determinism,
really,
you mean
straw
your
man.
analysis. Wait,
Yeah,
I think free will.
So if you're not a
free will
determinist,
wait,
why would you
let-
do
no,
anything?
I'm answering your
If
question.
you're not a
No.
determinist,
Let me
why
jump-
would you?
you just made a
if
point.
you're
Let me address it,
determinist,
please.
well, let me ask a question just so we can keep it succinct. If you're a determinist, why do anything to change outcomes?
We can control our behavior. We can control our environment. That's what people really get wrong about determinism. We can understand, hey, we have these things in our environment. Let's ban that. Get rid of this.
Sounds like free
just
will
so
to
it's
me.
Right,
No,
it does. I'm going to convince her to be a fucking determinist.
I
I
understand
already
exactly
know.
what you're saying, but so you think that you can create an ideal world essentially, and like with free will, you really can't create an ideal world. In the deterministic view, you could essentially create like an ideal world where everybody makes the right decisions and behaves perfectly based on how
I don't see it that
they're
way.
raised
No.
and stuff.
No,
Well, isn't that what you're saying?
no.
No, it is the
Because you're
logical
saying
conclusion.
we can control the environment. That's what you're saying.
So
that people don't
determinists,
act that way.
yeah. So determinists understand that there's certain factors in our environment and environment in general that affect our behavior. So if we know that, maybe we should get rid of Facebook, right? So there is an element. It's just not in the. It's not the same way that freedom is or free will kind of looks at it.
On an individual level, we're addicted to Facebook, but at a societal level, might realize this is probably bad for us and we should outlaw it.
Yeah, we can make the collective choice that it's not good for.
So if we
our
had the
species.
deterministic neural pathways to make Facebook, where does the deterministic pathways to get rid of Facebook come from?
When you say deterministic, are you talking forward or backward? It sounds confusing.
I can't answer that because I wasn't necessarily talking one way or another in my own mind.
Oh, okay. Can you explain in a different way so I can understand what you're asking?
No, I think it's
When
pretty
we-
straightforward.
wait, you
If
said
we
when
have
we-
deterministic neurons that make us make
Mhm.
Facebook, why wouldn't we just keep making Facebook? Why would suddenly the neurons to get rid of Facebook in our brain disappear?
We were determined to.
I don't understand what you mean by disappear, though.
Right. So if we're making Facebook, there are currently
Mhm.
neurons in our brain saying, make Facebook, make Facebook, make Facebook, right? Then we make Facebook. deterministically speaking, those neurons are still there saying, make Facebook, make Facebook,
Because
make Facebook.
something.
How do we
whoever-
magically change to having neurons that say, don't make Facebook, get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it?
So that's what I was
Right,
saying
go.
earlier about there's that one thing that I think you can make a case for it. This falls under that. If you're talking about the neurons specifically, I personally, I don't know that much in that area, so I don't have an answer. I don't know if PRAWNCESS wants to go ahead.
Well, so in this case, we manifested an environment where Facebook now exists, and now we had to deal with that environment. And now we realize, oh, this new environment is having negative consequences, and so we might realize, let's now change that environment. But we didn't have that environment until it kind of manifested.
So how is that not
But
just
she's
free will?
saying the change in the neurons from that thought to the new one. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, because if we're deterministic, there really is only like our neurons don't change structure throughout our lives. They really just change like the signals and the hormones that they do. But there isn't a whole like there's neuroplasticity, but there isn't like you don't get new structures out of like new thoughts or anything like that, right? So the point being that if there is a biological imperative to think make Facebook, then that should outlast any short-term temporary imperative to get rid of it.
This might be a dumb analogy, but let me say weight loss and Ozempic. So I think before, like we had a big obesity problem because I don't think people have enough willpower or free will to like kind of eat the necessary calories to not gain weight over time. That seems to be a general thing we're dealing with.
Environment.
And so we had the only solution we had so far was to actually have a tool that makes us like not feel those urges.
So you're resting this
maybe
heavily on the dopamine system, and here's the biggest problem with what you're about to say.
I don't think it's as simple as the dopamine. I don't think it's how.
It's heavily on the dopamine. It's heavily.
I think it's not as I think it's way more complicated than that.
Heavily, because it's very addictions are reward based. Almost always, by the way. So
say a
everything
person did
is
have-
technically.
say
I don't think
a
so.
person
Ozempic
did
works,
have
but okay.
money and access to healthier foods, though, would
Environment.
the person still choose the unhealthy food?
but the environment doesn't negate free will.
But
The
I didn't say
environment-
that.
I
Yes,
think
you
you
do.
have a
Every single time you say like environment, like that doesn't debunk free will.
I'm
What you're
saying it's a.
is
I'm just saying it's a factor. It's
It
still an
kind of
element.
does debunk it because
It does.
if its environment is determining what your decisions are making, that's not free will.
But we can
anymore.
we can put two people in a same environment and get different outcomes.
You can put the same person in
No, you can
two
put two-
environments and get different outcomes. Yes, because the
No, you can
environment
put the
is a
same
factor.
two different people in the same environment and get
Uh-huh.
different outcomes.
Yeah,
They have
because of
different
their
they have different bodies
genes,
and brain chemistry. Yeah.
ancestors, lots of different things.
So how is the better explanation just not that we're not deterministic?
Why is it
I think
not?
you're kind of saying like, oh, it's just so complicated. Which
No, I'm
that's-
not. No, I'm literally not. I'm saying if we were deterministic, we would
Mm-hmm.
see all these patterns be fixed. We would see any fixed pattern, but it turns out we hardly see any fixed patterns in human behavior. We see lots of drivers that are archaic in nature, but humans at the end of the
No,
day, that
you're
fat
missing-
person,
You're missing
don't-
the belief.
no, I am
let me-
listening. I am listening.
I follow what you're
And
saying,
I
but
think
I would say free will is the problem because most people do see these patterns, but we cling to this idea that we must have control. And so every time people want to get rid of it and follow
But
other
you
plans,
can't explain why we start having different behaviors despite these patterns being fixed.
when
Because
you
the
say
environment is constantly changing.
I don't think the problem's not getting fixed because of like free will. I think that's a systematic problem.
it is
right?
but it is, and that's in the system. Free will, and I think in terms of like law, jail, that shit on like the far end. So that's what I originally.
I
go to.
don't get like the utopia or like to me like you can still make bad decisions in a deterministic and free will
You just said decisions, but whatever.
or bad outcomes.
You
can
should be
occur.
saying computations.
I don't know about anything about computer programming, so I don't even know what that means.
Well, no, if you're deterministic and acting purely on environmental stimuli, like a fruit
Also,
fly does,
also I should mention
then
I
it'd
say
be
that
like
because
more like a computation.
even though we don't have free will, we do have to deal with it. We have the illusion of free will, so we all
Yeah, I
that's the
think
thing we all have to deal with.
Yeah, I
so
think it's
so
an
again,
illusion.
if I shine a blue light into someone's eyes, am I always going to get someone who doesn't like having blue eyes and shown in their eyes? Even though, by the way, we have neurons in our brains and even nerves in our eyes that when you shine a blue light in them, we our eye muscles contract.
That's a
we want to turn away.
deterministic, but that's a deterministic
Right,
argument.
but I'll still find people who are okay with having blue light shine in their eyes. Go to any fucking rave.
Yeah, because they're on
That doesn't
fucking
disprove-
ecstasy. What are you talking about? Their
No,
pupils
they're
are
not. They're
dying.
not always on ecstasy.
Not
They're not
always,
on.
but like, what are you saying?
But they're
at a
still okay
rave.
with having blue light shine, despite there being,
sure?
despite there being a
Prove
deterministic reason.
I think
to
there's a
look
major
away-
disconnect happening
Despite
here.
there being a deterministic reason to look away, and no environmental influence not to, because I can tell you right now, like I'm personally in no rush to find a reason to have blue light shine in my eyes, right? But I can still go out in the streets and just find somebody who's like, yeah, I guess I don't care if you shine the blue lights in my eyes. It's more interesting than not having a light shone in my eyes. And what I'm saying is,
and the weird blue lights. What
Wait,
is this?
and what I'm saying is that just because the brain has
this does not matter at
deterministic
all.
pathways against blue light doesn't mean that
Yeah.
people can't develop their own preferences through free will.
So evolve. Well,
No,
you say
you can't
preferences,
evolve within
I
a
say
lifetime.
evolve.
You don't evolve within a lifetime. That doesn't make sense.
What's up? I got to address this. Wait, 'cause we keep wait.
That's not how
We're
evolution works at
having-
all.
Wait, please let me moderate for 1 sec. We're having an epistemic divide because you keep bringing up the two people thing. Like every person is an individual. I can't talk. Individuals. I can't say that word. They're all individuals. Yeah.
But
So
you
like we would
understand,
expect
we
just
have,
because
like,
just wait.
common-
I'm talking. You first ran for. Well, let me just finish. Just because one person has like one result and one expectation and one like a like doesn't mean everyone else is gonna have the same one. We would expect everyone to have a slightly different result.
Right, and why isn't that
they would
diversity
say-
capable of becoming free will? Sorry, go ahead, Ghost.
I'm sorry. They would probably make the argument that they didn't choose, that person who likes to have the blue light shine in their eyes didn't choose to like the blue
Get
light
it?
shine in their eyes.
Yeah, they just happen to like that. They happen to like that or dislike that. They didn't make that decision.
I don't know. I'm just thinking if free will exists, prove it.
No, what's your favorite color?
No, I want to hear. I want to
That
hear
actually
it.
changes heavily. Yeah, so again,
like on based on different things. Yeah.
Again, what reason did we ever have to break away from instinct? It just doesn't make any sense.
When you say instinct, do you mean like the lizard brain that Robert Sapolsky talks about?
Yeah, responding to stimuli in predictable ways.
So why haven't we changed? I think that we still are
No,
responding.
Why did we break away from why did we start diversifying and emerging in complexity and how we respond to the same stimuli?
So I'd say it's obviously multiple factors, but one thing I can think of like off the top of my head is when a man and a woman would have a baby, men had they'd evolved to lower their testosterone because they used to crush their babies by holding them because they were apparently fueled with testosterone. It's evolutionary, take what you will with it. So it's like over time, so they did because they want to invest in their offspring, they're going to evolve to not crush them, you know?
So
one thing.
This doesn't explain to me why
It just gave you one
different
example.
men have incredibly different behavioral responses to, for example, high tea.
To what? I'm sorry?
Different men can have incredibly
Mm-hmm.
different behavioral responses to high tea. Why don't they all have the same instinctual response like most mammals?
Because everyone has their own body chemistry and body makeup. We would not expect.
Again, why did we start diverging from a common?
There's other factors like plastic that can affect shit like that. So it's
no,
like,
this has been diversifying since well before plastic. Let's be real.
sure, but I'm giving you an example of something that was affecting it that wasn't in a person's control.
Okay, but again, so we have a perfectly working natural selection system where we go from being born to surviving to having sex to dying, right? Well, again, why did we decide to start breaking from that?
Have we? Because earlier in the conversation, you said that that's what our purpose is.
No,
So
no,
which is it?
no. I'm spending my entire life not reproducing. I'm
we
barely
gotta-
surviving.
we gotta go-
and I plan to live forever.
I think if we're
Go
trying
ahead.
to
I love
figure
that.
out what free will is, we have to talk about the things that we believe people have the most control over. So, like if I asked you to stand up or something, like you have the decision to stand up or not. And so what would you guys say is the factor that's making you make that decision.
There's too many at
If it's
play.
determined.
There's too many at play because the fact that things would have happened long ancestors.
Write it all off.
Okay,
Just write it all off. It's too mysterious.
It's not, but that's not writing it off. I don't understand like the animosity or like the harshness when I say things like that. It's like
it's not animosity.
Jeez, it feels like you're getting triggered. It feels like you're getting triggered by it, but I'm not understanding.
It's more like
why.
triumphant because I feel like you're again aiding my point that you are just writing it off. It's too complicated when you were accusing me of doing that earlier.
Okay, hold on. Don't Darvo me right now. I'm genuinely asking.
Oh my god, that's not Darvo. That's holding your own statements.
What are you talking about? I just asked why you come at me like that and you turn it on me. I just asked you a question. If you don't want to answer it, that's fine. I wasn't trying to be a bitch.
Neither was I. I definitely wasn't trying
to.
No,
I am. Sorry.
You just say like I am triumphant.
But my thing is like I feel like when you absolve, it's not even absolving. But when you can,
Ghostii. It was supposed to be a one-off fucking comment.
It's okay. I don't know if you were saying that to me.
No worries.
I can't hear.
No, I would apologize. I said I'm sorry, Ghostii, because that was supposed to be a one-off comment. It wasn't supposed to derail things.
Oh no, it's good. I was reading the chat, so I got distracted.
What does chat say? What do they fall in this?
Shut up. Melanie's annoying.
I really don't.
I'm sure they agree with free will. Probably. I think that's the popular, the more common opinion.
Free will seems to be the religious take.
It's fundamental in the Bible. It's fundamental in the Bible.
They say that God gave humans free will.
Free will.
So the most far free will people are usually religious.
It's pretty common.
God, I wish I was dumb enough to be religious.
Let me just jump in real quick. I think it's also the default because like I do think that that's how it appears on first look. I think it's an illusion. But
I mean,
like,
if you believe in free will and you're religious or separately, you're the same level of intelligence. So I don't know why you said that, Melanie.
So let's look at this practically, right? Who of us are ever going to use like a deterministic outlook on life? We're always in some way limited in the variables we can see and stuff like that. It's always going to appear like free will to us. And I think
I always disagree. I think the criminal justice system, you should look at it deterministically. And I think it'd be a way better improvement and would lead to a more restorative system.
How would it improve?
Because they would focus on rehabilitation and not punishment.
You can do that with free will too.
Free will society.
Yeah, don't you think they do it already? If they have the free will, seems like.
How is that going to improve on the model we already have?
Do you think our model is good right now? Genuinely,
no. But like, I don't see how that's an improvement.
How is it going to improve?
So actually. Sorry, I got going because this question was asked to me. I think we have worse results because we think people have free will. We're like, oh well, you had the ability to not do that crime, and you chose to do it anyway. So we're like, we're going to treat you worse than we would someone else because we think you actually looked at both decisions and you're like, no, I'm going to do the bad one. Whereas
what about
I think
someone who
really
has
accurate.
affluenza and actually does do harm because like they're just so privileged that they can't feel anything? Like it, like are you just going to make them poor? Is that the remedy?
Wait, what?
No, wait,
nobody's absolving.
Okay,
people who have influenza. Sorry, just to be clear, affluenza is a rich.
Stop asking me questions, then cutting me off and answer, please. It's so annoying.
I'm just clarifying because I don't think I said that right. Affluenza is a rich person's disorder, so this is almost.
I know. I thought it was derogatory, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah,
I think it's what you're saying, but you would still treat that crime like you'd still punish someone because they harm someone.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't be like, oh, you did that because you had this decision to do not to. You just be like, well, no, you did this because of your environment and your genes and a bunch of other factors.
But wait, as a determinist, we should agree we should
I'm almost done. Yeah, that's why there'll still be a punishment because we realize because of that actions, those consequences, you still would give that guy a punishment and be like, oh well, they couldn't do that. Let's just let them scot free. You still jail them and maybe keep them within society if they show they could not improve or be better.
I think like from my personal stance, like I used to be a heroin addict if I believed that everything was deterministic, I probably would have not quit because I would have thought, oh, I'm a heroin addict. So I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
because the
keep doing heroin.
recovery for heroin specifically revolves around personal responsibility and free will. I don't know if I would say free
So
will,
wait, what
but
does
like you can,
deterministic
hold
recovery
on,
look like?
hold on. Rehabilitation. So before she even got involved with heroin, they probably would have recognized stuff. There would have been more treatment options because we'd have more funding. It depends. It's like, it's very
So you think I wouldn't have chose, or wait,
I
no,
think you
believe I
were-
would have chose it either way though, right? Or
Yeah, I think you had other factors at play that affected or positively influenced your recovery. It's a very this is a subject that I'm actually doing a lot of research on because it's a tricky one.
Well, Ghostii, I'm curious.
Would you agree? Okay,
Wait,
Because I think
please,
that I think
I went out first. Let me
recovery.
ask my question
Hold on,
first.
can I say one
Yeah,
more thing? I
Torsten,
think
you
the
finish, yeah, then-
recovery has been shown to really help those that struggled with heroin addiction. So even that, when I'm like, would we take that away? It's something that I will like flinch at and think about. So I'm not sure.
yeah,
It's a good
because
point.
just real quick before you go, just to
Go ahead.
respond, like I think almost a deterministic view might fix more problems after they happen, and I think free will might be more of a preventative. But
I don't
that's
think
just
so. I think
what
I think when you have rehabilitation as the solution, it means you operate with a society that defaults on compassion. And I don't think we have that in this model currently. I think if we allocated more resources and stuff, sure, you could probably make the case for it. But wouldn't we have done that if that's the right thing?
I just don't
I don't know, because I think people have free will to make bad decisions.
Yeah,
like
and they're shitty.
profit off of terrible prison systems and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
This might totally derail it, but just because you mentioned this, I'm curious. How do you think choice and like addiction interact with each other? Like, do you think
Me?
addiction is a choice?
Me?
Ghost.
I think it's a
because I think
disease.
I think I already know what you think, Torsia. So I'm curious what Ghostii thinks.
I think it's different for everybody, probably. I think some people choose to do it, and I guess there's like a scale of how inclined you are to it. So more people are going to be certain people are going to be more inclined to do it no matter what. But I think some people who aren't inclined at all will choose to do it still. And some people who are more inclined to do it will choose not to.
So I just have a slight issue with the logic that's forming around this. So Torsia, under your belief is that everything is deterministic, but at the same time you'll come to say, oh, like there's some people who believe in free will, and that's like what's causing problems. But isn't that kind of like a scapegoat tactic? Because
it's
you
not
already
a scapegoat, 'cause
let me finish. Let me finish. So what it is that under your deterministic view, everything has already been set up in the determinism. Nobody has free will right now. So how can you use free will as a scapegoat if everything's already determinism for everybody?
So you're already like mischaracterizing what I said about free
No,
will.
not at all. Not at all.
What's my definition of determinism?
That everything works out as I can't steal manic. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. When I was saying that determinism exists, and I think that's evident, it's what I'm saying is that there's a lot of things that we can't see that cause causal chains. Sorry, I speak horribly. Causal chains that are more on the random side. And so when we behave in a certain way, there were already things affecting that decision, but we have an illusion of free will. And like, I won't get into like the perception, I guess, but when you say a scapegoat,
So it is all deterministic.
So sure. What deterministic means is that there's other things influencing a decision. So unless you can tell me exactly what neuron caused you to make its decision, it's irrelevant. It doesn't follow logically.
I'm not even arguing for free will right now. I'm just trying to
Yes, you
figure
were.
out
That
your.
was the question.
No, I'm saying that you're using free will as a scapegoat under your
I don't
purview
use
of
free will.
determinism.
Oh, you're
It's like
saying-
everything is
Sure.
determinism right now and determined.
Yep.
So it's like, aren't we already living in the deterministic will? So who cares
Yeah.
like what you have to suggest on anything? This is the world we live in, and we just have to deal with it. Who cares about your ideas of like we have to be more compassionate? We have to reform the prison
Yeah.
systems. Who cares? It's all
No,
determined.
it's a good question. I've seen So you're asking like two things. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, have we ever done this anywhere else? There's other places that have. Wouldn't we have brought it here if it was deterministic? Sure, we'll see it in 10 years. We can bet money on it. I think it will, hopefully. But then the other part of the question was, how can you choose that if it? Sorry, did I miss that? Did I mix it up?
No, I wasn't bringing up choice.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like,
Sorry.
why would you try to change anything?
I thought it was
kind of?
something like, why do you even choose to talk about it? Like, that's the vibe I got. I didn't know if you maybe asked it or not. Like, what's the point?
Well, yeah, it's like it's like, what's the point if everything's already determined and everything's set in place? Yeah, well, it's same meaning. Same meaning. It's
Kind of,
determined.
yeah, predetermined though, in that sense. But yeah,
Well, if you want to just say predetermined and not determined, then that's
Just in
suggesting
that-
there may be choice. There
no,
may be
that's
some
not.
choices
Okay,
involved.
hold on, sir. No offense, but
This is my
I joke all
clarifying
the
thing.
time.
Can I read
Hold
the
on,
official
can I just-
definition?
Can I? Sure, but predetermined is a deterministic phrase to say.
Of course,
Just
I
say.
completely agree with that.
Well,
It's
then you just said that it wasn't. You said that's not determinism or something.
but you're the one. But you're the one who's making the delineation. I want to make sure we're on the same page
No,
here.
you just said it. You just said it, and I
You're
said
the one who brought up predetermination when we're on determination.
Oh, I think we lost Russia. But I wonder if there are more than one
crash
definition. We'll come back in a second. But I think this is why the misconception keeps coming out. Determinism doesn't mean everything is predetermined. Again, there might be multiple definitions, but the one I'm looking at from Merriam-Webster says a theory or doctrine that acts of will, occurrences in nature, or social or psychological phenomenon are causally determined by preceding events and natural laws. So things are determined by what preceded them. It's not like everything necessarily has to
It's
be
not like fate.
predetermined necessarily. Yeah.
Okay. If determinism isn't the only thing, what is the other thing?
Like what's the alternative?
No. What is the other factors or variables involved in this
I think
deterministic
it's
world?
randomness, right?
Just
Well, I think
randomness.
it's all those things: acts of will, occurrences of nature, and
Acts
social
of will.
and psychological phenomena. Would be those
Define
things.
define acts of will.
I'm sure there is actually definition, but I don't know.
Or
off the top
no,
of my head.
just your thoughts. What is it under your thoughts as an example? Acts of will.
Things that are done with willpower. I don't know.
Kind of sounding like free will to me.
Yeah, but again, these are determined by things that already happened. That's what the argument is. So it seems like it's a free way. It seems
So
like you're
then
making
why
this
would you-
as like,
so
I'm
why
trying-
would
I'm
you bring
deciding-
up this
wait,
out?
Let me finish. I'm answering. Just let me get this. I'm deciding I want to eat this cookie. But actually, I grew up in like this. It reminds me of like this childhood cookie I had that my mom used to make, and that's why I really want to eat this cookie. But I didn't decide that my mom made me these childhood cookies, and now I'm 20 years later, and I really want this one cookie. So
But
I did
you
not.
choose to not eat
so
it
it's
still,
just
though.
so it's
That was
just
determined because something that
determinism.
happened in my past.
But you could
So-
choose to not eat it still. You could want to eat the cookie, but making the decision to eat it or not is up to you.
I'm open to that. I don't know if that's actually how the brain works. How about for this? I don't know if it's the most comprehensive study, but like there's some like studies I think that were like there's like a light on the I forget how it works. Like you'd like
How
hit,
do
like,
we
a
come up
left
with
or right light?
completely original ideas? Like,
Oh, I
like
don't
know
think we
that's
do.
yeah. Well, and not in the sense that but like with the idea that maybe I don't have to eat the cookie, right? Like perhaps like can you I can think of times where I didn't have someone looking over my shoulder to tell me, oh, maybe you don't have to do anything, despite all the drives to make me do it, right?
I guess what I'm saying.
So can you only?
It might. Let me address
the
this. See, I got cut off a
the
little bit.
scapegoat for me, just to clarify, so you can actually address this. The scapegoat for me is when you say, "Oh, that's just environment." Like, no, that's not just environment. Like, you can't just point to environment vaguely and generalize it that way.
I agree that's a simplification, but my argument is, however you look back at at the thought of the origin, you are not the author of that thought.
That's not true. Okay, so if I come and I meet a new animal in the forest, right?
No,
this animal's never been documented.
No, I'm adjusting your point. Let me finish this. No,
you did. You paused long enough for me to interject. Yes, you were.
No, yeah, but but unlike you, I pause because that's like how you have conversations. I have more to say.
No, but you paused long enough to make it sound like you were done. Am I crazy?
Well, yeah,
Ghostii,
now when you know I'm not done.
Let Ghostii decide. Ghostie's on the spot. I'm making this awkward for her.
Oh God.
If you don't piss off a moderator or a panel, I'm just joking. Honestly, I kind of forgot what I was going to say now. So
That's never stopped me. I've decided long ago I'm going to keep doing that.
Mel, you also know, like, one of the reasons I had like keep going forward because I owe like brain fart now, like it's gone, and that thought
Great.
is out.
So let's say you meet a fox on the streets and you haven't met me before, and nobody's told you how to deal with a foxberry. Do you pet it? Do you run away from it? Stuff like that. Your instinct tells you to run away, but you use your conscious brain to be like, oh, well, it has really cute eyes. Maybe I actually want to pet it and get to know it, right? But no prior like thing has told you about fox Furbies. Where does this idea come from? How do you see these choices that have yet to exist prior to this?
So I think none of that matters. Like when I encounter the fox Furby, I'm really not. It's not my decision whether I run away or not. My brain's doing that, but I don't really have control of that.
But that doesn't make sense to me because, again, let's say you've always been told to run away.
Let's
say your environment and your internals.
Let me just talk for a second, okay? So, do you control like when you get afraid of something?
No, but I control how I react to my fear.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally disagree.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Wait. You made a point. You think when you're in an extreme point, desperation of fear, you have complete control of your actions?
Well, no, you can't just maximize this.
You don't go into fight or flight kind of mode where like you actually have less control of your actions.
This doesn't apply to the maximum fear example. This applies to like nominal.
I think in minimal fear, you are when you have a shock response and you are limited in your
I've done parkour, bitch. Every fucking neuron in your brain when you do parkour is like fuck this. That's not.
Well, that's like because I feel like that's like
I know that's not totally. I'm just kidding
because you're like in flow state. But yeah.
But okay,
you could get startled and you could choose to scream or not. You might want to scream, and then you might think like, oh well, if I scream, this person's gonna know where I am.
He's just gonna say that.
You didn't choose that thought.
Can we stick on my thought experiment, right?
It doesn't wait.
My God.
Melanie, I am just. I'm going to address exactly what you just said. It is not just environmental. Environmental is a factor, but like that's one of, I think, an almost infinite things. The thing is, you are not in control of that thought.
No, you make the decision what is best to do at that moment. So there could be a list of things that you could choose, and you choose which one you personally think is best, and it might be the right decision or it might not be.
Maybe I'm strong. I don't think people make decisions. Actually, I think they do.
Okay.
And you think that's a better world? You think that's a better world to live in, where people believe?
I think it's true.
They aren't actually in control of their decisions. Okay, so
I'm just curious about it. Like you have a brain, right? And you're walking through this world. Let's say you've never heard, seen, thought about a ball, like a 3D rubber ball, and then you encounter one. In theory, you should have no neurons that tell you what to do, right? You have no anticipation. There's no biological imperative. This is an entirely new thing. What makes you eventually go to pick up that ball?
I don't know. That's the thing, but I don't think you're off to that thought. For whatever decision you make, you're not really in control.
I think it makes a lot more sense that when you encounter something new. Okay, you can. I don't want to interject you every time. I'm sorry, Ghostii.
No. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's a good question. Why do I think that?
But like it's my opinion that when you encounter any new thing, whether you've been told what to do with it or not, your brain already has a list of options that you can choose from that include running away, going up and petting it, watching it from a distance, all of these things. And yes, in some ways, these are like kind of like categorized or predetermined, but in other ways, we decide whether it's through calculation or not, what to do at the end of the day. And since we can't perceive the difference, it doesn't really matter. We have what effectively amounts to free will.
No, but see, my thing is that calculation. I guess I maybe agree. You're doing a calculation. You're not in control of that calculation at all. You're like basically your brain's going through a Rolodex of all the options and going, here's the card we're picking. You might go through a couple other cards before you pick the final one, but you're really not in control of the final card that gets picked. That's my opinion.
It sounds like more like a computer than a brain.
I do think they act very similarly.
Well, the reason I said computation is because at the end of the day, there is some sort of neural computation, but Another way of putting this is I can stimulate the same neuron multiple times and get different results. There's no determinism at the neuronal level. There's no determinism at the brain level. There's no determinism at the human level. It falls apart when you have so many degrees of freedom that for us, we can no longer perceive it, because what we are perceiving is making a decision.
No, but to me, that you're talking determinism. There's so many complicated things that you are out of control that are proceeding.
Right, but what matters more?
What's happening right now that you don't have control of all those things that are culminating in the final decision.
But I identify through the choices I make, whether or not they actually happen. I still perceive myself as being choices that I make. Right? I think
you're wrong. I think it's
really,
a delusion.
really. That's really weird to me, because when I was a kid, I made the choice to fall through thin ice, and ever since then, that is something that has always stuck with me. Right? Like there was nothing that told me I had to skate on that thin ice. It was literally like, I just want to skate, and I don't feel like caring that the ice is thin. I just hope.
Maybe you're not listening, because none of this disproves anything I've said so far.
But likewise, this is the problem with determinists, is that half the time what you're describing sounds like free will to us.
Again, I think you keep conflating the determinism as like everything is predetermined, which is not what determinism means.
No, I'm not. But you also sometimes, when you describe it, don't just exclude predeterminism from your definition. You just don't know yourself including.
I think I have been this whole time.
Okay. Man, I sort of wish we were computers, because this, like, all of these blunders in our schisms in our discourse just couldn't happen as easily.
That's why I think, I get why you think brains are computer-like. But I guess I would have to be like a brain scientist to like fully understand all of this. But I think there is a significant difference. I don't think we are robots, really.
And I would say that might be an overly simplistic complication. Like, I don't think we're actually like a Rolodex. To me, like, it's almost an infinite Rolodex that we're kind of dealing with.
The only difference really would be like consciousness and free will.
You'd agree we get bored with like repetition, right?
Sometimes we like it.
But the fact that
I need more context. It depends.
So there's some sort of case where the brain can get a lot of dopamine from the action the first time, and then just get diminishing returns over time. Yes or no?
You need more context. Like music is inherently repetitive. That's why we don't listen to like just random sounds and stuff. That's why we like choruses.
Oh, I do.
We like repetitiveness.
Oh, I do. I'm smarter than you, and I have more free will than you.
Actually, I used to listen to noise music, so I'm not gonna say it's a different thing, but most people would say that's not pleasing to listen to.
So you can think of counterexamples, but you're still not answering my question that yes, there are examples where people tend to get diminishing returns of reward from repetition. The point being,
I did answer your question. I said I need more context. I'm saying, yeah,
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Sometimes they like repetition, like when music, and sometimes they don't like it. Yeah.
If I told you to do an infinite amount of push-ups, and that you'll get infinitely strong, are you just going to keep doing an infinite amount of push-ups?
Yeah, that's not what you asked. You asked me, do they like repetition? You didn't ask, do they like doing the same thing?
I said, are there any examples? Any examples? PRAWNCESS, use your fucking ears right now. Any examples where people get bored of repetition? Not, are there no examples? Are there all examples? I said any, meaning one qualifies. Can you think of any? Or have you never been bored by anything?
I can't think of any, but the original question was,
holy shit. No, it wasn't. My point being that the brain doesn't always like taking the same path and making the same decision over again. And
I don't disagree. That's why I said it depends.
It
depends. Going back, because you just over talking me now. That's why originally when you asked, hey, do you think people like repetitiveness or dislike it? I was like, it depends on what we're talking about.
No, I just said, is there ever a point where people get bored with repetition, and you made it into that? So you can.
No, originally you asked me.
Stop putting the onus on me. You're just being a rhetorician right now.
Do you just wait? No, wait. Do you want to rewind it? You definitely asked me that. You definitely asked me that a minute ago.
I know what I asked. I asked people get bored from repetition.
I'm looking at the clip. You asked me that after that.
You're so avoiding. You're avoiding letting me get to my fucking point. You're afraid of me making my fucking point. You're
No, you're
afraid
not.
of me making my fucking point in your
No,
filibustering.
I'm upset because you're being bad faith. Because I actually
You're the
immediately
one who's
said,
telling me what my argument is, instead of accepting what I'm telling you.
I actually not. I'm saying you've been telling me what
shit,
I'm
dude.
saying, and I'm saying no.
Okay, why
you're
don't
lying.
you tell me
said
what
this
my
earlier.
argument was going to be? How about you tell me
So
what my
first
argument
off,
was
I did
gonna be?
answer this a fucking minute ago, but you're not fucking
No, you
listening.
didn't, because you answered a different argument.
No, I answered both. You're not fucking listening, dude. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you that.
So I am finishing what I'm going to say now, which is that what we see in
I will
people
answer
is
a
that they
question.
get bored from repetition. And the reason that they do this is that
Sometimes,
certain
yeah.
neurons do not react the same way from doing the same activity. In fact, some of them will refuse to fire the same way because they have something called hysteresis. And if you want to
realize that does
understand
not counteract determinism at all?
hysteresis,
That could be a part of determinism because that
if
is
you
a
want to
reaction to the past.
understand hysteresis, if you want to understand hyster-fucking-resis, think of it like this. If I take...
How does that disprove
If I
determinism?
walk from point
Make
A
a
to
point.
point B, and then some cop stands in between those points and says, you have to go around, there's now more paths I can take, and I have to choose if I go left or right. There is no predetermined path, just like the neuron doesn't know.
This is what I mean.
Right.
You're not even listening. I'm not talking. How many times I just said you are arguing against a predetermined
And
thing,
yet,
which
when
is
you
not what
define it-
determinism is. So
when
you're just
you
not even
define
arguing about. You're not
determinism,
arguing against
you end up
me.
mentioning
You're not
something
arguing against determinism.
predetermined
You're
or
arguing against
something
something
involving
we're not even
willpower.
talking about. You can't bring up predeterminism. Stop bringing it up. It's not relevant to this.
Funny that when you
If
try
you bring
to
it up one more
define
time,
it
you're just being
off
bad
the
faith.
cuff, I think it's funny that when you try to define it off the cuff, you define something that does sound like predeterminism at the end of the day to anyone.
You're going
who
for
is you.
stuff. I
And
gave
when
you
define it
you
from
did not-
Webster's
I never gave you-
dictionary, and when you define it
never
from
gave you
Webster's
I never
dictionary,
gave you an
it
off-the-cuff
suddenly
definition.
involves willpower.
I
discussion.
never did that because I wouldn't do that because I go by the real definitions. I never gave you an off-cuff definition.
So again, the neuron forces us to make decisions because it gets bored of doing repetition.
Welcome back.
Hey, sorry, I
So wait, I gotta address this.
No, you
I don't, Melanie. I don't.
I'm just curious.
Melanie. I don't disagree with you at all. That could be completely true, and actually that works within a deterministic framework.
But it makes more sense. No, it makes more sense for free will.
Can I fucking finish my sentence before you cut me off?
It makes more sense for free will because you can't have
I'm
an
the
infinite number of
and you're just gonna overtalk me.
I'm
I'm answering your question. I'm just gonna keep talking. I'm not gonna stop. It's my stream. I could mute you, but I'm not gonna talk because I'm just gonna answer your point because you asked me something and I want to address it.
You've already
it's almost like you don't want to hear the answer.
No, because you've already started. That's demonstrating you don't understand that neurons aren't deterministic by nature. That they can't have an infinite amount.
I started saying if I agree with you. And do you want to?
The more hysteresis that happens, the less environmental factors can affect its action potential.
Okay, you just don't know what determinism means. Wait. You're getting really stuck on like these this. Wait, let me stop. Do I have to fucking mute you, dude?
Serotonin reuptake.
You're just not talking about determinism at this point. You're just not talking about it. So like we can talk about something different, but you're just not talking about determinism.
You're right. I'm talking about how free will would work at a neuronal
So
level.
I'm talking about what you just brought. You brought up, like the neurons, and then you said that is incompatible with determinism. And I'm saying, no, it's not, because if you're saying that, you're not talking about determinism.
Science that makes it not even deterministic because it can shut off environment.
Do you want me to explain why you're wrong? Because I was ready to do that 5 minutes ago.
Start getting random outputs.
Do you think that disproves determinism?
If we're getting random outputs, then why don't we see somebody having a seizure? How come they still make this? How come they still
see? You're so stuck and you're being. Wait, Torch. Let me address this. I honestly think your brain broken. You keep going back to the predetermined thing, which I think you're tied to, because that would disprove your things. But it has nothing to do with what actual determinism is.
You're doing predeterminism.
Let me fucking finish.
You don't understand history.
I can't talk. Because I think I'm going by your definition. Even based on your definition, it doesn't disprove it.
Because you don't understand.
You want to show me why? You don't even make a point. It's fine, but it's just not. I think it's not very good faith.
Steelman me. Where am I saying that determinism breaks down?
Based on what you just said, you said how I forget what the exact word is, but how the neurons work, and something about
She said the neurons don't break down. I was like, what?
No, I said
you're saying after some point of repetition, the neurons want to do something different. Is that like a simplistic way to say that?
That's very simplistic, and I think the threshold that I said was when neurons start shutting out environmental factors that
Okay,
determine.
I'm fine with it. Actually, I agree with that. Because I don't know about the brain. I'll just assume that's correct. I'm fine with that. It still works within my system. Do you want me to tell you how?
No.
Do you want me to tell you how?
I don't think you understand how that makes free will for me.
No, it doesn't. No,
Exactly.
It doesn't.
I don't think you understand.
No, it,
I don't
like,
think you
it
know
doesn't. You
what
have to
determinism is.
elaborate because right now you're just saying a couple little words and hoping we pick up on the fucking jargon. Nobody's following.
No, I'm saying if we were kind of like happiness machines to put it so called, and we did a repetitive task, eventually we'd have a seizure from that because all of our neurons would start cutting off all of their stuff. And what I'm pointing out is that it's clearly more the case that we have the ability to still make decisions regardless.
Even in a seizure? Even in a seizure?
No, because we don't have a seizure even when our neurons stop responding to environmental stimuli.
Okay, hold on.
But wait, let me know if I disagree. Wait, no, because I want to just. I've been waiting for 5 minutes. You just won't let me. You just keep over talking to me.
I already explained the mechanics.
I'm using.
Just let me.
Your definition of the neurons.
I get it.
Can I just go with I agree with you on the neuron thing. Can I just address that?
I don't know if you can steel man me though on how that creates free will, but okay.
Well, I don't agree with that. But to me, that just points to more randomness, correct?
No.
Because you're saying
this is what I point. This is why I'm bringing out the seizure thing, because when neurons fire randomly and people actually lose their ability to make decisions, then they have seizures. But there are clearly facilities that still make decisions for us, even when they're receiving random inputs.
Everything's firing in a fucking seizure.
Randomly.
What are you talking?
Randomly is the key point.
Right, but you were saying it was like an absence of. So which is it?
So what happens when more and more of our of the receptors in your neurons become inhibited due to reuptake is that your neuron will either eventually stop firing or start firing random signals. It turns out that those random signals don't generate random responses in the brains. They can result in fixed patterns, but it's very, very, very difficult and probably impossible to predict which one, because at the end of the day, there is no predetermined, I get an input from this neuron, I give this output.
PRAWNCESS, everybody can see
let me address this.
literally proves our
define
point.
it. Define it. But you're also defining predeterminism.
No, you're so broken on the predetermined thing. You don't understand the definition of
what is your definition?
Determinism.
Let's do this again. What is your definition?
I'll read it out loud. A theory or doctrine that the acts of will, occurrences of nature, or social or psychological. Listen to this last part. It's the most important part that you keep missing. Are casually determined by preceding events and laws.
Casually or causally.
So if you just add more randomness, that does not disprove determinism. That just means that previous randomness is now affecting the now determinism.
God damn it. Did that say casually or causally? Because I sometimes read casually instead of causally too, and I think it meant causally.
Sorry, causally determined.
Thank you. And that sort of matters because what I'm saying
it's the preceding events. It's the preceding events. I'm saying you're just adding more random.
So then why are you engaging with it? You don't have to. Like literally, I've come here. Everybody's been super nice. I haven't been convinced that free will exists, and I'm pretty sure determinism does after this entire conversation. I want to hear 3 or something arguments that aren't talking about neurons, because right now the neurons are not in your favor.
No, it really is, but I just don't think you actually understand.
It's really not.
I do, because I literally.
Okay, great. So let's go over this again. You can tell me where it doesn't make sense. So when our brain gets
for free will exists, Jane, that's like
just a certain neurotransmitter in response to that stimulus, it will then block off that receptor, so it can no longer take that as an input. And that
but we cannot control that on people level.
I'm not saying we can control that.
Let's not finish the whole statement.
Getting way too fucking excited.
I want to hear your full response. But after this, you had to let's respond to this fucking neuron.
The more of these receptors that get inhibited, the less the output of the neuron becomes a function of environmental inputs. That is just has to be true because it's not receiving inputs anymore.
Sure, but there's also the recycling method though that you're missing, which is
that's time. But that takes time. Yes, it does.
Completely.
Yes, it does. Reuptake takes time. Inhibition takes time, and so does
recycling. So recycling though
is metabolic. It takes the most time out of those things.
Are you okay?
So, anyways,
I don't think you understand that that's what's going to determine the behavior. The recycling.
There's typically two outcomes for this neuron when it no longer receives inputs.
Which one?
Mute him so he can't interrupt me. Fuck you, PRAWNCESS, you fucking troll.
What happened?
So do you think we can
we can get random outputs, or
I thought we got into the call.
So how does that finish through free will though?
And this hysteresis happens a lot in repetitive tasks. So if we took someone like a slave, for instance, who did repetitive tasks ad infinitum, we would expect them to have predictable seizures because brains that get random inputs make seizures. What do we see instead? What did we see instead? They decide to keep going. They have a willpower that keeps them going. Despite all of the random inputs.
That's motivation. I brought this up in the beginning of the debate. I said, if you want to talk about the motivation, for sure. No, I did.
Right.
I want to ask motivation.
How can the ability of neurons to take sensory input from their environment break down, but they're still apparently acting causally based on their environment?
Because the environment.
Wait, Torsia, just answer the question. I think it's really important. How the hell does that disprove determinism?
Because I would need to be able to influence. There need to be some factors that are not intrinsically causal. And if you want to talk about intrinsic causalness, that's fine. But are not intrinsically causal can no longer affect my decision making. There's other parts of my brain can no longer affect my decision making. The prefrontal cortex, the place which is known for making decision making, is the most active place at that point. And it's because at that point, all we're doing is decision making. We're basically cut off from our outside environment.
So, okay, hold on. It's not just the prefrontal cortex. Okay, but it's the anterior ventricular cortex too, which is also connected to the amygdala, which is also an entire other element.
Let me stick on the neuron thing for one second. Just even within your own, with what you're saying, wouldn't this be deterministic? Because the previous repetition is causing effects in the brain today. Something that happened in the past is now having preceding events that are causing today. That's what determinism is.
So at this point, the person is constantly consciously choosing to use their memory to keep doing it.
I think you gotta define that a little more.
Do you guys think you can like change your moods or decide to have, like, if you're having a bad day, do you think you can decide to have a good day?
Depends. There's a lot of factors.
So what would be
smelling chocolate chip cookies could influence your mood. Seriously.
Like that's what I mean, I guess like meditation is kind of controlling your feelings, your senses, and things like that. I think there are things that we actively do that can change like our path. It's not just all like determined for us mentally. Like I do think there is a mental, I don't know how to describe it because I'm not like, I don't know much about the brain.
Because
and
it's
stuff.
dopamine.
Let me respond real quick because I was gonna say that.
You can't just say it's just dopamine.
Yeah, because I think
bold of you to say that when you were giving very reductionist arguments.
It's almost like you have to do that when you're communicating.
Let me respond.
Don't yell at me.
Go see real quick. I think this might just explain like why we think a little differently. Because I guess I do agree. Like there's things you can do that would make you change your emotions. The thing is, this might get confusing. I keep going back to the original thought. The original thought of like, oh, I want to do this thing to change my mind. I don't think you are the author of that thought.
It's a desire.
So you think
that is coming out of some ether that you don't really control.
The person who's going to decide to change their emotions that day they're that kind of person. They're just determined to change their emotions that day. That's like what you believe, essentially.
And to be clear, not predetermined.
Stop it.
No, I
Melanie.
know not
Not
predetermined.
Guys, whatever donations, whatever. Can I get 2 seconds and I'll leave you people alone? I do apologize. Melanie, do you remember talking about being in a camp and feeling scared about everybody around? So you had to change your identity.
Well, that was a group home, but yeah.
Sure. But you understand? Okay, so you do. So I do apologize for jumping in like this. And I'm not fucking smarter, better, anything than anybody else. What it is there's certain things that like only certain people deal with societies and living, right? So what I'm trying to say is, Melanie, maybe I can get you at a certain extent when you talked about acting a certain way to survive, right? Can you at least give me
Are you
the
saying
grace?
that's deterministic or not? That's all.
No, what I'm asking is, can you at least understand that I may be able to continue this conversation with you to understand what it feels like to be in a spot where you got to change.
Yeah, I'd love to have that. Are you asking, do I want to have this discussion? Because yeah.
No. What we're doing, we're gonna walk this whole fucking thing of will and not will, whatever. It will end up getting there.
You just start.
Before we get off that, can I ask Ghost one question?
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be fair to say, because I assume in your hypothetical, do you think you chose to be sad in the first place?
No. I think there are probably factors outside that would make you feel sad, but I can act on that and go deeper into my sadness, or I can choose to do something. Like I can make the decision to be happier, to do something that makes me happier or sadder.
But the thing is,
so I'll say that's
wait,
fucking crazy.
King, wait one fucking second. I promise I'll be done. You can rant. The thing is, because you didn't decide to be sad in the first place, that's something you did not control, and all the things preceding it are kind of a reaction to that. That's again an example of it's kind of determined because you didn't decide to be sad in the first place, and now you're kind of reacting to all that stuff that you did not decide.
Again, that's why I'm a compatibilist, because I do think there is
I think
some
we're more in line.
determinism,
Fuck
but I
Lego
also
terms.
think they're just
Fuck
factors.
your Lego terms. A compatibilist? What?
All right, King. I'll give you a chance to make a good point.
PRAWNCESS?
Yeah, what's up, Azarin?
Hi, Azarin.
Can I add something to or?
I'm sick of this woman that can call herself a dude. Do you think
No, we're not doing that. Azarin, yes, please. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. See, I some time back I'd seen a documentary about Hernan Cortez. So the crazy part is Montezuma had the royal astrologers predict what would happen. They predicted that a god from the east will come and overthrow him and establish a different religion in Mexico. That prediction came true. Then I took Biden's date of birth, place of birth, and time of birth into consideration. It was given that he'll get a leadership position in this particular phase and he'll become the president. That prediction also came true. Then there was one more prediction which predicted that El Chapo Guzman will go back to jail. So if you take into consideration all of this, we humans are mortal, all right. So being mortal, you're subject to space, time, and causation. And since you're subject to space, time, and causation, the existence of free will doesn't make sense actually. It's like you are, controlled by entities that are beyond your ability to grasp what it is, beyond the mortal coil. So it's very tough to say that there's free will. So many, if a prediction comes true, determining the fate of an entire nation and a kingdom, then what free will do you have actually? It doesn't make sense. It's predetermined only at that rate. And becoming the president means you rule the whole world actually. Of the United States, you're virtually the leader of the entire free world. So if you could predict that actually that Biden will become the president in that particular period of time, just by taking his date of birth, place of birth, and time of birth into consideration, what free will do we have actually? It doesn't make sense.
Well, that sounds like you're arguing for predeterminism, like fate. Like there's this fate that we can't control that exists, that's going to happen no matter what.
Yeah. It is like that, because like your innate nature is determined by the power of time, and it is not under your control. As long as your ego self-identifies with your limitations, which you have in plenty, fate will search for these weaknesses, and when the time is right, he'll alter the chemical patterns in your brain and make you self-identify with those limitations, making you commit those actions, by which you'll again by which you won't be able to change the outcome as well. So I mean, I don't understand how people still believe that free will exists. This was this thing, like Hernan Cortez's home nation is Spain. So if you take Mexico actually and look at it on the map, it is the east. He did come eventually and defeat Montezuma and establish his kingdom. Where is the free will? This is the fate of an entire nation and many people as well. I don't know how people say that predetermination doesn't exist.
Got one more for the
citation needed.
Not free will. Anyone else want to jump in? Chicky, it's been a while since you said anything.
Yeah, so I'm still, just as you guys are asking us for the proof of free will, I'm still on the other. Well, I'm still on the other side to say that where's the proof for determinism without having these extra asterisks onto them. It seems like whenever we get into the determinism argument, we now get in. It also includes things like, PRAWNCESS said, like acts of will. There's areas of randomness, social influences, these additional variables. But I'm still not convinced that there's proof of determinism, because you would have to demonstrate a predictable movement or a predictable action of a particular person, and have that repeatable.
That's not true.
Well, that's kind of the scientific method.
No, just because of the act of the randomness, whether you want to believe it or not, it's science, but just because of the act of the randomness, that goes against free will. If something's going to be beyond your control and acting in a way that you can't see what came before it.
So then it's not determined.
No, so I think it's because randomness is completely compatible with determinism. Because it basically means it's a reaction to what just previously happened. And if the past was random, that would still fall in.
It's not. It doesn't matter if you think or not. It's in the definition. It just is.
Well, no, but the thing is, go ahead. Okay.
I'm not a scientist.
Well, no, but that's the thing, is that you're bringing up determinism and you're asking us for proof, but you're not actually giving proof to your determinism. You're appealing to randomness.
That's
I can get some proof. I think.
I'm not engaging.
Like, isn't like just like the cause, like standard cause of events, like isn't that deterministic? Like, I forget what fucking law it is, but like every like action needs a reaction. Isn't like kind of a basis that you could like use?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm asking for. The repeatability of determinism upon a biological being.
Okay, God has been repeated throughout centuries. Like, it just, I get what you're saying. It's just
but that's a philosophical thing.
But that's what I'm saying, is we already covered the science of this in the beginning of the conversation.
No, you really haven't. You've appealed to randomness.
Let me ask.
Science is about repeatability.
But
science is about repeatability, and
that all the time. Truth.
Tiki, let me know what you mean. Like, would this show something like they do like these activities like where like they'll have like a bunch of people like in an elevator facing like the wrong way, and like someone will come in later, and like he'll kind of adapt to the crowd. Would that like be kind of like something you're kind of like could be used as evidence, or is like would that not really apply?
But maybe.
So like humans have predictable behavior in psychological studies. I think that has been determined.
But it's also not all consistent.
Right. It would be hard to prove, but like how you would have to do it is fully understand somebody's brain wiring genetics and then be able to predict every decision and next move that they're making. Obviously, that's like an impossible science experiment.
It has nothing to do with predicting.
But that is what determinism is. That's exactly that's Varen's argument.
You guys keep doing this.
But that's also Varen's argument.
No.
You're literally
but that is.
You're waiting until I say something and then picking that word, and you said the same thing 3 times about the randomness.
Never done that, Portia.
Okay.
Tiki
then I'm
Tiki
done.
did
I
just
won't
do that.
talk. You're good.
But yeah,
I
Tiki,
fully
I don't know your argument, but you're not
understand-
arguing against determinism. Sorry, go ahead, Ghost.
If you can fully understand the reason why somebody is going to make the decision they're going to make, that's what determinism is. It's things that are uncontrollable outside of you. So you would fully have to be able to comprehend their brain structure, their past, and then how that affects that specific person's brain. So where everything's going to fire in their brain to make that decision. That's
I think
what
Sorry, go ahead.
determinism is.
No, I think you're totally right. If we could tell the future, the thing is because we don't know the future. We can't see what the next preceding events that are going to be reacted to are going to be, because that would need to be involved also.
No, it's talking about knowing the entire state of everything, and
that's not determinism. You're just being bad. That's literally not the definition of determinism. So
no, I'm explaining to you that she's not talking about the future. She's talking about if we knew every factor, and we could put it all write it all down. Then determinism would say that we could.
Well, we would know the future then, because we would know the future factors also.
No, we wouldn't know the future, but we would be able to know how somebody reacts to a given thing.
Also,
A specific person reacts to a given thing, not because it's predetermined, because they're determined things in their body, in their environment, their genetics, everything, that they're going to choose that.
But even then, it's still going to be a probability. It's like it's still going to be a probability of one way or the other.
You mean hypothetically, we'll never have that technology or that ability to have the understanding. But yeah, I think if we had the ability to somehow measure all that in the moment of this is everything you have up until this moment. Now you're making a decision. I think we could predict that.
But that's what you would need to prove that.
No, but one way we can simplify this.
Intent. Yes, you're right. It's a good point. I just feel like people aren't engaging with it anymore. I feel like we're going in a circle.
No,
I get what you're saying. It was a good point.
I just feel.
Go ahead, Ass.
Yeah, the thing is, if free will existed or predetermination didn't exist, and free will was the thing that really existed, your consequences, you wouldn't face the actions of you wouldn't face the consequences of your actions. You would be able to take how many ever drugs you want. You would never fall ill. You would be able to smoke continuously without falling ill. Then you would be able to live even in cold. Or
We're not arguing absolute free will. We're not arguing that.
We're not arguing that if I want to fly, I can fly. It's within our reason.
He's talking about if people could just live if we lived in a world where you could just run amok is what he's talking about. Wouldn't people just have a purge? And it's no, I don't think they would in a deterministic world. I think they would just behave as is.
Yeah, because everything
I'm not making that argument.
is
he did.
Yeah, but from the cradle to the grave, all your actions are fixed. Because I've been to many astrologers, they're always able to spot on predict what professional you'll do, whether a business will suit you, or whether a job will suit you, if you'll get married or not, if you'll have children or not. These basic things that we think that are under our control, they're able to.
That's not basic, and that's anecdotal.
That's not.
I mean,
I think
someone can predict.
Citation needed. Citation needed.
Wait, hold on. He's talking about people are more predisposed to pick a career or have kids. You guys don't agree with that?
Not an absolute.
Predeterminism.
It's nobody's predisposed.
He is arguing for an absolute. He is arguing an absolute.
Okay.
Yeah, his original argument is that he actually made an argument that he was able to predict when Biden was going to become president.
Yeah,
that's pretty absolute. He's arguing an absolute.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misheard.
And the president of the whoever becomes the president of the US becomes leader of the free world. So he'll indirectly control the fates of everyone on the globe. His decisions affects all the people actually. If USA goes down, they take the whole world down with it. So whoever becomes the leader, that a lot of factors from his cradle to the grave will eventually influence him becoming the president, right? Which is not under his control, to be honest. So
is this a future prediction?
So
yeah, it's a future. It was a future prediction, and it came true. Back then, I saw it
There's
actually.
a lot of times that
wait,
people
no,
will
no.
say that they know something's going to be this way. And then when the actual person becomes president, let's say, they'll be like, see, we predicted it. But what they really predicted was like, somebody's going to rule here. It's like, I forget the term for it. It's like where we attribute like something to be our full belief. It's why people fall into magic.
I don't know.
And the U.S. is
be prophetic. I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
Let's go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, the U.S. is not in that much of a disarray. It's like we are in a politically heightened time, but generally speaking, people are still eating. They have foods, they have cars, cell phones. We have technology to communicate with each other. It's like overall, we're doing okay for the most part. It's we're just kind of like we're in a rut, I guess.
You think they were doing okay? I feel like a lot of people disagree with that.
It's not the best right now, but we're not in like absolute terror. You know,
Yeah,
things
you're
could be a hell of a lot worse.
I probably agree with that.
Like right now, I would say
An
food costs are
easier
horrible.
Sorry,
Food
what?
costs are. I would say food costs is horrible, and people are having to dig into their savings right now. And it's like if things don't change soon, yeah, we are going to become more in a difficult spot. But otherwise, we still have a lot of luxuries right
if I
now.
were a gas, and so never mind.
No, but even if you look at every empire, it starts with the pioneers, then it goes with the age of conquest. Then after the conquest has been made, every empire, no matter how barbaric it is, they make room for commerce. Then after commerce, the age of affluence comes into existence where they'll become rich because of what they have accomplished. No, the age of commerce the age of affluence, then the age of intellect, the age of decadence, and then the empire collapses. This is how every empire lives, right? Now, like they see.
So are you saying these things have to occur distinctly?
Yeah, they occur in cycles. So if they occur in cycles, I've never seen anyone break the cycle.
Right now, it seems all blended together. We've got intellectuals online. We've got commerce. We've got colonialism from like countries like Russia and Israel. It seems like all the cycles have blended together. Why is that?
No, the cycles actually have, what do you say? But the cycles are pretty realistic over here. Every time a scientist comes up with an innovation, the businessmen see how you can commercialize on it and how you can give it to the people. So commerce is always followed by innovation. So the cycle keeps continuing. No empire can stay on top forever. And on top of that, no one wants their, like when they've come to a particular level of development and they see all these luxuries and comforts, no one wants that to go away, but it happens right all the time. There's a saying, from sleeveless to sleeveless in 3 generations. You'll start out in a hard, frugal manner, build something for the next generations. After 3-4 generations, they'll squander it away and you're back to being sleeveless. That cycle is also pretty true, and it's happened to oligarchs as well. So
Can I just ask, you're from India, right? Does this apply to the higher castes?
No, it applies to everyone. It doesn't apply to the higher caste alone. It applies to everyone, actually.
No,
Where has any dynasty?
I haven't seen this actually apply to the higher caste. They seem pretty like secure from one generation to the next. In fact,
Not anymore. There was a time
generations. What they've held on to their wealth for, how long have they held on to their wealth for?
No, they used to be on top once upon a time. Now all the lower caste people are, what do you say? They've been given a lot of preference by the government. They have a lot of quotas in government colleges. So they're doing better than the upper caste people.
I'm not asking about the lower class. I'm asking about the upper. When has the upper caste lost their wealth? When have they actually gone through a cycle?
No, but our demographics have declined. The lower caste people have
their wealth.
No, but they've lost their wealth, right?
Okay,
the government came in, it seized all the wealth of the people who were growing, who had farmlands near the shores. They said that you can't cultivate so much, and they even passed a law that you can't own so much acreage in the city. So many people lost their lands because of what the government did. Where can you hold on to your wealth and prosperity forever?
The issue I have with this is that this is a lot of like generalities and of like large social groups of things that happen, but it's not actually predicting like an individual level of each person and their outcome. And I think that's more the premise we're trying to get into. I think, well, yeah, it impacts it slightly, but the thing is that it still doesn't predict the individual outcome of each person. And I think that's what we're trying to get at between free will and determinism.
individual level also, I've seen many people who are murderers and criminals. Whatever is given in their horoscope comes true. For example, Andrew Cunanan, he killed that fashion designer Gianni Versace and then he shot himself. So it was given when I
So you're
checked
getting
his
into
whole
theology
biodata and
now.
his horoscope.
So you're now getting into
No, I'm
theology.
saying individual.
He was
No,
always talking.
individually also I've seen he committed suicide and he it was given that he'll die by a weapon. That prediction came true to over there, right? So like, and not just that, it was predicted that El Chapo Guzman will go to jail. He went to jail as well, and even Chris White, it was given that he'll get embroiled in a murder case and then he'll be sent to jail. He killed his own children and his wife, right? That prediction came true as well. So on an individual level, you can predict many things about a person's life because he's subject to time, space, and causation. So you take his date of birth, place of birth, and time of birth into consideration. You check the latitudes and longitudes and correct the right mathematical equations with trigonometry. You'll be able to predict exactly everything that will happen to us in his life from cradle to grave. And it always comes to...
I want you to predict when I'll die, and I kind of already have a general idea of when I am going to. So.
Okay. You don't mind doing this for me? Can you send your date of birth, time of birth, and place of birth to me, to my email account, and even your photo as well? I'll take it to this person, and he'll be able to exactly predict everything. Actually, there's a software, and he goes into a trance.
What could go wrong?
I wanted you to do this right up front. I'm willing to give you some public information, but you know.
Wait, what's the name of this type of astrology? It's with a V, isn't it?
Oh, I think it's numerology.
Yeah, it's called Mindscope.
Oh, okay.
I've encountered it as numerology, and one of the biggest
okay.
problems is that, like, a lot of these numbers are very arbitrary, right? Like, so your location on the planet, like the coordinates that we set are especially like in the longitudinal sense are arbitrary, where we set the mean date time, whatever they call it in Britain, the GMT. We could have placed that literally anywhere else on the planet, right? And so when you give him those coordinates as numbers, they're factually meaningless. They are literally just placeholders for information that could be any other number and still be that same location if we just had a different system. So it doesn't make any sense to say that there's like divine prophetic stuff in something that humans made up.
Yeah, I agree.
I would love to talk about this for another 3 hours, but I should go to bed at some point. So I think we're going to wrap up and do parting words if that sounds okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm good.
Anyone want to volunteer to go first?
Well, I had fun. I still believe in determinism. I'm not convinced of free will, but I'm still open to it. If you guys want to do another debate on it, maybe like earlier in the day. But yeah, I thought everybody gave a lot of interesting input. Definitely stuff that I learned that was new. Couldn't pull it off the top of my head because I'm tired, but yeah. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Thanks, Torsha.
Thanks, Torsha.
Come back anytime. Always
I
happy.
gotta get in this.
Bye, Torsha.
Before you go, Torsha, though, because you're also a Sapolsky fan, I think we need a one-on-one talk where we really get in.
I've been saying
the behavioral stuff because, like,
yes.
for me, like, it actually is very clear, at least where determinism ends in the human brain. I can't say that, like, I know where free will starts, but I know for sure that, like,
for sure, I'm down.
It just doesn't make sense to me that there would be that in there just based on how certain things work. But I think I did a bad job explaining it tonight, by the way, because there's a lot more nuance to some of these mechanics. And it was just the pressure of all the other people being on the panel and stuff like that. It's like, I'm a compatibilist.
I like it.
I'm a compatibilist, just to be clear. Like, I don't need there to be no determinism. It's very much like there's just a point to me where it breaks down, especially because there's so many variables, and that sheer amount of variables to me can't also support. I guess what I would say is determined outcomes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we could definitely do a discussion about it. I don't know. Do you have Instagram?
No, I have Twitter. I'm old like that. I'm old school.
Okay.
Sorry to rehash this one time, but I think the big difference is it's not about the determinism of the outcomes. Is that
Let it go.
The present
Let it
is
go.
determined by the past. Yeah, well, we can rehash it another time.
Well,
I think it'll
love
be fun. Yeah.
I'd love to be part of this conversation. I'll even admit I was definitely not prepared for this subject coming up, so I usually like a little bit more, like a couple of days to prepare.
Yeah,
So
let's do it next week. We could do it Monday.
We could definitely reuse this for one of our debate shows.
yeah, and I'll actually get on camera.
Oh hell
Not
yeah!
a dog.
Look out for that.
So cute.
Yeah, he's begging to
Ghostii.
go outside right now.
Also, thanks, Ghost, because you've been here for basically the whole time.
I know. Yeah. No, I'm getting tired and hungry, but yeah, no.
Not all my
thanks
streams
for-
are this long, just so you know.
Oh,
Maybe
pro
I'll get
tip:
to like hang around.
keep food next to you for these sort of things, especially when you don't know how long they're going to go. I had a pre-cooked whole chicken and some hamburger buns and sliced cheese, so I could make myself chicken burgers as we were talking.
My
Wait, that
kitchen's
sounds
like
so
right
good.
there, so it's pretty helpful, but good advice.
Don't starve yourself on panels. It makes your brain work harder.
No, I know. No, I mean I ate not that long ago. But anyways, thank you for having me. And it was an interesting stream. I definitely like to come back if you're willing to have me in the future.
Oh hell yeah, absolutely. On either show, debate show or the date show. You're welcome back on both.
Okay.
Actually, I have some second. No, I'm just kidding.
Melanie,
You're banned from my show. Yeah, I'm glad Ruby tagged you in. It was great to meet you. Definitely happy to have you. So I'm gonna do Asfrun, and then I'm gonna do my own parting words.
Oh, okay. Yeah. First of all, thank you, PRAWNCESS, for having me on your show. I would like to conclude that I have been to numerous astrologers, and I've also learnt a little bit of astrology on my own. So I know something about predicting futuristic events, and I've seen numerous people who are dissatisfied with their lives who've tried to commit suicide also, and they failed. Their lifespans have already been written down from the date of their birth. So to say that free will exists even to a small extent is a fallacy, actually. Tosh is right in believing about predeterminism, and so is PRAWNCESS as well. I'm saying this based on hard experience.
Can I ask you a question? Like, this is a
Yeah,
serious, like, good faith question. Do you believe in, like, not like afterlife? I actually can't think of what it's called. But you know, where you're born into a new body after you die. What's that called?
Reincarnation. Reincarnation is true, because I know this will sound even more crazy. I've been to a place where they exercise the souls out of the people who are possessed by them. The spirit is something true, and these guys would have done some mistakes or something. Yeah, they would have done some mistakes, right? They, by violating all codes of morality, would have invited some kind of negative or demonic entities into their bodies, and you'll have to use your hand in another dimension to pull it out. So when it goes into the energy, yeah, when it goes into
I kind of actually wanted to derail our goodbyes because, and the thing is, it's like
you're trying to keep me up.
PRAWNCESS is going to get mad if this takes long, so sorry to cut you off. But I just wanted to point out, I think that there is actually a chance that reincarnation is true, because I think a lot of what humans believe and what we do, like a lot of our culture, if you see things from the perspective of how an animal might see humanity, like how our pets might perceive what we're doing, a lot of our stories about ourselves make a lot more sense, like how we create villains in our heads and stuff.
Reincarnation would be another factor of determinism.
I was gonna say that actually.
I know. I'm just saying I like to believe in it, and this is just something like I see. I can almost see the way cats see us, and then I see like the way humans like create villains, and it's just like, oh, there's some overlap there, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just never get to talk about that.
Hey Melanie, if you want, I could just leave the stream with you, and you can just run it into the ground. But I do have to go to sleep at some point. It's almost 3:30 a.m. at my point.
If you can give me a way to cut down the
spiel,
I'll do it.
Here.
420, hell yeah, blaze it, bro.
I will keep it. I will keep you going 24 hours, 24/7 even. I will take like some Adderall and keep going until you're ready again.
Shoot me your email. I think I've.
Can't you just do it with free will? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, that's the. There's a point where I was Wiccan enough to believe I could do that, right? Like I could shift myself into other realities, and if I just like concentrated, because of the fifth dimensional thing, when I did believe it.
Selfishly, I wish reincarnation is like the true thing because I want to keep living, ideally.
I want to be
Hopefully not as something
reincarnated
worse.
into
PRAWNCESS,
Justin
you were
Bieber.
definitely a snail in your past life. You've got like huge snail energies.
But that means
In a
I was a
good
really
way.
good snail because I got
Be
upgraded.
nice.
I would say a tiger, actually.
I love it. I can't do it. I can't purr.
Hey, we're all humans now, so we must have done pretty good in the past.
I feel
Well, you
like I
can't
was a
do bad as an
hyena.
animal. It's kind of hard.
True.
Just watch what you shouldn't see my snail self.
You were a snail.
You
Leaving
fucked
a
up
little
the other
trail.
snails.
So many trails.
And the slugs. And you did like a slug genocide, didn't you?
That's so
I
fucked up.
salted my own tribe.
Ew.
I'm just imagining it's like a slug cult, but instead of like punch, they say like salt. Yeah, I don't know. There's a bit in there somewhere.
And by the way, I'm also
Okay,
like the
but
type of
it's-
person who wants to believe in
All
karma,
right,
right?
enough to I gotta get this through. Let me just finish this through. Well, I'm getting
Like
delirious.
the video. Like
lose-
the video.
yeah. Not as many viewers as we had on earlier. Understandable since it's very late. But thanks for those that are still watching. thanks for
Right,
being here.
because it's late.
Subscribe to my channel. I think there might be a little bit more. I mean, I love this determinism combo, but I think the dating stream gets a little bit more eyeballs on it. But I like
Yeah,
doing
we're in a
both.
little bit more dicks, but whatever.
True, yeah.
True.
A little bit more
Hey,
unhinged.
I'll show up for the next dating one.
Cool. Let me know what it is. I think we may go back to every other Thursday, but just look out. It's going to be a bi-weekly thing. Look out for it. Ruby will be back hopefully next week. Hopefully her nausea is done by then. I did my spiel. Yeah, sub my channel. Help me get that 500 subs. If you're still around and you have not liked the stream, please do that. All right.
Okay,
I
this
did
is
all
my
my
panel
stuff.
now. My panel now.
Yeah, you guys can leave or you can hang around with Mel if you want. But this is
I
my.
love you, Mel.
I'm gonna go
I
sleep.
gotta go to bed.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not expecting. I kind of expect Ticky Tack to stay because he hasn't said much and he doesn't sound tired, but that's about it.
I'll be
up for a little longer.
listening. I'll be listening.
Okay,
I love
cool.
this shit. You guys both have like nice voices. How do you say that? Jesus.
Oh, well, thank you.
I think it's just my mic. My mic does like a lot of the work for me.
No,
Oh.
very, very soothing. Both. It's good. Okay, goodbye. I'm out of here.
Bye.
I'm weird.
Okay, bye, Torture.
Have a good one.
Bye, y'all.
See
Saying
ya.
bye one more time. Melanie, I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna go pass out.
Alrighty. I
Yeah,
hope I hope he's not actually leaving the stream going. I was just thought he meant like to hang out.
I don't know, but yeah,
If you-
I'm not even on my.
I'm gonna set up so if y'all just leave, it will end like after a minute or two.
Oh, okay, cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on the same team now, so this is a little bit weird.
Oh well, I'll sound a lot better on my studio mic and compressor, so I'm on my cheap headset.
I didn't even notice.
Oh yeah, it's like I totally have that like cool, sexy radio voice on my actual studio mic.
Oh, I can just do that like with my free will. See?
Video killed the radio star.
Oh man, you just reminded me of the show Has Been Hotel, and they kind of like allude to that in one of their character conflicts. It's like one guy is like literally his face is a TV, and the other person's the radio demon.
That's cool. Yeah, I haven't really watched much TV lately or played any video games. I've been so caught up in just programming.
Oh, I program too. That's awesome. What languages?
Everything.
It doesn't. No. Okay, first of all, C++.
Yeah, I do a lot of that.
Okay, cool. JavaScript?
Yes.
Node.js.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I honestly think like we only need Node.js. C++ like for when we're doing low level stuff, but otherwise Node.js. We could even do Node.js for low level, but it's just not as efficient.
Well, I like embedded systems. So I'm always trying to find that small compute unit and like programming for it. So that's where a lot of my C++ comes in.
Just learn machine code.
Oh, I know a bit of that too. It's just a little inefficient. Well, inefficient when it comes to delivering a product, not in actually doing it.
And not when you're actually working on compatibility for a cross-platform software product, because then you really do want to know what's going on at the lowest level sometimes.
Yeah, there's there's definitely millions of customers internationally that rely on my code. So
That's one of the things I hate the most. Like, I don't mind coding for myself or maybe coding like a game engine for a particular company that's going to use like the same systems. I'm not interested in making cross-platform shit. Like, that is way too much development.
yeah, same here. One of my personal projects that I'm going to be working on is, have you heard of the NVIDIA Jetsons?
No.
So they're like they're compute cores, but they're all CUDA cores. It has a small ARM processor and then like a bunch of CUDA cores that you could program to do whatever you want. And I want to build a video streaming service out of a couple of those.
Like, if we're being honest, CPUs are kind of becoming outdated architectures. They really, like, it's kind of like how old microprocessors or how old CPUs are more like old microprocessors today.
Oh yeah. So about 7 years ago, I worked for a company that built solid state drives for server racks, and they were all controlled by FPGAs. So they could
You're
essentially
using NAND flash.
Yeah, but that was that was their choice. But the thing is that what's interesting about the FPGAs is that you can fast update the firmware to any sort of algorithm you want. So
you can emulate any architecture even.
Yeah, so basically what we would do is we would emulate like Oracle servers or MySQL, Redis, just do any sort of flavor that they want. And since it's run directly off an FPGA, it's the response rates are just instant.
At least it's a good thing you can rely on the fact that most people who are hired to manage those systems don't go that deep into like tweaking those kind of like how the architect like memory level things and stuff like that. So that way you can actually emulate them, because right away I thought like there's got to be at least one guy out there who changed like the virtual memory lists in his server stack because he found one issue and he was smart enough to fix it. And then like you try to emulate that and it's like, what the fuck, why isn't this working?
Yeah. Well, I'm a very specialized in the things that I do, so
very cool.
I have job security.
Oh yeah, no, I was talking about like it's like the end user kind of like really helps you figure out all the ways that something could go wrong kind of idea. But anyways, I'm not sure if I want to make a product yet. I definitely am teaching myself, like I'm finalizing my skills in C++ because I'm self-taught. So that way I can get a job. But I'm also focusing on animation. And actually, interestingly enough, I have an interest in analog computing, which is making me look at an emerging tech called FPAAs, which are field programmable analog arrays. So kind of like FPGAs, but instead you kind of got like comparators and op amps and all this stuff in there. And those are what you can reconfigure, which is really fun because with analog computing, you can do calculus without like it's literally like natural for an analog computer to do calculus, right? When for like a digital CPU, that's just many flops of computation time.
Yeah, because you have essentially there is no like float points. It's just voltages, and then you just on the front and the back you just have your DACs or ADCs to do all like the conversions.
And you know what's fun is like you don't have to run things at a fixed time or even discrete times. So if I want to emulate real world systems, this is way easier than in discrete formats.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm super excited about this. I think it might even revolutionize like computer graphics by taking off some of that like extra computational load as like a separate kind of core.
Yeah, it's this is kind of why I'm interested in NVIDIA's Jetsons CUDA cores. Just because of it's like imagine having like the parallel power of like a graphics card, but there's like absolutely no latency because you don't have like a bulky CPU in the way.
The problem is that on the software side, it's a little bit more tedious to settle that up first, right?
Well, what's kind of interesting is that the stack that they have built up is it's all Linux and Dockerized. So it was run on an
I don't
ARM processor.
exactly know what I don't know what Linux stacks are
Melanie?
like. Hi. Hello.
I'll be leaving. Thank you. I'll be leaving now. I have to go somewhere. So thank you anyway for having me on your show.
Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, it's nice having you. I'm glad we got to talk some metaphysical stuff. I may not agree with you, but I've also kind of come from like seeing things from your point of view. So I would like to chat with you more about it if we ever get a chance.
Okay, fine.
Thanks
Goodbye.
for joining.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
But yeah, all I was saying was these Jetsons, they're all Linux interfaced, so you could shell into them, and they all run Docker, which is a containerized VM type
Oh,
thing.
I've heard of that. Yeah. So are you saying like the libraries are kind of already there at that level of computation?
Yeah, so pretty much what I would do is they have very specific libraries, like GStreamer, FFmpeg. You have to compile it on their CUDA core library
That's what I
set.
meant about the software part being a bit tedious, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it is. So pretty much there's a different style of building your Docker images. But once they're built and you have kind of like a template going, it's really not that hard. It's just like doing like standard video streaming programming.
Okay, cool. One of the things I'm interested in, because it's so hard for me to code just like intuitively, is like audio analysis. Because I think that there's even a possibility to store data as like in the Fourier sense, a series of sine waves that are actually just one wave, and then so if we can both store that wave signature is really what I'm talking about, and then get it back, we get so much more information than you do from a single bit. So much so that it might even be like an infinite amount, depending on how fine your resolution is.
This sounds like that you're reinventing something that would utilize hardware storage like tape drives or hard drives again, because it's like right now, yeah, we're storing just ones and zeros on there, which is essentially just a frequency that they're driving off of. But what if that frequency was actually like an analog frequency? So you could, instead of like one cell being 1 bit, is now a byte of like 255.
So for long-term storage, maybe. For short-term memory, I'm thinking more like bistable oscillators that can have multiple, like not actually polystable oscillators that can have multiple states.
Okay. So it would become more like a multiplexing technique when transferring data.
Well, yeah, because what the Fourier transform does is it takes all these separate sine waves and kind of converts them into a single sine wave that's like a combination of them. And it's not a sine wave anymore. It's a more complex wave, but with sinusoidal kind of curves.
No, I know what you're talking about, because that's how the GSM networks work.
The what?
Cell phone GSM, the radio frequencies.
With quadratures, yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's the
yeah.
Yeah, and
I just love tech. That's all. I just nerd out about a lot of this stuff.
And I'm just like, I actually know I know so much about computer architecture that I watched a lecture series and learned how to do K-maps. And then I decided, you know what? I like analog more. I spent actually probably about 15 years of my life learning computer science, and then just said, fuck it. I had to like discrete data anymore. I'll do mixed signal though.
Yeah, for me, I don't know. So I'm a high school dropout. I never been to college. I just kind of like learn things.
Same here.
Sweet. So have you been successful on it though?
Well, here's the problem. I'm broke-ass, and to develop a new technology from scratch means you also want like a lot of extra components. And op amps, they're not expensive until you need hundreds of them. And for some of the things I like, some of like the basic applications, like a bouncing ball physics simulator that just, runs basic calculations using two integrators to go from acceleration to velocity to position or vice versa. That's like, I don't need to test that. What I need to test are like my theories of how to do like a 2-arm pendulum that's swinging in free 2D space, right? Or even just like drawing a circle, which we've done with analog technology, right? You just need 2 oscillating waves that are in kind of out of sync with each other.
Yeah, your sine and cosine.
Yeah, well, that's one way to do it, but not wrong. That's probably honestly also the best way to do it. The problem being, though, that typically a lot of electronic oscillators, aside from like crystals, lose their signature over time. So this actually only makes sense to do at higher computation rates, which means it only makes sense to do as kind of more a complete system. So I've drawn out a lot of these complete systems, but it turns out you need a lot of DACs. And frankly, I'm kind of a data purist, so I want high quality DACs. But also because I'm dealing with higher CPUs, I want like audio quality DACs.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable. There actually are a lot of shitty DACs out there.
Uh-huh. And I'm one of those people that I can look at the specs and be like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. So it's like, I've already gone through so many and just been like, it's a nightmare to even find what I'm actually looking for at this point. But like, on the other hand, if I can somehow get FPA technology, some sort of producer to work with me and my idea, then they can just make them to the specs that I want. And that will be amazing.
Yeah, it's because it is like a costly investment right now in order to get into that, just because they are very new technology.
It's also just, by the way, my bouncing ball physics thing came as an idea for a synthesizer, and that's still a really fun idea. Like you can do so much with that. Like arguably you can do any synthesizer function with this if you configure it properly.
Yeah, it's are you thinking about producing music on some of this stuff?
Oh yeah, I've been teaching myself music for like the past 3 years, like closely, but I've always been like a music lover kind of deal, and so it's always been like on my mind. But the synth thing was really like I started seeing people make their own, and then I also learned about analog computing at the time. I was like, wait a minute, there's so much overlap with these technologies.
Oh yeah. So are you familiar with the Dirty Wave M8?
No, I'm not good with like production synthesizers.
Oh, this is definitely not a production synthesizer. This is
anything that's sold to make music. I'm not generally not aware of. I know what loops are.
Well, this Dirty Wave M8, it's a tracker. So it has built-in synthesizers in it. I'm still trying to like learn it myself, but the point I was getting at, are you familiar with what's called a Teensy?
Yeah, the microcontrollers.
Yeah, so these things are built off the Teensy. And you could run a headless version which connects to your computer and has a full interface off of it, and you could just get going right away.
There's another version of that for a different microcontroller, and it's called the Daisy something. I don't remember what it is anymore. But it was interesting. Not quite sure. I also like another fun thing to do is circuit bend stuff. I have yet to do it because I'm actually like very scared of loud noises as an autistic person. But it's like I like the chaos of it. So I'll get over myself and do it eventually.
Oh, I love loud noises.
Actually, funnily enough, I have an opportunity to restore this incredibly old drum machine. It's so old, it might be one of the first, and it's vintage. Like it's so vintage, it uses diodes to like diode logic, not even transistor logic, diode logic to create its rhythms.
That must pull a lot of amps.
Oh yeah, I haven't even so I found this thing in a burnt down building, rescued it. The internals look okay, not like just charred, not burned. So there's a chance I could save it. I haven't powered it on because I don't have a variable transformer. It's called a variac. You need it to safely turn these things on without them blowing up or frying on you.
Yeah.
And until I get one of those, I'm just never going to turn it on. but I'm 99% certain that the only thing I really have to replace on there is the caps. And if that's the case, then this thing could be worse. Like, it could be so worth restoring because I've only ever seen ones for sale online that are like the next version. I don't even think the online world is aware of this older version, or if they are, it's in like very obscure communities.
Well, typically those systems run on either like 36 or 48 volts AC.
Oh no, this thing's AC. This thing, okay, so this
Yeah.
thing does AC. It rectifies the AC, and then that runs it straight into the diode generation.
Yeah. It's a similar power supply as they use on tubed units.
No, it doesn't have a power supply. It literally just rectifies the AC voltage into a DC voltage, and then the diodes do the rest. Like, the power supply is the power company.
Yeah, I'm understanding that. I'm just bringing up because they sell transformers in those ranges, and you can usually get them on eBay for pretty cheap because people are just ripping them out of like old tube systems.
Yeah, this thing's even more basic than that, that's why I love it. It's just kind of like there really was the day of synthesizers where there was no electronic standards yet, and so just the way that they were made was almost like random.
Yeah, it was just tweaking with an oscilloscope and being like, oh, let's just put this here. Yep, that works. This here. Yep, that works.
And by the way, I never want to work with tubes. They're stupid.
Yeah, it's
and by the way, whoever's backstage, no, I cannot get you on. I can get you off though. Just kidding.
Gay.
It concerns me that was your first response.
Why?
Well, for one thing, this isn't the year 2000 anymore.
Oh yeah, I understand that. People are gay, people are trans, whatever.
That's not what I meant. I meant people don't say that anymore.
Oh,
especially not like that. They don't go gay in the year 2024.
Okay, well, I'm a millennial, so
that's not an excuse.
Why not?
Do you think I can go shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and be like, "Oh, sorry, I'm a millennial"? Oops.
I don't think that it's equivalent to that.
I think it is.
Oh, really? I've just committed a travesty. Should I get arrested for that?
Yes.
Okay, by who?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
the
Maybe we should make a coalition.
Police. Oh no, yeah, the lefty SJWs. We're gonna throw you in the re-education camp, of course.
I think I have a little bit too much testosterone for them to handle.
Well, that's why we're gonna trans you, obviously.
Yeah, keep those darts away from me.
Oh, we don't need darts where you're going. We do. What's the word? Fuck, I can't think of it. It would have been great if I could. Never mind. My brain is so good at thinking up words until like the one moment it decides, you know what? Never mind. Like it'll come up with words before I've even like decided what word I want. Kind of like determinism. But anyways,
it sounds like ADD to me.
I know it very much is. My favorite part is when I feel like I have the word and then I go to say it and it's not there.
Yeah. I used to have a lot of issues in the past, and most of them's gone away. So.
Oh, it's not going away from me.
Yeah, I kind of fathom the mindset. I don't complain about it.
I very much need Adderall to like function at this point, and I can't get it because just getting a psychiatrist in this year, it seems, is just impossible. But that's okay.
I used to be on it, but it would make me really angry and irritable, even though it did work.
Well, that's not going to change anything for me. I'm already angry and irritable. Damn, I guess we exhausted the tech talk.
Yeah, it's getting late, and I technically have work in like, well, I guess 6 hours is not bad.
No, you need 8 hours of sleep before work.
Not all the time.
Usually.
Well, the nice thing is that I live in Texas and my team's in California, so I work from home and I could just sleep in a little bit, and nobody's really awake until like 11 o'clock my time.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to force you to leave. I was just, I hate when people are like, "Oh, I'm not going to get enough sleep before work," because I've watched people do that to themselves. And by the way, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, it's well, I've been through those cycles before. I'm pretty self-aware. I'm just kind of falling asleep right now because, it's just late. I'm usually not up this late.
Yeah, but do you have free will, or will I keep talking to you and will you keep responding? And will I keep talking to you and will you keep responding?
Up to a certain point.
No, infinity. This is sustainable until we die.
Oh, so it's determined?
Imagine if it was, though. Imagine if like there was literally like the chance that you could just get stuck in a loop.
It sounds like a schizophrenic rage. Or no, it sounds like OCD. That is exactly what happens when you have an OCD attack.
Sure. I'm just saying though that like, I mean it more like if we were in like a video, like how like you're in a video game and you could just
be an NPC.
Sure, but also like like when your gun starts firing off and you just can't stop it, then you like log off, come back in, your gun's still firing off. Imagine if there was like some ability for that to happen in life, right? Like you just wake up one morning and then like I don't know, I can't do something that breaks physics, of course, but like or you just like having the exact same dream would fuck with me, I think. To the point where I started maybe thinking that things were deterministic. I don't know, I'm rambling.
Or the server lag of like waking up. You're just like, okay, get out of bed. You wait, paused. Up, you flicked up. Nope, you're back in
Groundhog
bed.
Day thing. Oh my god. Groundhog Day, that actually fucked with me a lot as a kid.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was checking to make sure things weren't the same. Because I was like, what if I'm forgetting that I actually did this yesterday? What if that's the part they don't tell you about? Because you can't write a story if you do that.
Does that happen often? Those
No.
thought patterns? Okay.
No, it's just like as a kid, I had a very, very vivid imagination. So you couldn't tell, like, as soon as I realized that that was a possibility, I would need to like find a way to refute it.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Somewhat. I'm not going to try to play like psychiatrist and diagnose this stuff.
No, it really was.
I just thought. Go ahead.
It really was. It would just kind of like affect my worldview in a slight way, right? Like it wouldn't change my experiences. Like even like my emotions were the same, but it'd definitely be like I'd wake up every morning and think like, huh, I wonder if this is the same day as the day before, which is remarkable because I never remember anything from the day before when I wake up now. Because I'm a pothead.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Maybe that's why I became a pothead, because like I was coming on to like the realization that we are actually in like a Truman Show reality or something, or Groundhog Day, and then I was just like, I can't handle it. I'm just gonna smoke weed now.
I used to chronically smoke. I used to do a lot more things, but now I'm pretty much sober.
My excuse is that I was raised on a lot of psychotropic meds, a lot of which didn't actually treat anything I was going through. And at some point I tried, well, let's just say I had to quit them cold turkey for medical reasons. And the only thing that could give me possibly the same effects that was within reach and didn't make me sick to think of even taking like my meds was weed. So, started smoking that every day.
Yeah, it's I came from a pretty troubled childhood, and I had to supplement with a lot of different copious amounts of drugs, and then slowly had to wean myself off all into my 20s, and then the past few years I've just kind of cut it all out in my life.
It's weird for me because I've always been that sort of person's like, I don't know at what point in my life I saw like addiction and thought like I'm never going to put myself in that position. But yeah, it was like anything that was like remotely addictive, I avoided it like the plague, even when I was at my lowest, just because like I just knew deep down, like I'm already kind of down bad. Like I don't need that extra bit of like, I don't need to be chasing a dragon or something, you know?
Yeah, it's I wouldn't necessarily say like I was addicted. I was more just coping. Because there was definitely periods of time where I would just cut cold turkey of everything and be fine for like, half a year. But then, it's some stressors would pop up again and I'll be like, I need to get through work, and I would just supplement with something.
Right. For me, it always kind of felt like I should be taking psychedelics. I don't know how to describe it, but like even before I took mushrooms, it was like psychedelics make sense. All these other drugs don't.
Yeah, I only took psychedelics maybe like a few times in my life, and each time was definitely like revolutionary to my psyche. Um, Definitely learned a lot of things about myself, refocused my mind into actually like committing to certain acts, certain pieces of work. I don't know. It was somewhat beneficial, but I don't see the need for it anymore.
I think our brains go through cycles that deplete not like the neurochemistry, but just like kind of like the more immediate reaction. I don't know how to put it, but either way, like things build up, things go elsewhere in the brain. That's still not. I'm still not saying it right. That's not good science. Nothing I said is a good way to describe what happens in the brain. But either way, that it does kind of like reset certain pathways or certain regions of the brain that otherwise can just get a little bit blocked up. I don't know what to call it.
Well, I know how generally like a lot of how the brain works is that it kind of works as like one really big tunnel of like neurons. And for all sensory data that comes through that tunnel, it kind of like just activates a few here and there, and then they all kind of produce this gradient effect upon each other, which then triggers other neurons, and then you have an experience out of it.
I mean, the only pipeline I've seen from the lectures I've taken is like kind of like the pipeline from sensory input to behavioral output, but there is no tunnel analogy I'm aware of, because a lot of things get like bounced back and forth, and you can go from like you can sometimes have like no ignition or like tiny amount of what am I thinking of activity, and then lots of activity. It goes back to no activity, then lots of activity, all from the same stimulus, and it's like you can't say that it's going to work in like a linear way.
No, I'm not trying to suggest it works in a linear way, but I
didn't mean like
I don't.
linear in the way you probably. I just meant like point A to point B to point C kind of deal.
Yeah, completely. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, like I like neurobiology and neurochemistry and stuff. I don't feel like people really listen to me when I talk about it, because maybe I'm not good at communicating it. Maybe it's just not the level that they're at. I can never really tell, but I'm not just like pulling this stuff out of my ass. And that's what bothers me, is people just treat me like I am.
Well, maybe that perception is a little bit overdrawn. And it's more just genuinely people don't know how to respond to it.
Oh, okay. So I'm winning the debate. Cool.
Essentially, yeah.
Just kidding. I don't think like, but it's funny just to meme it. And by the way, like I don't learn neurobiology so I can win debates. That's not like, I did it because like with all the disorders and stuff I have, it gives me a better sense of control to actually say like, oh, okay, this is like, that thing, or this can be explained by like, this neurotransmitter that I already kind of have issues with, versus, thinking my brain is a black box with little demons running around who are just against me.
Well, I generally don't debate things unless I have like a solid knowledge on it, or I just see like a logical fallacy that somebody's producing.
Logical fallacy. Oh.
Well, yeah, it's the
How dare
fundamentals
you
are
use a
definitely
logical
needed.
fallacy in front of me, sir? That you realize how fallacious that is?
Oh, your fallacious fallacy is a fallacy in itself.
I only care about the fallacy. Phallus? Never
Fallacy.
mind. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, so like the whole free will thing, I know that my argument that comes out, a lot of people are going to spurg about it, but it is based a lot on theological principles. So
I'm surprised I went so long without saying entropy, because when I was alluding to like hysteresis in the neuron, and then you have multiple paths to take, not just one now. Like, I don't think they understood, like, I'm pointing to the phenomenon of entropy, where there is no longer like enough order for there to be like any level of determinism, whether it's their environmental determinism or, you know, the fate-based one.
well, that's kind of what I was also trying to allude to, is that they'd always label it as determinism, but then they would also say, but however, it also involves these different variables and stuff, and ultimately randomness. And I'm just like, wait, you just said randomness in there, so random is not deterministic, plain and simple. And whether you want to choose that randomness is somehow controlled by a free will, or it literally is just strictly randomness that we don't have control over, you cannot say that it's a deterministic position.
Yeah, what I wish I would have said in my sign off was like kind of like, you know, you've limited how useful your own arguments are, because I can't perceive this. I can't really apply this in any way because you've minimized it to either random activity or things that just happen that are so beyond our perception because there's so many factors that there's no way we could use that information. And finally, like half the time they're flip-flopping between actually describing predeterminism or including like things like willpower and stuff like that, which we never got into. But I don't think like people make decisions based on how much motivation they have. And they were going to say that like motivation is what determines if people do things. Like, no, there are plenty of people who are motivated to do things and don't do them, but as well. So like none of these things give what I would call a one-to-one response, where if I increase this, I also increase this behavior. You can get that in lesion studies of brains where you actually cut the connections between different parts of the brain, but that's because you've limited how much someone can do, not necessarily because you've given them new functionality. And I feel like they never addressed like, how do we come up with new behaviors in circumstances we've never been in before, right?
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. I think what was also kind of at another big problem with the debate is that we had two different concepts of determinism that we're trying to fight against.
I think they were just moving their goalposts a lot of the time, to be honest.
It could be a bit of that as well. I'm actually I don't believe in a lot of this long-term evolutionary theory. So when Torsia made like the example of evolution of like, oh well, what was it, like the fathers had to lower their testosterone so they wouldn't crush their baby out of like aggravating moments or something, and I'm just like, what? Like where how did you come up with that example? Where is that proven? I thought it was just like an odd one right there.
Yeah, I didn't even know how to respond to that either, to be honest. Like, could you think of a better way to say what I was talking about though? Like where you come across something new and you come up with a new behavior. But I did struggle with coming up with like a more relatable example, because you know the ball in like the empty space doesn't really make that much sense.
Honestly, I'm still even having a difficult time like conceptualizing an argument to present to them. That's kind of why I was staying out of it, because I just don't have this type of thing practiced. My most recent debate was on what was it? Assisted unaliving, and that was this past Monday. So
Right, I
that's
heard
where
about
my
that.
yeah, that's where my whole encyclopedia of knowledge was from during the time. I usually like to set up debates like ahead of time, like at least just a few days, so I can like read into some articles, maybe get like a study here and there that validates my position. I
As a
definitely like a
self-taught
more formal
person,
thing.
yeah, if you like doing that, I like doing that too. I will say this much: you probably even could use more time, because what happens to me, and I don't know if this happens to you, is like I start reading, but then like it's almost like a rabbit hole where it's even worse than I thought, or better in terms of me being right. And so like I actually end up having to like learn about many more fields than I originally planned on, because there's also this field that talks about it and points to my conclusion and stuff like that. So it's hard to know when to stop, kind of. It does help
Yeah.
to know what your opponent's going to argue, because then you can kind of filter out what you're going to say, assuming that they're not going to do the same thing and change their arguments according to you, but whatever.
I would say that I would spend a little bit of time kind of listening to the argument of my opponent, get the gist of it, or maybe just the general argument of a particular field, and then I'll just kind of contemplate there for a little bit of like creativity. Like my stance was I was completely against it, and for the reasons of, if the purpose is to reduce harm, is to ultimately relieve the harm or the stress or the suffering
How
that a
very
person is going through.
utilitarian of you.
Well, that's what I'm arguing up against, So you have to kind of play in their ball game. So if that is the reason why we do it, what we already know that brain death can occur up to 30 seconds after cardiac arrest. What if the person decides during that period of time of brain death that they no longer want to go through this and they want to live? You'll be submitting them to the most ultimate harm, the ultimate stressor, the ultimate pain there is at that moment. So that would be my ethical stance, to not proceed with any of this. Of course, there was only one particular flaw which I kind of predicted would come up, but it didn't come up towards the end of the debate. Was that, okay, what if in a hypothetical situation we could read the brain and know exactly when somebody may be in that state and be able to revive them? Then it's like, yeah, okay, I would have to bite the bullet in a secular sense, but my theology still says don't do that. So yeah, that was the only fault of my argument, but nobody picked up on it until the very end.
For me, it's just like I'm always going to be on the pro assisted dying side, because personally, extending someone's suffering is usually more inhumane than simply dying. Like, I don't see death as being inherently bad. It's beauty is in the eye of the beholder, kind of thing, right? So if I want to die, and there's really is, like, especially medically speaking, no hope of things getting better, then isn't it just torturing me to keep me alive?
Possibly. Like I'm not decided on this. I'm still generally on the fence. Even though I'm leaning towards not having it, not allowing those procedures, just because of there's the slippery slope that could happen. Like, how exactly do we categorize, a person's state of harm and how they can recover? Like, there's one thing you
especially with
classify.
mental illnesses.
Yeah, because things like terminal illness, okay, there's a little bit more of a degree where we can understand on that. Person may be old, they actually do have, they're dying of cancer, they're in just excruciating pain constantly. It's like, I could see that as being a perfectly valid reason. But then when we do go into mental illness, well, part of the depression and the unaliving ideation, that is just part of the symptom of depression. So should we
Well, actually,
allow?
did you know that suicidal thoughts and ideation is separate from depression a lot of the times? It's considered like, yeah, pathologically speaking, you can be depressed and not have suicidal ideation, and that's actually more common.
I could see that.
It's just
But yeah,
a trope, right? Like suicidal people are depressed. It's not always actually the case.
yeah. But let's say that they do have the suicidality present. Is that just a mental illness that could be treated, or is it is it something that we should assist with them going through that position?
Well, the easy answer to like the slippery slope thing is like this of course occurs after we exhausted all options. And so like I'm not talking in absolutes like we need to kill this person as soon as we realize they're suffering, of course. But I think we should minimize the chances that they're going to have to live a life that is their outcome, and there's no real hope for them. It's another way of putting it is like, if they don't believe that they're going to ever change, why should we? Especially if they've done everything they can.
Yeah. I don't know. But that's just a really difficult decision for me to even make. It's like if that should be allowed.
But you agree
or
it's
not.
easier after we try everything else first, right? Like that really does kind of knock out the slippery slope argument, because anybody who's treatable is going to be knocked out. Anybody who's not really suffering from like I can only think of people who are faking it would be the only other category. They're not going to make it through. So that alone is kind of like a filter for, okay, well, this person is still showing depression. This person is still showing suffering in some form. So
I would agree with it if we were able to determine with a high degree of accuracy that is that a person is just untreatable.
right, and the only way we can determine that is to actually exhaust the methods of treatment.
Well, that's where I kind of bring in my concern. It's is that I don't think we really have enough treatment in mental illness to understand if we've exhausted all the possible treatments.
Wait, as like a state of the science, or just like accessibility?
The state of the science.
Okay, but so it's one thing to say like we could come up with that at some point, but you can't say that we'll come up with that in that person's lifetime, right?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So again, this really only makes sense to like maybe exclude them after we have like what would be called a cure, because at that point we're not just treating it, we're getting rid of it.
It's still a moral conundrum that I can't face.
But what about the moral conundrum that not all treatment, like there's always going to be someone who treatments don't help, and at the end of the day, those people who treatments can't help are going to suffer the most.
Well, here's the other thing. How do we know that death is the appropriate treatment?
If, as opposed to suffering, it's better than suffering.
But
if all your life is going to be suffering, then it's better than suffering.
But generally speaking, we don't really know what death is.
Sure, but we're in a general consensus, though, that whatever like pathological suffering you're going through, whether it's mental or physical, can't continue on because your body doesn't carry on to you in what is probably not an afterlife.
Well, that's where we get into a theology thing. I do believe there is an afterlife.
Do you believe God will hate you for killing yourself?
No, it's a give or take. Here's how I see it. God is a rational being.
I wish.
Will be able to understand everything that you've been through and everything you've done and all the choices you've done. And he's going to come out with a compassionate judgment. I know we're going to get into some sticky situations here. It's simply put, I'm a Christian.
So it doesn't sound like there's any moral conundrum though, because they're going to, God's going to see that they suffered, that they really had no choice if they wanted to end their suffering but to die. At least as far as they were concerned.
Yeah, and this is where, I'm not necessarily going to step in the way of their choice. Because ultimately, if somebody wants to, go through that, they're going to, one way or another.
It probably also takes a lot of suffering to make someone want to go through all those hoops.
Yeah, it's I could agree with that as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were still making a point, by the way. So I was just.
Oh, well, generally, yeah. When I'm a Christian, and my theology generally says that it's don't unalive yourself. But
Although
also,
it's not a sin, right? It's not like considered a sin. It's just guidance.
I think it might. I think it might be a sin, but
okay.
how I interpret sin is that there's really no such thing as like salvation. Salvation is something that comes upon death when God judges you, whatever. But the thing is that we're bound by sin, and we're going to commit sin. And even after we start believing in the faith and have a revelation or whatever, we're still going to struggle with sin. There is no way of avoiding it whatsoever. So the idea is to strive away from it, and live your life wisely. And hopefully God is a compassionate being and can understand, the struggles that we go through.
Sure. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of responses other than to like attack theology, just because there's a lot of like internal contradictions with believing in divinity. Is God the one who wanted you to suffer? Will he be mad that you've gone against his wishes, or was this part of his plan all along, kind of thing?
Yeah, and that also, the thing is that you might be asking these questions more on just like a more of like a secular frame. Whereas if you were to come just to the understanding of just like the religion itself and understand the theology, there are answers to it. Just there's not going to be strong justifications to those answers.
Yeah, I've encountered some, and they seem a little bit self-referential, to say the least.
Yeah, and it's ultimately humans are fallible,
and we wrote the Bible. We're the ones who, wrote the book.
Yeah.
So
well, we did, yeah. That is very true.
Which, by the way, the source in a time where we had terrible record keeping was somebody who wasn't even around during Jesus' time for the most part, and it's like, trust me, bro.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to the existence of Jesus, I look to one artifact, which is the Shroud of Turin.
I've never heard of it.
It's the cloth that was laid over Jesus when he was put in the tomb after his crucifixion.
I think I might have found one of those in the dumpster once. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's well, it has some interesting like chemical characteristics to it that haven't really been well explained.
Chemistry, let's go.
Yeah, there's a shadowy image that's on there, which I forgot the exact process. It's a type of oxidation process, but generally, the only things we really know of that cause oxidation is usually either like strong acids, strong bases, catalysts, which all causes blotting.
Or, redox reactions like fires.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's but here's the thing is that the unique characteristic of the oxidation on the fibers is only on its outer surface on just a micron level, which suggests that it was it was produced by radiation. And even if you just
No, it
go
doesn't.
to
It just means it was in an oxidizing environment for a long period of time. You realize that like oxidizing environments are very common. Like there are even some ecosystems which are more oxidizing than not.
Well, if that were the case, then this image would continue to oxidize.
No, because it probably got taken out of its oxidizing environment at some point.
I think you really need to look at the papers about this, because even when you talk about an oxidative environment, even if it's just a sense of humidity that's out there, there's still going to be like blotting, there's going to be smudging, it's going to be absorbed through the fibers, and the characteristic of it being oxidized right around the surface of the fibers themselves.
Well, I'm
has
looking at a
only been-
picture of it. It's a facial imprint. One of the ways I can immediately think of this happening, you have various metals, right? And they have various redox potentials. If you were making
You're
metal
jumping way
bus,
too far ahead. You're jumping way too far ahead.
I know,
So-
but let me explain. If you had a metal busk and you had it, like, say, under brass, I'm pretty sure brass has almost no redox potential, which makes it a great metal. You wouldn't get this effect. But if you put it on iron, which has a strong redox potential, then and being in an oxidative environment, the oxidation would occur more strongly where the cloth is touching the iron. So if this was a metal busk of someone's face, which was very common in those times to do, you would take a cask of their face, fill it with metal, that would be a metal busk. This could explain it.
There's no metals or metal oxides on this cloth.
Doesn't have to be. It just oxidized the material.
There definitely does have to be some sort of contaminants.
No, it
on
doesn't. Not if
You-
it's a catalyst. And I just described how it would be a catalyst because of the redox potential of iron.
But the thing is, you're also not taking into consideration of how the oxidation happened. It's all around the surface level of the actual fibers themselves. It's
Right,
like
again. So the surface that was touching the iron is where this would happen because it wasn't strong enough to happen anywhere else on the cloth.
But it would bleed through the fiber.
Not if it's not strong enough for the reaction itself to happen anywhere else in the cloth. And if this is a dry chemical reaction, there is no bleeding or diffusion.
No,
It's
you
happening
still
at the
would.
site.
No, you still would have those characteristics. And
See,
the thing is,
it sounds like you want to believe this. You
No,
wanna believe
no. The
this.
thing is, you haven't even allowed me to complete my entire argument.
Okay, you can
You've
try,
always cut
but-
me off.
Okay.
All right. So the only way we've been able to reproduce this exact characteristic on the fibers is with UV lasers.
So something was in the sun?
But the thing is that there's no mechanics or there's no optics that would be able to produce something like that at that time. Even up to like 500
You
years
just
ago,
said UV.
there was.
There was UV light in the skies, right?
Yeah,
From the sun?
yeah, but it wouldn't produce a shadow without optics.
What are you talking about? First of all, I've already described a way that the reaction could happen locally at the surface. Secondly,
But-
if this is a
but-
UV-driven reaction,
You
then sitting out in the
you
sun,
described it,
then
but
sitting
nobody
out
has
in the
demonstrated it.
sun for a
You've
long
described
period of
it, but
time.
nobody has demonstrated it.
Cool. I'm not not them. I don't know why they didn't try this. But somebody's been
They,
sitting
they
out in the
have
sun.
tried it. They have
This
tried it.
particular experiment that I'm talking about right now.
They've tried a lot of different experiments here. This is one thing that has been contested for about 100 years.
Okay. All I'm saying though, this is just I'm just saying this purely on plausibility grounds. If again the metal busk with the cloth on over it to protect it from the sun, but they had it out in the sun because maybe they don't have a roof because you have limited amount of space in those times, or property. I mean sheltered property. Then that's just plausible for being able to explain it if they found it's a UV driven reaction.
Okay.
I agree that it's weird that they haven't either they've tested this and it hasn't worked or they haven't tested it, but you got to admit it's plausible.
No.
Okay.
Because it's
Damn it.
because of the specific characteristics of the fibers themselves.
You have to name another one then.
Another one what?
Another characteristic that I haven't covered. Which, granted, I'm being inductive, so there is a degree of risk that I'm taking of being wrong. But all I'm saying is that there's many plausible explanations.
Well, that's the thing is that if I was better set up, I could just go through the paperwork with you, and go through
Oh
like.
yeah, you can link me it so that way I could read it too.
Yeah, I could definitely get you when I have that resources available.
Yeah, we all need to like link up on Discord because look, if you're a creator in this space, just get a Discord. Just get a freaking Discord. I'm talking more to Torsha.
Oh. Yeah, I posted my Discord in private chat.
Okay. I'm in PRAWNCESS' server if you're in there. Or Ruby server as well.
I can get to his server.
Okay, cool. But yeah, no, like it's just one of those things where it sounds like something that has a very plausible explanation because there's many different ways that you could hypothetically recreate that, and they have and it doesn't work. First of all, never just settle for the first time and something not working. That's not enough. You got to also try again. I've seen enough chemistry videos to know that.
Well, yeah, I know. It's just there's something very unique about the characteristics of the fibers that I'm really trying to get into, which is the fact that it's a surface micron level.
I'm sorry.
It might. It's like if it was exposed to radiation, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's a silicate, so never mind.
Oh, sorry. But generally, from my chemistry knowledge, is that when you interact with reactions against the fibers at a chemical level, it's like you get this very uneven like oxidation across the fibers. You don't get this even surface level one. Yet we do know under UV light specifically, you do get a even oxidation. Like these
that wouldn't actually make sense. Because when you think about the fibers, right, there is no even surface on them. They're fibers. They're twisted. They're first of all like one-dimensional strands. They're twisted on each other. There is no true flat surface. So you got to describe this a bit better. Is this happening only on the fiber?
So I'm talking about like the individual, like the smallest portion of the fiber. Where when you actually peel away all the threads and stuff and get to like just the single, less than a thickness of a hair fiber, and you analyze it.
So is this when the fiber itself is only at the surface? Because mind you, these fibers are woven, right? They're sometimes at the surface and they're not, sometimes not. Or do they maintain this as they're woven beneath the surface?
It's maintained throughout. But the thing is that it's only on the surrounding surface of the fiber itself. It's not.
Yeah, so this again sounds like it's in an oxidizing environment because normally from radiation, if something can absorb radiation, it also shields whatever's behind it from it. And if the fiber is carrying it through as it woven underneath, the actual better explanation is that it had this oxidation somehow before it was woven.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't think we're going to agree on this one.
But can you explain how this said radiation wasn't shielded by the material absorbing it right in front of it?
That it might have been a supernatural event.
So we just throw physics out the window?
No, it's produced by UV light.
So again, why wasn't the fiber that was covering a strand underneath protecting that strand from radiation like it normally would, especially if it's able to absorb that radiation?
I'm not sure. You may be right about some of those details.
And just like in general, like there's no reason why a supernatural event would involve UV light. Like why do you believe that?
Because there's a lot of biblical references into a flash of light happening.
They didn't know what UV light though, and we can't see UV light.
No, it's,
but we can't see that, right? So to say that they saw a flash of light means that they're seeing something within the visible spectrum.
Dude, the reason why I said the UV light is because that's the only experiment that was able to reproduce the oxidation on the fibers, and that is of modern times today.
Right, but there's nothing like supernatural about UV light.
Yeah,
so
but nobody said UV light in the Bible. They just said a flash of light.
Right, but then they'd be talking about visible light because they couldn't see the UV light.
Yeah, so there was probably a flash of visible light that also included UV light, how we observe in regular characteristics as well. When you look at a UV laser, it still comes out purple, but it still has UV spectrums that we can't see.
So again, if this is supernatural, why does there even need to be a flash of UV light?
I don't know.
Because I can explain why UV light happens in any other circumstance.
Well, when it comes to the time and era, the only source would be the sun.
Yeah, I agree. And there was plenty of sunlight at the time.
But I just don't see how sunlight alone can produce something like this without complex optics.
Because it doesn't actually rely on complex optics by the sound of it. And supernatural phenomena don't necessarily create complex optics either.
Well, no, I'm not. The thing is, you're trying to inject natural into supernatural and saying that, I'm implying that the supernatural somehow needed optics, and it's like, no, supernatural is like just is mostly an unexplainable thing.
Well, you're trying to use natural evidence as proof of the supernatural. So yes, I'm using natural terms to debunk it.
All right.
I should say material. Let's say material and versus supernatural. Actually, that makes more sense. I'm just saying, like, if there was some sort of proof we had that ghosts were like UV or something like that, like, okay, sure, whatever, that's probably proof. But we have none of that, right? There's nothing else that we can say is caused or by UV light or anything like that. It just seems very specific and kind of like inductive.
Why?
Well, because like you said, most of the time they talk about a visible flashlight. They don't talk about invisible flashes of light. You're assuming that it would just naturally come with it. But here's my problem with that. There's when again, is there any other circumstances where UV light would matter in anything? It doesn't. This is the only case where UV light comes up in response to biblical evidence, aside from maybe sometimes you can see things with UV light that you otherwise can't, but that's kind of different.
But the thing is that it's talking about the experimental reproduction of the results, and they're able to reproduce the results with UV light. Not saying that because of a flash of light that they went to go and chase UV light to see if it happens. It's more of scientists debated on how this image got produced, and yeah, they did try to go through the routes of like, okay, was this a dye? Was this a paint? Was this a chemical process? Was it maybe even like just the ammonia emissions from decomposition of the body? They've gone through that, and the only thing they've been able to been able to reproduce the exact characteristics that they see on the fibers was with UV lasers, and this was only done just a couple years ago.
And by the way, they would have used UV lasers that way. They don't have to sit it outside for like 2 years to get the same effect. My problem is that just because they can't find a way to reproduce it, that doesn't mean we suddenly have existence of God. We have a face on a towel, but that's not proof of Jesus.
Yeah, it does rely on faith. Like, straight up, there is a level of faith on it.
Well, thank you for admitting that. I probably should have gone to this argument first, but I do find like the chemistry of it and stuff more somewhat interesting. So I wasn't trying to drag you along and stuff, but I was kind of thinking about making this argument sooner.
The thing is that I generally have some pretty good confidence on my knowledge within chemistry.
Not as much as me, buddy.
Are you sure about that?
I watched the entire MIT Introduction to Chemistry lecture series, which does cover it all, 5 times at this point. How many times have you watched it?
Not much, but I've read a lot of patents, and I've definitely performed a lot of experiments.
Do you know what the difference between Gibbs free energy and kinetics is?
Nope, not at all.
Damn. Yeah, like it's There was a point where I kind of thought I understood chemistry more than I actually did, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to be condescending, but it does kind of sound like that's where you're at.
You might be right.
Although I will say this much, like if you do want to clamp down on it, that MIT lecture series is free on YouTube.
Yeah, I probably won't have the time for it.
Yeah, I'm disabled, so I do. I like, and that's the thing is like I have the luxury kind of with my side of things of I'm not actually a working person. I don't need to work to survive, although technically I do because I don't get enough money. But and I don't even work for money. That's the best part, right? Like, so I can cover my ass. I work for food and weed. How's that?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want a little more out of life. But hey, my work's easy.
Speaking of which, you said you did want to get some rest before tomorrow. And we did just finish a conversation on theism, I think, or science. I don't know. But it might be a good time to just wrap it up here.
Yeah, that's all good.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Tiki, you put on your Discord stuff. I didn't even see that. Sorry about that. I'm going to get you. But anyways, yeah. You're fun to talk to.
Hey, I appreciate that. You are too.
Whoa, new. Oh, yeah, it's cool. Someone sent me stuff to Circuit Ben. That's cool. I'm adding them as a friend. Damn it, Jake's watching us debate right now and he can't join. That sucks. Yeah, that's like I'm just going through my messages now, trying to remember how to add people. No, that's how you add someone to a message. Friends? Add friend. There we go. Jesus, you can tell I don't do this very often.
I don't either.
I don't have many friends. So I think I sent it.
I just get lost on the Discord UI.
But yeah, I'll also invite you to my server since I should be inviting more people to there. It's mostly I just keep out anybody. I don't like making the link public. So don't invite other people without passing it by me first, but it's like I don't want randos in there. It's that kind of server. It's not like I'm not strict, but it's no randos, please.
Completely understand, and there's probably a lot of people who probably wouldn't even want to be on the server that I know.
Oh yeah,
so.
no, I'm not like people aren't clamoring to get in my server or anything. So I'm not that narcissistic. Jeez.
Well, I hang out over at the Crucible, so you already know the type of people I'm around.
That's I'd love to get on there, but like Andrew Wilson just like acts cold towards me every time I tell him to debate me. So maybe if you can just be like, hey, that Melanie Cosmic Fox person, should debate her. She's really smart.
Yeah, it's
not obvious. Don't be obvious about it, if you know what I mean.
I might be able to squeeze something in, but I'm going to tell you right away, he's probably not going to take you seriously on anything.
Which is funny because I've already schooled him on the difference between capacitors and inductors.
Let me guess. He went on about being a robotics mechanic, and he started getting into electrical engineering stuff, right?
Oh yeah, and then he tried to say a capacitor was a coil.
Gotcha.
Which just I couldn't let that stand. And the worst part was like this was like I forget if it was like a Twitter group or how we did it, but it wasn't like broadcasted. And I so wish I had like a clip of that because it was so funny. Because at some point he tried to be like, oh, well, they wrap up the plates of the capacitor kind of in a coil, even though it's more of a spiral, idiot. And, like that makes it a coil. It's like, that's not what makes it act like a capacitor, you tool. That's just to increase its volume.
There's a moment when I was trying to figure out how to make supercapacitors so I can make a railgun. I might
use glass
reboot
capacitors.
That project.
Yeah, just use glass capacitors. Like it's what?
They're expensive.
Well, duh, because you have to make the plates of gold. But that's the point. Like they're super capacitors. They're super expensive.
But the thing is, they've been able to produce this stuff for a lot cheaper way back in the day. It's just that the capacitor types, they degrade a lot quicker. But that's all I want, is I want the ones that degrade a lot quicker just so I could prove a point that I can make a railgun.
You know what happens when they break down, right? There's two failure modes. You know what those failure modes are?
Fizzle and explode.
Not usually. It's usually a short circuit or an open circuit.
Yeah, it's like little crystallines grow between your electrical medium or whatever.
That's one way. That's more in semiconductors, though.
I don't know. It's well, we'll talk about it another time.
Well, no, the crystals happen because of like the doped crystals in semiconductors, and they migrate away from our optimal diffusion. You might be referring to oxidation crystals in the capacitor, but that's not what causes the failure. The failure happens, and again, it's mostly open, but the failure happens because there's just a slow loss of metallic ions from a lot of these parts over time, or especially if they're overused. And then, or I guess like for the wrapped ones, it's the films in between break down. And that's where you get your short, but there's more than one way that it happens. So I'm not sure why you thought it was crystals to start with.
Only just trying to refer back to the chemistry that's involved in it, and that inherently whenever you do actually create the plates themselves, which is whatever foil compound you have, you put it through a doping and electrolysis process, which then forms like these kind of like crystals in order to expand the surface area.
For the capacitor? Okay, I've never heard of that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just how.
Why wouldn't you just make like microfractal-esque like tree branches? Because if you think about it, that's the ultimate form of like, that's going to hold your highest amount of charges, especially at the points.
But wouldn't that be high voltage, low current?
Well, yeah, the voltage leads the current in a capacitor. What are you talking about?
Well, no, it's the thing is that with most cheap materials, you can make like a high voltage, low current capacitor, but I need a high current capacitor for a railgun.
Then you want an inductor.
Mid-level voltage.
Okay, so you understand reactivity, right?
What do you mean by reactivity?
That in a capacitor, voltage leads the current, and in an inductor, current leads the voltage.
Haven't heard it explained that way, but I can see it. Yeah.
Well, okay, so you know what impedance is, right?
Yes.
And you understand that like you need a reactive component to actually create impedance.
Yeah. It's like you need to force a charge into the coil, or force the direction of the charge, and then it'll kick back whenever you bleed it out.
And so like the current, like you're not going to get a discharge of current from a capacitor without a high voltage. It's just how it works.
It depends on the capacitor.
So when I discharge a capacitor, which drops first, the voltage or the current?
At that, I actually don't know. I would say voltage.
No, it's the current, because the leading thing actually has to do with its charging. When it's discharging, the internal current goes down first, and that current must always be lower for that reason than the voltage.
You know what? You're probably just a lot smarter than me.
And maybe you're talking about like, this is why they do the crystalline thing or whatever to change that. And I just don't understand how that would change that and make it act like an inductor. But no, what you really want is an inductor. You probably want a capacitor and inductor in series that can't harmonically oscillate like an RL circuit, because what you want is something that can charge a lot of charge, can store a lot of charge, but then that can convert it, like you said, to a low voltage, high current. And what inductors basically do is they let current pass easily. Well, no, they first push against the inrush of charge, and then they slowly let it on as the magnetic field changes. And what that would do is that would keep the voltage back while the courage comes through, making it relatively low on the load side.
The only question I would have, though, is that why is it railguns always have capacitors and not inductors?
Well, I don't know how when linear accelerators use electromagnets. I don't know what you're talking about. Those are inductors.
That's no. So I think we're talking about two different railguns here.
You're not going to produce magnetic fields to move a magnetic object?
Well, generally, like, yes, but the thing is, it's just essentially what a railgun is just like two copper rods and a conductive pellet that you shove between the copper rods and you fire off.
I do this every time. I've even looked into making a railgun too, and I do this every time. You're right. Yep, it's the electrical charge. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I remember now.
It's okay. You definitely went over my head on a lot of other topics.
It just does seem to make more sense to me. Maybe you can do that with a capacitor, but just if you change the way it discharges, but I still can't. I guess at like close to 0 Kelvin, it might start acting that way.
Well, I don't have a cryogenic cooler available on.
Isn't that what most railguns use, though, for like their supercapacitors?
Cryogenic capacitors, maybe on the modern ones. Well, it was probably based off the scale. It's like I can imagine that the higher you scale up, yeah, you probably would want like some cryo cooling. But I'm just talking about maybe like a rifle level.
Put them in series actually, and if so long as you don't have like any DC, maybe it would work. Yeah, that actually could work because all those capacitors are at the same voltage at that point, but they're going to release like a collective current. Huh. That actually could be possible to do with capacitors. I'm a little bit unsure how you would actually cause them to discharge in unison at that point, but like discharge serially, like through each other without an AC current. But I guess if you can do it with an AC current, then there's not an issue.
Well, usually it's the rails that is essentially your switch. You know, it's like the circuit completes as soon as that pellet gets between the rails. So that's when the current would dump.
Anybody who's made safety equipment before would have major issues with that, but okay.
Oh yeah, it's like the first safety rod was it was just a wooden stick. You know, you just kind of push the pellet forward until it goes.
Lovely. There's nothing like a runaway effect to get your heart racing. Yeah, no, I guess that kind of it completes the circuit. That's still DC though. No, it could. No, if it's AC, it's just going to oscillate back and forth. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting puzzle. It's an interesting engineering task just because it really does make you wonder, like, how are you going to get that low current and high voltage out of a capacitor of all things?
Or the high current. Yeah.
Is that not what I said? Jesus Christ, I'm getting too tired. I feel awake because I'm talking and yapping, and my brain yapper is going, but like I'm more tired than I actually feel like. Is what I just realized.
Same here.
I'm like that kid who's like, I'm not tired, and they're rubbing their eyes at the same time.
It's all good. Well, we can end it here. It's all good.
Except part of me still actually really wants to talk about railguns.
Yeah, it's we could do that another time though. I have plenty more subjects to talk about.
Although, do you know? Okay, so I've heard it called Jacob's ladder, but that's not the right thing. Do you know what a voltage multiplier is? You might find this interesting.
Yeah, I know what it is. It's like a bunch of like diodes and caps aligned to each other, where it just kind of multiplies the voltage up, but you only get like large pulses out of it.
Yeah, and more voltage, and that's how I learned that capacitors are better at storing voltage than current. because that's the only way that can actually that would, if it was the other way around, then they would actually increase the current delivered.
Yeah, the first
Also,
time I learned about the
wait, IBJ transistors are current based. Can't you use them as like an amplifier, like a Darlington pair?
Maybe.
You need like a really good transistor though. Like you don't want to be getting some like shitty, run of the mill. I don't know the numbers for these things, but the most common type like that's not going to do it. You need a power transistor with like a massive heatsink probably. Okay, yeah, no, we're out. We're done.
Yeah, electric cars. Yeah, it's I was googling. But yeah, I'll hit you up tomorrow.
Okay, there's a chance I might just be like, fuck it, I exhausted all my energy for this topic last night. I'm not going to talk about this for 3 days. But that's like that. I do that to myself all the time, so don't feel bad.
Well, I have plenty of other things to talk about.
Cool. Well, talk to you later then.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
See you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, 10 people.
Yeah, the real ones.